"What the fuck are you doing in my room?" I shouted, snatching a towel and wrapping it around me tightly before I stormed towards the door. I threw it open with another bang and found Caleb lounging against my desk like he owned the goddamn world. His blonde hair was disheveled, and he was wearing a pair of jeans and a red t-shirt which hugged his muscular figure and made him look good enough to eat. Or at least it would have if he hadn't just broken into my room and scared the crap out of me. "I messaged you," he said innocently. 15 minutes. You had time to run." He pushed himself upright, moving towards me, but I glared at him in response, making him hesitate. "New rule. If you haven't had a reply, then the game isn't on. I was in the shower. I didn't even get your damn message. And how did you get in here?" Caleb seemed to realize that I was genuinely pissed off, and he stopped his advance on me, raising his hands innocently. "Your door was unlocked. I thought you left it open for me." I opened my mouth to protest, but he might have been right. I'd come back here in a hurry, and it was possible I hadn't locked the door. "Well, I didn't, and I was under the impression that you were pissed at me anyway." "I thought I'd give you the opportunity to apologize." Caleb raised an eyebrow expectantly, and I scoffed. "Not likely. You're the one acting like you own me because we hooked up a few times. How would you respond to a girl who did that to you?" Caleb sighed dramatically, his lips twitching like he was amused. "You could give it a try and I'll see if I like it," he suggested. I gave him a flat look and he drew closer to me. "Okay," he said, raising his hands in defeat. "Point taken. Let me make it up to you." He leaned in and pressed a kiss to the corner of my mouth, slowly carving a trail along my jaw and down my neck as he pushed his fingers into my wet hair. Heat spread beneath my skin, and a small smile tugged at my lips as he broke through my irritation with him. "Are you going to give me some space to get dressed?" I asked as he pressed his body against me more firmly, my heart beating faster in response. "Don't you want me to stay?" he murmured. "I'm meeting Darcy and my friends in the Orb, and I'm starving, so no." I pulled back and pointed him towards the door, but he resisted. "I thought—" My door opened again, and we both looked around as Darius stepped into the doorway. "What are you screaming about in here? I thought you were being murdered." His eyes took in my wet hair and towel, and the fact that I was trying to push Caleb out of the room, and a low growl rumbled from his chest. My skin suddenly felt altogether too hot. "Well, now you can see no one is here to murder her. You can leave us to it," Caleb replied, moving closer to me instead of further away. "No! Now that both of you have let yourselves into my room without knocking, you can both fuck off," I snapped, embarrassment clawing at me. "I was just making sure you were all right," Darius said softly, his eyes on me, but the tension in his posture was all for Caleb's benefit. "I will be when you're both gone." My heart was pounding something chronic, and blood was heating my cheeks. There was one thin towel dividing my body from these two gorgeous men, and my blood was pumping like mad with a mixture of mortification and something a little less respectable. The two of them looked at me, and I fixed a scowl on my face as I waited for them to do as they were told. "Sorry for crossing a line, sweetheart," Caleb said softly, pressing a brief kiss to my cheek before heading towards Darius. "Come on, Darius, let's go get a drink." Darius's eyes stayed on me for a long moment, and I couldn't really do anything but stare back at him, caught in the snare of his gaze. Caleb clapped him on the arm as he reached him, and he nodded, turning away quickly and pulling my door shut without so much as another word to me. I moved forward to lock my door, blowing out a shaky breath as my frantic heart settled. Geraldine had messaged to say the Ass Club were making a celebration out of dinner for us in the Orb, so I pulled a blood-red skater dress out of my closet and spent a bit of time styling my hair and doing my makeup before I headed out. The sun was low in the sky, but it wasn't cold out, so I grabbed my leather jacket and threw my atlas into my pocket. I still felt a little jittery after having a vampire and a dragon shifter break into my room while I was showering, and I quickly scoured my desk for something sweet to take the edge off of my nerves. I checked my bedside locker when I couldn't come up with anything, but instead of finding candy, my fingers brushed against the hilt of the dagger I'd stolen from Darius's room. A deep longing coiled its way through my chest, and I pulled it into my grasp, letting out a soft sigh as I held it. I closed my eyes for a moment, almost feeling like I was in the presence of an old friend, someone who wanted to protect me. I bit my lip as I looked down at the silver blade, running my thumb over the swirling design engraved on the hilt. My horoscope had warned about troubles as night drew in today, and as I glanced out of my window at the sun, which was already beginning to set, I wondered if taking the dagger with me wouldn't be the worst idea. If I ran into any nymphs, then I could use it to defend myself if my magic was paralyzed, especially as I hadn't been able to summon the blue and red flames again since the attack. With a shrug of my shoulders, I slid the dagger into my pocket and zipped it up. I could still feel the call of the blade through the material which divided it from my skin, and there was something oddly comforting about having it close like that. It wasn't like I was going to use it anyway, it was just backup, just in case. I headed out of my room to meet Sophia in the common room so that we could head for the orb together. She wasn't there when I arrived, and my gaze lingered on Milton Hubert, who was sitting in the back corner of the room by a window. No one was looking his way or talking to him. He was completely isolated, just as he had been every time I'd seen him since I'd let him take the fall for stealing Darius's treasure, and he looked utterly miserable. My gut twisted uncomfortably. Milton was an ass who had taken naked pictures of me and spread them around the school, but he'd never been outwardly hostile to me aside from that. I'd known that Darius would be pissed at him for stealing his treasure, and I'd wanted to throw a bit of discord and mistrust into Darius's inner circle, but I hadn't realized he'd become a total pariah. This shunning stuff was pretty twisted. I pursed my lips and decided that it was probably on me to do something about the situation if I didn't want it to go on. I crossed the room with purposeful steps and came to a halt behind the chair opposite Milton. He looked up at me in surprise, glancing around as if he thought there must be someone else here I'd been meaning to talk to.
"Can I help you?"
he asked hesitantly. "Mind if I sit?" I asked, taking a seat anyway. He raised a bushy eyebrow at me and looked around nervously again.
"Darius won't like it if he sees you talking to me."
"Pfft, I don't give a crap what Darius likes," I said dismissively. "You may not have noticed, but he's done some rather unpleasant things to me too, so I'm thinking that we're in the same boat as far as that goes."
"I didn't steal from him, though,"
Milton said with a frown.
"I swear
And I don't want his stupid throne, but he doesn't really care about the truth, does he? Anyway, this isn't really about him. I was just thinking that maybe you and me could have a fresh start. You've done things to me, and I've done things to you, like putting you in this shitty position. But we could just draw a line under all that now if you want. Start over as friends."
Why would you want to be my friend? Darius has made it clear that anyone who's seen with me will.
I don't care what Darius thinks, dude. And I've got my own friends who he already doesn't like. I assure you the ASS won't shun you if I say you're cool by me. And I promise you won't even have to wear a shiny-ass badge to hang out with us.
I don't know.
Milton looked around nervously like he was expecting a pissy dragon to appear at any moment. Your choice, dude, but the offer is there. At this point, what more can he really do to you anyway? Seems silly to shun yourself into a corner when you're being offered an olive branch. I shrugged and got to my feet as I spotted Sophia entering the room. She grinned excitedly as she showed off a new slinky black dress she was wearing, and I moved to join her. So, is that for Diego's benefit or Tyler's? I asked. If I say both, does that make me a terrible person? She asked, and I laughed. Hell no! Let them fight it out for you. I encouraged with a grin, and we headed across the common room for the exit. I glanced back at Milton to see if he decided to join us, and with a determined look, he got to his feet and crossed the room. I offered him an encouraging smile, and Sophia widened her eyes at me, dropping her voice to a whisper. Is he coming with us? She hissed. If Darius sees, I'll deal with Darius, I replied. Besides, the enemy of my enemy and all that. Sophia still didn't look convinced, but she didn't say anything as Milton joined us and we made our way to the orb. We headed inside, and I could practically feel the tension rolling off of Milton beside me as he looked towards the center of the room, where the heirs were all sitting on their red couch. I caught his arm and guided him through the crowd towards the left of the room where the Ass Club had congregated. Milton ducked his head, clearly not wanting to draw the attention of the Ignis House captain. But as I glanced Darius's way, it was clear that that tactic hadn't worked. Darius got to his feet and prowled towards us like a pissed-off tiger who had just broken free of its cage. "Shit," I muttered, pushing Milton a bit to encourage him into the safety of the Ass Club. Geraldine perked up as she spotted us and leapt to her feet. "Good golly lolly, what a tremendous day!" she exclaimed. "Please let me be the first to offer—" "Sorry, Geraldine, but I've just got a little situation to deal with," I interrupted. "Can you look after Milton here for me while I do?" "It will be my honor to take on the task," she gushed, pulling Milton towards her as I turned back to face the dragon asshole who was burning a hole into the back of my head. I turned and set a quick pace across the room, ignoring Darius as he closed in on me, and heading straight for the ice cooler to grab myself a drink. My hand closed on a bottle of pink lemonade just as Darius grabbed my wrist and spun me around to face him. "Hi," I said innocently as he pinned me in with his huge body. He frowned as that threw him off, and I slowly unscrewed the top of my drink and took a swig. "What are you doing coming in here with Milton?" he asked in a low voice as he recovered from his surprise. "Are you jealous?" I teased. A queue was forming as people tried to get to the ice cooler, and I stepped a little closer to him, encouraging him to move. Darius didn't seem to give a shit about holding people up, but he drew me away all the same, placing a hand on my back to make sure I didn't escape. "I made it clear that Milton is being shunned," he snarled as we made it into a corner beside one of the fires which burned around the edges of the orb. He placed a hand on the wall beside my head as I pressed my back to the golden wall, but I arranged my features into a mask of mildly bored rather than giving any reaction to his intimidation tactics. "And I made it clear I don't do as I'm told," I replied with a shrug, looking up at him as I toyed with a lemonade bottle in my hands. "Are you going to punish me?" Darius growled at me, and I smiled despite the shiver that ran down my spine in warning. "Do you growl at everyone like that, or do I get under your skin more than most people?" I asked. "I find you particularly frustrating," he replied evenly. "And I think you sometimes forget what lies beneath my skin." I gave him a sweeping look, my eyes trailing from his feet all the way back up to his eyes as he continued to lean over me, and I shrugged. "I haven't forgotten," I replied. "I'm just not going to let you push me around because you're scarier than me. Trying to avoid your wrath didn't do me any favors anyway, so why shouldn't I just do as I please?" "Your smart mouth is going to get you into trouble with me one of these days," he warned. "Is that a promise?" Darius held my eye, inching closer to me like he wanted to see which of us would blink first. I held my ground, looking right back at him as my heart started pounding with fear and something a little more intoxicating. I couldn't back down now, but I was sure he wasn't going to either. "I want you to send Milton away again," he breathed, a dark warning. "Are you really so unforgiving that you won't even let him have other friends?" I asked softly. "Isn't it enough that he's lost his social group in your affection? Let him hang out with the outcasts." "Why? I thought you hated him for sharing those pictures of you. Why do you even care what happens to him?" Darius asked, his voice lowering. "Maybe I don't enjoy hating people," I replied. "Maybe I just want to forgive him and move on." "Do you mean that?" Darius frowned at me and I shrugged. "Why not? He only shared a few photographs. I made him delete them and I punished him for it. It's not like he's the one who burned my clothes off, or like he did anything else to hurt me, is it? I might as well save my hatred for those more deserving." "Do you hate me, then, Roxy? Or do you still not care about me enough for that?" "Why do you care if I do or I don't?" I asked in response, because in that moment, I didn't even know anymore. The heat of him was coiling around me again, and instead of leaning away from him, I was shifting closer. He was danger and power, and the worst kind of temptation. But I almost wanted to find out just how close I could get before I got burned. Someone cleared their throat beside us, and I flinched away from Darius as if we'd just been caught doing something wrong. "Forgetting something, Mr. Acrux?" Orion asked mildly, his gaze sweeping over me where I was still pinned in against the wall. "I'm not finished here," Darius replied without looking at him, and I swallowed a lump in my throat as I looked back into his dark eyes. "Do you want me to add time to your detention, then?" Orion asked, his tone darkening. Darius let out a breath of frustration, leaning in closer to me so that he could speak into my ear. "We aren't done, Roxy." His chest brushed against mine, and the rough bite of his stubble grazed my jaw. He started to shift back, but I caught his arm before he could, meeting his gaze as he looked at me curiously, barely a breath dividing us. "I know we aren't," I replied, a smile tugging at the corner of my lips. "Because you still owe me a bike." Darius let out a breath of laughter before drawing back and releasing me from the cage of his body. The heat of him retreated too, and I watched him walk away with the faintest twinge of regret that we hadn't quite seen that altercation through. Orion raised an eyebrow at me, and I offered him a scowl in response to the judgment which he smirked at before leaving with Darius. I quickly headed back across the room to find my friends, and smiled as I spotted Darcy at our usual table. I glanced over at the heir's couch and noticed a pretty girl with dark hair braided down her back sitting on Caleb's lap as he ran his fingers along her neck. He caught my eye and smiled provocatively, and I smiled right back. If he thought he could make me jealous by biting some other girl, then he was way off base. I was more than happy to give over the biting part of our relationship to someone else to endure. I dropped down into my spot opposite Darcy and fell on my meal without any further distractions. The air trial had been exhausting, and I was already dreading having another one tomorrow. Just imagine how tired we'll be by the time this reckoning stuff is over, I groaned, shoveling creamy pasta into my mouth like the Italians might run out of it. "Do you think all the trials will be that hard?" Darcy asked. "I remember almost wetting my britches during my Earth trial," Geraldine offered. "It was so darn hair-raising, I almost had a perm by the end of it." I sniggered a laugh, and Milton hesitantly joined in. He was sitting beside her while she introduced him to every member of the Ass Club and tried to convince him to join up officially. To say he looked like a fish out of water was an understatement, but he hadn't left to go sit alone in a corner, so I guessed our fan club was preferable company to no company at all, if nothing else. "What did Darius want with you?" Darcy asked in an undertone as everyone returned their attention to their food. "I don't know. He never really got to the point. Mostly he doesn't want me being friends with Milton, but it always feels like I'm only getting half the story with him." I shrugged, because I wasn't sure what else to say, and Darcy nodded in understanding. Caleb appeared between us in the blink of an eye, perching on the edge of our table and inspecting his fingernails. "We have a problem, sweetheart," he said to me, though he continued to inspect his nails. "I know. There's a vampire sitting on our dinner," I replied, and Darcy giggled in response. "You're killing me, you know that?" he asked, dropping his hand and pinning me with his navy eyes. "You're ignoring my messages. You won't play our games. You won't visit me when I ask, and to make it worse, you're going on secret dates with my friends." "What secret dates?" Sophia asked. "Didn't she tell you she went out with Darius last night? He took her back to his manor and they got up to God knows what," Caleb said. "I don't believe one of the true queens would spend her free time with that ruffian," Geraldine said proudly, and I cleared my throat uncomfortably. I had been planning on telling them about my late-night adventure at Acrux Manor, especially if I'd won a shiny new bike, but I hadn't gotten around to it yet with the madness of the air trial today, and it wasn't like it was something I could easily explain in a few short sentences either. "He sent me a picture of them together to prove it if you don't believe me." Caleb pulled his atlas from his pocket and flashed the picture Darius had taken of the two of us around at everyone. I glanced at it and was surprised at how much we looked like a happy couple in the snapshot. I was looking straight into the camera, a laughing smile on my face, while Darius pressed a kiss to my head, the corner of his mouth hooked into a grin and his arm wrapped around me. "That is a pretty misleading picture," I said lamely as Darcy mouthed "what the hell" at me behind Caleb's back. "You look like you were having an absolutely marvelous set of shenanigans, Your Majesty," Geraldine gushed, changing tact in an instant. "I didn't know you'd become so friendly with the sexy dragonair." "Did you just call Darius Acrox sexy?" Sophia asked in surprise, and I snorted a laugh as Geraldine blushed. "Well, I have eyes," she said defensively. "That's not to say he's the most attractive of the heirs." "Obviously," Caleb said cockily. "No, clearly the title of the most drool-inspiring hunk of a handsome goes to Max Rigel, even if he is a black-hearted fiend. But Darius isn't a bad second," Geraldine said, a faint blush lining her cheeks. Sophia started laughing, and Darcy covered her mouth to hide her grin. Diego looked like he'd like to be absolutely anywhere else. "What?" Caleb asked, his brows pinching with irritation as I snorted a laugh. "You're ranking me third." "No, of course not," Geraldine said loudly, seeming horrified. "Seth Capella would be third." I fell back into my chair, clutching my stomach as my laughter grew out of control, and Caleb tried his hardest not to look as disgusted as he clearly was. Caleb seemed lost for words for a moment, before obviously deciding he'd be better off not responding to Geraldine's assessment of him. He swung the photo back around to me and arched a brow instead. "You care to explain your little date then, sweetheart?" he asked me as I reined in my amusement. "It wasn't a date," I said, rolling my eyes. "And I'm sure he told you what we were doing anyway, so why do you need me to confirm it?" "Then why do you look so damn happy in this photo?" he asked. I gave the picture another look, and I had to admit he was right. Taken out of context, it did look like we were really enjoying each other's company. "You're right, I do. Maybe I should make it my profile pic," I suggested. "Are you aiming to break my heart, sweetheart?" Caleb asked me, placing his hand on his chest as he tucked the atlas back into his pocket. "Don't be ridiculous. You don't even have a heart," I teased. Caleb leaned closer to me, smiling knowingly. "If I hadn't heard you scream my name with such vigor multiple times, I'd be thinking you're not into me at all." Diego started choking on his spaghetti beside us, and Sophia patted his back as Caleb raised an eyebrow at him. "Do you always hang out with frigid virgins, or do you make an exception for this specimen?" Caleb asked me in a whisper shout which carried to everyone. "My main criteria is non-assholes, so really, you're the one who's out of place?" I shrugged at him and he smiled. "Come and stay with me tonight," he said boldly, holding my eye as he waited for my answer. "I need to get a good night's sleep before my water trial tomorrow. I don't think what you have in mind would include much rest." "Do you enjoy making me run around after you like this?" he asked. "I don't entirely hate it," I admitted. Caleb smiled widely and got to his feet. "Then I'll be sure not to stop. You might want to watch out for Hell Week pranks tonight. Though, I could keep you safe if you take me up on my offer." He winked at me and was gone as quickly as he'd appeared. Darcy leaned over the table to talk to me again. "Do you think we should get out of here?" she asked, glancing over at Caleb as he rejoined Seth and Max on their couch. "I swear they're plotting something." The three heirs had all shifted close together, talking in low voices while they shot glances around the room. The looks on their faces did seem pretty suspicious. "You could have the right idea there," I agreed. We said goodbye to our friends and headed out through the back of the orb. As we went, I glanced back at the three heirs and found them watching us leave. I exchanged a look with Darcy and we upped our pace to escape them. This Hell Week stuff was getting out of hand. I was really looking forward to making it past the reckoning and getting back to normal again. Whatever the hell that was around here. A howl sounded from inside the orb, quickly followed by a cry of, "Gather the freshmen!" from Max Riegel. Oh, shit, I breathed, as Darcy snatched my hand and we started running. We made it to the dark space between Earth Observatory and Mars Labs, just as a flood of freshmen ran screaming from the orb. Older students chased them with the hoods of their black cloaks pulled up and white masks in place. My eyes widened as a wall of fire flared into existence beyond Jupiter Hall, blocking the escape in that direction, just as the ground started to tremor beneath our feet. The earthquake sent the freshmen crashing to their hands and knees, where vines grew from the mud to trap them. Quick, I urged, turning away again as the older students started to move closer to us. Let's get the hell out of here before they spot us. Good plan. Darcy raced away between the buildings, heading straight for the cover of the Wailing Wood. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I hounded after her, and the freshmen continued to scream as the heirs and the other students carried out their Hell Week prank. Where did the Vegas go? Seth yelled, and I upped my pace even more. Where to? I begged as we raced up the trail towards Air House. If we go back to our rooms, they'll find us. I wanted to think the heirs would accept us escaping them, but I doubted there was much chance of that. We would be at the top of their hit list, and they'd want to humiliate us more than anyone else. How about the beach? Darcy panted as we ran on. We could go to Air Cove, where no one will be able to spot us, and we can wait out the chaos. Sounds like a plan, I agreed. A cry went up behind us, and we both wheeled around in panic at the sound of footsteps racing along the path towards us. We didn't dare say another word, simply upped our speed as we sprinted away. Chapter 18. Darcy. We darted down the steep pathway to Air Cove, and I battled the urge to glance over my shoulder, needing to watch my feet in case I fell. With the pace we were moving at, even Tori stumbled more than once, but somehow we managed to remain upright, tearing onto the beach at the base of the path and finally pausing to check if we were still being followed. Did they see us? Tori panted, and I shook my head, dragging in a few lungfuls of the cold sea air. Don't think so, I gasped, a laugh tumbling from my throat. We'd better keep moving just to be sure. There's another path up to fire territory at the far end of the beach that way. I pointed, and Tori started in that direction. The sand crushed beneath our feet, leaving a trail behind us, and I paused, frowning at our footprints which led straight back to the path. Tori, we'd better cover these somehow. She didn't answer, and I looked over my shoulder, finding her heading off down the beach at a purposeful stride. Tor! I called after her, but she still didn't look back. What the hell? The wind wasn't that loud. I jogged to catch up, having to abandon the footprints and just hope we'd lost the heirs for good. I raced to my sister's side, catching her arm. What's up? I glanced down at her hands, spotting that strange silver dagger she'd stolen from Darius's room in her grip. It's guiding me. I think it wants to show me something, Tori said, nudging me away and hurrying on down the beach. My heart beat harder as I followed her. Do you realize how crazy that sounds? Yeah, but... She trailed off, picking up her pace. My gut twisted as I jogged after her. I really don't think it's a good idea to follow the urges of some creepy knife. She didn't answer, moving to the cliff wall and running her fingers across it. I think it's going to let us see, she murmured. See what? You're starting to freak me out. I tried to stop her again, but she moved on methodically, seeming to search for something as she traced her hand along the cliff wall. She halted abruptly and I caught her wrist, planning to pull the blade from her hand. Here, she whispered, lifting the dagger and scoring lines across the rock that were eerily deliberate, like the knife was guiding her hand. My mouth parted as the wall completely disappeared. We were looking right into a cave with a domed roof. Glistening stalactites hung from the ceiling and glinted like diamonds. But that wasn't what shocked me most. It was the two people standing inside who made my heart tumble into my gut. Darius and Orion didn't appear to see us standing there as they spoke with one another, the battering sea air not ruffling their hair one bit. They can't see us, Tori confirmed in a whisper, and I noticed her pupils were overly dilated. I still wanted to get that dagger from her hands, but I also couldn't resist the urge to find out exactly why Orion was here with the fire air. Sweat was beading on Darius's brow, and he swiped a hand across it, starting to pace in front of Orion.
I'll get it next time. You need to relax,
Orion said patiently.
You can't control it through sheer rage. You must exert your will. I know.
Darius spat, kicking a stone at his feet and sending it skittering across the floor. Orion shifted forward, pulling him around to look at him and leaning close to his face.
You want him gone, don't you?
Yes, Darius sighed, the tension in his shoulders running away.
You know I do. Then focus.
Orion pushed him back a step, and Darius rolled his neck, setting his feet as he faced him. Orion moved back a few paces and scooped something off of the floor. It was white and shining and looked suspiciously like a bone, the sight of it making my skin prickle.
You can harness this fae's strength. I know you can. You've done it before. Only for a minute,
Darius said, and I frowned, trying to work out what they were talking about.
A minute might be all you need to give you an advantage,
Orion muttered, and Darius's eyes became hooded with darkness. For a second, I couldn't tear my gaze from him. He looked more than angry. He looked vengeful, full of a deep, cold hatred that seemed to tangle with the air itself.
Show me again,
Darius breathed, and Orion nodded. He looked detached as he traced his hands across the bone and spoke in a whispered language I guessed was Latin.
Chiedo al buio di disturbare questo corpo dalla pace e di mettere la sua magia nel mio sangue.
The air chilled, and the shadows seemed to thicken in every corner of the cave. A shudder seized my spine, and I instinctively moved closer to Tori as Orion raised the bone in front of him, wielding it like a weapon. Darius's face was fixed in complete concentration as he watched, and I sensed this was some kind of one-on-one tuition. But the way they were hiding down here made me certain this was definitely not part of Zodiac's curriculum. The bone glowed, as if a fire burned within it, and flames suddenly burst to life along the length of it. Orion released a hiss of pain, but held it firmly in his grip as the flames licked his skin. They receded along the bone, and Orion dropped it, twisting his hand up so the fire continued to ripple in his palm. His jaw set, and his eyes flickered with the shadows that closed in around them. My heart pattered uncontrollably, but I couldn't tear my gaze away.
Do it,
Darius said, seeming excited as he shifted from foot to foot. Orion closed his hand around the fire and snuffed it out. I waited, glancing between the two of them as they seemed to be preparing for something. Heat was emanating from Orion in waves, but that didn't make any sense. He didn't hold the element of fire. His hands shot up, and Darius threw out his palms at the same moment to cast an immense shield of water around himself. Fire exploded from Orion's palms, and I stumbled back a step, completely shocked as the raging, twisting element cascaded over Darius's shield. The flames battered it with a terrifying force, then finally fizzled out, leaving plumes of steam in its wake. Orion dropped his hands, rubbing his eyes, his shoulders shuddering. My heart twitched, and I had the urge to go to him, if it hadn't been completely crazy. Darius went to him instead, cupping the back of his neck.
Here.
He shut his eyes, and I sensed they were sharing magic as Orion cast some spell I could feel but couldn't see. The result was the shadows receding, and the darkness in his eyes passed away too. I shared a look with Tori, and we wordlessly decided to stay a bit longer, to find out what the hell we were watching. How had Orion just wielded the element of fire? Did he take the element from the bone of some dead fae? And where the hell did he get that bone?
Now you.
Orion passed Darius the bone and he nodded, looking determined.
This fae only had fire, but they were strong. It will add a lot of power to your own flames.
Darius nodded, mimicking what Orion had done as he ran his hand across the bone and muttered the Latin words. The shadows rushed in again, and my heart clenched as that same darkness fell over Darius, seeming to seep beneath his skin. Fire flared along the bone, and he drew it into his palm, his eyes snapping shut in concentration. Orion eyed him with his hands raised, as if expecting something bad to happen. Darius convulsed once, his shoulders trembling.
Hold it in. Let it merge with your power, no matter how unnatural it feels,
Orion instructed. Darius looked like he might throw up as he clutched his stomach, then dropped the bone with a clatter.
Darius!
Orion stepped closer. Darius held up a hand, and his eyes flew open, revealing a swirling storm of darkness within them. A smirk twisted his features, and Orion cast a dome of air around himself just as Darius released a huge blast of fire in the shape of a cobra. It coiled around the edges of the cave, filling it up, its huge body slithering and undulating, its eyes blazing red. Orion gazed up as it reared its head, and true fear found me as it lunged down and crashed against his shield. Orion started laughing, and I relaxed as the flaming beast coiled tighter around his shield, then flitted away into 1,000 embers. He rushed to Darius's side, laying a hand on his shoulder as they did whatever spell was necessary to end this crazy process.
You fucking did it!
Orion dragged him into a hug, and I could see the strength of their bond shining from them as Darius curled his arms around him too. A dragon and a vampire bound together. And I was sure this was deeper than just that guardian mark linking them. Darius released a cheer which echoed off the walls, tipping his head back to the roof as Orion released him.
Let him try and beat me now, huh, Lance?
He whooped again, and Orion laughed, dropping down to the cave floor and tugging a backpack in front of him.
You did it once. I want to see that 50 times before I agree you've mastered it,
Orion said with a grin. Darius puffed out his chest as he moved to join him on the floor.
Easy. Yeah, it only took you 3 months,
Orion jibed, taking something out of the backpack. He placed a wooden box between them, flipping it open, and revealing a display of cards with the Solarian Pitball League printed across the top of them. I frowned as he reached into it, opening a secret compartment at its base. My breathing quickened as he took a slim silver blade and 4 small bones from it. The blade was exactly the same as the one in Tori's hand, and I turned to her with a questioning look. She offered a shrug in response, and my tongue grew heavy as I turned back to watch. Orion pushed the box aside and placed the 4 bones down between them in a line. Then he took something from his pocket, and I frowned as he placed an emerald dragon ornament between the bones. He toyed with the blade in his hand, looking to Darius with a terse expression.
Still no luck finding the one I gave you?
My heart jerked. Orion gave it to him? What was it even for?
No. Milton must have stashed the rest of my treasure somewhere, but he's still sticking to his lame-ass story that he didn't do it. Maybe he didn't,
Orion suggested, and my gut prickled uneasily.
He did say someone sent him it. His grandma or some bullshit. I figured he was lying, but...
A contemplative look crossed his features, and Tori shifted nervously beside me.
Maybe someone did send it. Well, whoever stole that dagger is gonna pay the price when we find them.
Orion growled, and fear laced my gut. Holy shit, they can't ever find out. Darius nodded, then gestured to the knife in Orion's hand.
Come on, let's find out what my doting father is up to.
Orion rested the tip of the blade to his wrist, then carved a line up the center of his palm, making me gasp. Blood oozed, and he curled his hand into a fist, passing it to Darius, who immediately copied the process. They held their hands above the bones, squeezing to make the blood drip onto them. They both dragged in a breath of pleasure, then their eyes fell closed, and their hands dropped into their laps. What's happening? I breathed in confusion. Tori released the same noise of ecstasy beside me, and I turned to her in alarm. Panic clutched at me with sharp claws as I spotted the long gash on her hand. She was still cutting herself with the blade, her eyes shut, and a picture of intoxication on her face as she carved a deep line up her inner arm. I lunged forward, trying to seize the knife as she sliced a second gash along the inside of her forearm, blood spilling to the sand at our feet. "Tori!" I yelled as she passed out completely, crumbling to the ground. I caught her just before she dashed her head on a rock and clamped my hands over the wound to stem the bleeding. There was so much of it, red coating her skin, her clothes, me. Fear raced through my veins and drowned me entirely. Wake up!
Chapter 19. Orion. Fuck. Blood magic felt good. Every time I did it, I swear the high got better. It was focusing that was the problem. Using dark magic was deadly. I could bleed out here before I'd even realized what was happening. I drew my magic into the darkness surrounding me, pushing at the wall of shadow which wanted to take me with it. It tugged and lured and sang promises of pure bliss. But if I went that way, I'd never come back. I felt Darius follow me through as I broke the barrier, and a strange tickling feeling made me think for a moment that there was some other presence with us too. As the sweet edge of the euphoric feeling in my veins eased off, my vision cleared, and we found ourselves standing on a dark cobblestone street beside a tall fence. My heart ticked with recognition. I knew this old road. We were to the east of the Acrux Manor, just beyond its walls, which meant Lionel was expecting a visitor by stardust. I could sense we were in the recent past, guided here by the connection he had to that tacky dragon ornament, and the will of us both to find out what he was up to. This was nothing but a shadow of time gone by. The edges of the world blurred like a haze, and if I focused on one spot too long, it faded from my grasp. We only needed to wait here to find Lionel, though. Darius stepped up beside me the moment his father rounded the corner ahead. Lionel marched along, his dark cloak whipping out behind him as he moved, his powerful frame haloed by the moon. The atmosphere shimmered before him like stars, and a tall man stepped out of it, sweeping a hand over his wavy black locks. I committed his face to memory in an instant, everything from his thin mustache to his curling upper lip. He wore a dark green overcoat and a knitted red scarf which spoke of a severe lack of fashion sense. He dipped his head, although the gesture came off slightly mocking. "Mr. Acrux."
"Hi, Lord Acrux," Lionel snarled. "Have you brought it? I didn't get you into that school just to waste my time."
He held out his hand expectantly. "And I didn't strike up this alliance to waste my time," the man growled in an equally dangerous tone.
"This is getting rather one-sided, Alejandro. What use are you if you and your worthless family don't do as I ask?"
Lionel sneered, and Alejandro reached into his pocket. He took out a thick envelope, and my eyes narrowed as I recognized the Vega twins' personal file. I'd read it back to front before I'd gone to Earth to find them. It even had a coffee mug stain on it that I'd left there myself. Everything about their birthright was in that document, and it certainly didn't belong in the hands of Lionel Acrux. It had been locked up tight in Nova's office. "Here." Alejandro thrust it at Lionel, and I wished I could step into this memory for real and intervene before his hand closed around it. I didn't know what he could learn from it that would assist him, but my gut said it was nothing good. I looked to Darius, and my heart hit top speed as I spotted Tori goddamn Vega standing behind him. Her eyes locked with mine, her face as pale as a ghost's. She stared at me, then looked to Darius and the men beyond, looking totally baffled as to why she was here. That makes two of us. "What the fuck?" I bellowed, making both her and Darius jump. The memories swirled like mist, then something crashed into my cheek, sending a spike of pain blooming through my skull. Another blow came and I blinked, jerking violently out of the vision, finding Darcy on top of me, her reddened palm raised to slap me again. "Fucking... what? What is happening?" I roared, snatching her hand before she could hit me again. Her eyes sparkled with tears, and some of them had spilled down her cheeks. 1,000 terrifying worries crashed through me as I realized she was straddling me in a cave she had absolutely no way of getting into, not without... My mouth parted in complete horror as I saw it on the ground. The dagger. Darius's dagger. And beside it was Tori, her arm wrapped in Darcy's jacket, surrounded by a huge puddle of blood. "Help her!" Darcy begged, scrambling off of me and dragging me over to her sister. I threw a glance at Darius, the Leo mark on my arm pulsing strangely as he awoke from the vision. His eyes snapped to Tori and he swore, diving forward and pulling her into his arms. "Lance!" he demanded. I dropped to my knees beside him, cursing between my teeth as I snatched Darcy's jacket away and found the deep wounds on her hand and arm. "How did this happen?" I barked at Darcy, resting my hands to her sister's skin and healing her with every ounce of magic I had. A Royal Vega heir is not going to die in my hands. Not here. Not in this fucking place. And not with a wound that could only be explained by one goddamn thing. Darcy held her other hand, pressing her fingers to her neck to feel for a pulse. She buckled forward when she felt one, but I could hear it anyway, drumming softer and softer by the second. My stomach yanked and tugged as I tried to block out the desperate pain on Darcy's face and focus on saving her sister. "That dagger did this," Darcy said, shaking her head at me. At me. "She did it to herself. Do you have any idea how dangerous that dagger is?" I snapped, and Darcy glared at me, setting her jaw. "Clearly, you asshole," she snarled, and I bit down on a retort. When Tori was sound and fucking well, then they'd get the full force of my rage, and they were going to seriously regret laying a finger on that dagger. If they were the ones who took it, that means... "Focus!" Darius shouted at me, and I looked up to find sheer panic in his eyes, his mind clearly not on anything but the girl in his arms. "I am," I promised, healing magic pouring from me in waves and digging out the last of my power reserves. Tori dragged in a breath as her wounds healed beneath my hand. I looked up, and my gaze rammed into Darcy's. "Where did you get the dagger, Blue?" My voice was a deadly soft trap to lure her in, and she nervously avoided my gaze, leaning down to check on her sister. Darius hugged her to his chest, his eyes shut as he concentrated on pulling her consciousness back to her body, clearly unaware of what we were saying. "Where?" I snarled, and her gaze finally flipped up to meet mine again, her lower lip quivering with anger or fear. Maybe both. "You know exactly where," she whispered. "But are you really in a position to punish us after what we've just seen you doing, Lance?"
Chapter 20. Tori. I was trapped in a cage of terror so all-consuming that I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't even scream for help. My heart was slamming against my ribs, rushing to a deadly crescendo as I trembled on the edge of a void. Darkness was calling to me, whispering my name on the back of a rancid breath. It wanted me, it yearned for me, and some deep hidden part of me wanted it too. It was evil and terror and eternal flames. But down in the lowest part of my soul, there was a piece of me which wanted to be just like that as well. There was a promise of power floating on the taste of the air, drawing me in, urging me on. I reached for it, and my arm flared with an agony so intense it was blinding. It was as though the very essence of who I was being drawn out through the deepest cut along my flesh. Something was waiting for me in the shadows, something which knew my name. Something which wanted to own me. The agony grew as I tried to withdraw from it, but when I paused, it lessened. I inched a little closer to the terror in the dark, and a writhing power slipped beneath my skin. I was flirting with the shadows, and some base part of me liked it, wanted it, needed it. I reached out, losing any sense of why I wouldn't as the shadows coiled around my fingertips, wanting to be one with me, needing me to join with them, to go to them. And for a moment, I couldn't see why I wouldn't answer their call willingly. As I made a move to slip between the edges of the darkness, a deep heat grew at my back, and something danced along the surface of my mind. I fell still, and the shadows writhed and wailed, desperate to have me, but the fire drew me back. I turned, wrenching my gaze from the dark, until I saw the flames at my back burning bright and fierce in the shape of an enormous golden dragon. My eyes widened as I reached for him, and a breath of pure, salty air tumbled past my lips as the world came crashing in on me again. I groaned as pain assaulted me, the agony in my arms sharpening as reality closed in. Darcy was sobbing somewhere close by. Someone was holding my hand and pressing healing magic beneath my flesh. But almost all of my attention fell upon the man holding me in his arms. Darius was looking down at me, his eyes wild with panic as he brushed my hair away from my face. He was saying something, and it took me a moment to push aside the echoing in my ears so that I could listen to him.
Would fucking break me, so don't you dare give in to them. I'll follow you into the shadows if I have to, and drag you away from them kicking and screaming, because they can't have you. They fucking can't.
Darius? I asked in confusion, frowning up at him as he seemed to realize I was awake, and his tirade came to an end.
You're back,
he asked, his voice breaking as he ran his fingers over the lines of my face. I frowned at him, trying to remember how I'd gotten here. I glanced beyond him, finding Darcy and Orion staring down at me with concern. The tide was crashing against the shore beyond them, and I was laying half on the wet sand and half in Darius's arms.
What the hell was that?
Darcy demanded, her voice panicky. I fought to remember how I'd gotten here, and I suddenly recalled the two of them in the cave, the words they'd spoken, and the way the dagger had whispered in my ear, begging me to use it. I vaguely recalled seeing two other people in the vision, but it had only lasted a moment. Why was Lionel with Diego's uncle? I mumbled in confusion, and Darcy frowned with concern. Darius and Orion shared a look, some silent conversation passing between them, but said nothing to me. I lifted my arm and winced at the tenderness I felt there. My flesh was blood-stained, but the wounds were gone. That thing made me cut myself, I said, frowning at how crazy that sounded, but I knew it was true.
What thing?
Darius demanded.
How did you manage to cast Black?
She had this, Orion said, speaking over him and holding out the silver dagger I'd taken from Darius's bedroom the night I'd burned it down.
A knife can't just make someone cut themselves like that,
Darcy growled.
What the hell is it?
Where did you get that? Darius asked, his grip on me tightening from comforting to restraining. I looked between him and Orion, wondering how the hell I was supposed to explain that without giving away what I'd done. But from the heat that was pouring from Darius, I got the feeling he was figuring it out already. I scrambled backwards and Darius let me sit up, but he didn't release me, catching my wrist and pinning me with his dark gaze.
Tell me where you got that dagger, Roxy,
he growled. His grip on my wrist tightened to the point of pain, and I winced at the rough treatment, trying to draw back. He yanked on my arm to keep hold of me, and I was suddenly reminded of the way he'd held on to me when he dragged me to that swimming pool. My heart leapt with fright as I tried to pull away from him again, slivers of ice driving through my chest as I found myself back at the mercy of this monster. Why had I woken feeling safe in his arms? He was the one who had done this to me. The dagger was his, and whatever the hell it was dark. I had no doubt that if those shadows had taken me, I'd be beyond help by now. Let me go, I demanded, but Darius just caught my other wrist as I tried to prise his fingers off of me. He pulled me close, his breath mingling with mine as a deep growl resonated through his chest, and his eyes shifted into reptilian slits.
Where did you get that dagger?
He shouted, and fear washed through me on a tide.
Let her go,
Darcy demanded, but Orion caught her waist, holding her away from us as he waited for my answer too. But I wasn't just going to cave to fear and tell him what he wanted to know. I'd just come within inches of death, and it was his fault yet again. I had some goddamn questions of my own. What the fuck is that thing? I snarled. It made me do that. It made me cut my damn arm open and try to give me to the fucking nightmares to devour. Why the hell do you own something like that? What the fuck is wrong with you? Darius's grip tightened on me so hard that a gasp of pain escaped my lips, but I didn't back down. Darcy was trying to struggle out of Orion's grip, but he was glaring at me intently and just kept her locked in his arms like he couldn't even feel her fighting him. Some brilliant teacher he was, leaving me to the mercy of a dragon.
I want my fucking answer, Roxy, Darius yelled. Did you steal that from my room? Did you light that fucking fire?
I flinched away from his rage and threw magic from my body in a wild attempt to get him off of me. The wave of air crashed into him with the force of a tornado, and Orion and Darcy were knocked from their feet too. Somehow Darius managed to keep his hold on me, and I screamed as we were flung through the air. I landed on top of Darius as we fell back to the ground, but he didn't miss a beat, whipping me around and slamming me back down into the wet sand as he moved to straddle me. He caught both of my wrists in one of his huge hands and pinned them to the sand above my head. Coils of fire leapt from his free hand, winding their way up my arms and locking them in place above my head as he snarled down at me. My heart was pounding a desperate, panicked rhythm as I looked up at him, his features shadowed by the bright moon which hung low in the sky beyond him. Darius pushed his weight down on my hips as he sat over me, driving me down into the wet sand and curling a hand around my throat. He didn't exert any pressure, but his grip was enough to let me know that he held my life in his hands, and pure terror washed through me, pinning me in place more effectively than his magic. Darcy was shouting at Orion to release her, but I couldn't look away from the pissed-off dragon who was currently looking like he might actually kill me.
Did you break into my room and steal that dagger? He demanded, his voice low and predatory.
My heart was pounding, fear licking through my limbs like a living thing, but a spark of defiance burned strong in the depths of my soul. Yes, he had me at his mercy. Yes, he had me beaten, but he would never break me. And after everything he'd done to me, I refused to cower beneath him now. You burned my clothes off of my body on my first day here. You encouraged every asshole in this school to make my life hell. You tortured and tormented me every second you got the chance, and you laughed while you did it. You took my deepest fear and dragged me to that pool so that you could force me to relive it, and you almost fucking killed me. I hissed, all the venom of all the hatred I'd ever felt for him pouring out of me like it was an open wound. So yes, I broke into your goddamn room, and I stole your precious fucking treasure and that psycho dagger while I was there. And then I melted every other piece of gold you owned and begged the flames to burn the rest. And I fucking laughed while I did it. It was the least you deserved, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Silence rang out as a deathly rage flooded through Darius's body. His fingers tightened around my throat, an almost imperceptible amount. But my limbs tensed in anticipation of what he might do. Terror came writhing through my body, devouring me whole and spitting me out to lay at his mercy in the sand. But still, I glared up at him. There was nothing I could do to stop him anyway, and I wasn't going to let him see my fear. Darius bared his teeth at me, smoke spilling between his lips as a deadly snarl escaped him.
Darius,
Orion warned, but I could see the violence building in the eyes of the creature before me, and I knew he was beyond hearing him. A huge roar escaped him, and his grip on me tightened half a second before Darcy screamed in defiance and he was thrown off of me. I gasped in surprise, fighting off the bonds of Darius's fire magic as he lost control of it and was sent crashing into the cliff wall with the force of Darcy's air attack. He got to his feet instantly, a ball of deadly flames springing to life in his hands. Orion cursed, and I felt his magic slipping over me as he threw up a shield half a second before the flames collided with it, bursting over us in a blazing arc of red and orange.
Stop,
Orion commanded, shooting forward to place his hands on Darius's chest to hold him back. Darcy was at my side in moments, dragging me to my feet and casting a concerned eye over me. We stood together, raising our hands defensively as we waited to see what would happen next. Darius was actually shaking with rage, and I got the feeling he was having a lot of trouble containing the dragon beneath his skin. His gaze was locked on me, and I matched the pure hatred I found there with even more of my own. Why had I even begun to consider that there could be anything more to him than this? After everything he'd done to me, I should have known that he could never be any different. Darius tried to step around Orion, but he refused to move, using his vampire strength to hold him back. Darius growled and I flinched, drawing closer to Darcy as we joined hands and let our magic flow between us, ready for whatever he might do next. Orion snarled right back at him, and the two of them glared at each other for an eternal moment. "Think about this, Darius," Orion warned. "We have the dagger back now. She can't tell anyone about it because she'd have to admit what she did to your room. This has worked out in our favor." "In our favor? She burned my fucking room down and stole from me!" Darius bellowed. "I can't just let that stand." "In light of what you did to her, you probably should have expected some payback," Orion snapped. "I'm surprised all of the heirs haven't found themselves at the end of their retaliation yet." I exchanged a glance with Darcy, and my heart pounded a little faster. Orion looked around like he'd heard it, and Darius pointed an accusatory finger at us. "I'm not just going to let her get away with doing this. I'm Fae. I'm a celestial heir. I can't just—" "You can and you will. If you want Tori to hide her knowledge of that dagger, then you'll have to let this anger go. Let everyone keep on believing Milton did it. We have the dagger back and—" "Milton," Darius interrupted suddenly. "You set him up." "He spread naked photos of me around the school," I hissed. "And I wanted to see you lose faith in your little group of followers." Darius tried to lunge at me again, and Orion grunted as he fought to hold him back. "You made me shun my friend," he shouted. "How the hell am I supposed to explain?" "You're not," Orion snapped. "You can't admit that Milton didn't do it without exposing her. And if you do that, then she will have no reason to stay quiet about the dagger." "You still haven't told us what that dagger is. It almost killed Tori," Darcy hissed. "We want some answers." "All you need to know is that dagger and what we are doing aren't the kinds of things you mess around with," Orion warned darkly. "So you just expect us to keep quiet about your shady little secrets without giving us any real information?" I asked with a scowl. "Just like we'll keep quiet about you, yes." Orion's tone held no room for negotiation, and I exchanged a look with my sister. "We need better answers than that," Darcy demanded. "Well, you aren't going to get them, Blue. Just keep your mouths shut and so will we. That's the best you're going to get." Orion looked back at Darius, who offered me a glare filled with poison, before pulling off his shirt and tossing it to Orion. His pants and the rest of his clothes followed suit, and he turned away from us, releasing a roar as he shifted into his dragon form. We stood our ground as the giant golden reptile stalked away from us across the sand, but thankfully he didn't look back. He ducked low, spreading his wings in anticipation of a flight, and Orion looked at us one last time before shooting after Darius and leaping onto his back with his vampire speed. Darius took off instantly, and we watched as they flew out over the sea, a great arc of fire spewing from Darius's mouth as he delivered an earth-shattering roar to the heavens. I slowly released my grip on Darcy's hand, biting my lip as some of the terror leaked from my limbs. "What the fuck?" I breathed. "My thoughts exactly," Darcy echoed, and the two of us exchanged a look filled with all the horror of what had just happened, before turning and starting our walk back off at the beach and away from Air Cove. I didn't understand half of what had just happened, but one thing was completely and utterly clear to me, and I was going to make sure I never forgot it again. Darius Acrox was not my friend. He was cruel and mean and ruthless, and he wouldn't bat an eye at hurting me 100 times in 1,000 different ways. I never should have tried to see him as anything other than what he was, and I wouldn't be making that mistake ever again.
Chapter 21. Darius. I raced through the sky, flying hard and fast with Lance on my back. I bellowed flames all around us for a good half an hour before my rage finally started to simmer down enough for me to consider landing. We'd flown well beyond the confines of the school and out to sea, but I didn't head back, scouring the dark waves beneath us until I found what I was looking for. I banked hard as I spotted the little island we sometimes came to, circling as the sea breeze fought against my movements. Lance cast his power over the air around us to make it easier for me. I tucked my wings as we dove towards the sandy cove on the south side of the island, which was the only place open enough for me to land. My claws dug into the sand as I brought myself to a halt, and I sank a little with the weight of my dragon form pressing me down. Lance leapt from my back in well-practiced movements, and a shudder ran down my spine from the tip of my snout to the end of my tail as I shook off the scales and fire of my dragon form and retreated back into my fey flesh. It was harder to do than usual as my rage fought with the desire to stay in my order form, but I forced it back, needing to vent about this situation to Lance while we were able to talk in private. The second my bones had realigned, I turned to him and started on a rant which I wasn't sure would ever end. "Can you believe the balls of that fucking girl?" I snarled, scraping my hands through my hair so hard that I was fairly sure I'd drawn blood along my scalp.
Put some pants on before you kick off, will you?
Lance muttered, tossing my clothes at me as he turned away and began pacing along the shore. I bit my tongue as I forced my legs into my pants, and he set to work casting the familiar spells of silence and repulsion just in case anyone was trying to spy on us. Though out here that seemed more than unlikely. But he never let his guard down, even when we could be sure of privacy. His movements were tense, but the rage I was still feeling seemed to have burned out of him a little during our flight here. I didn't have the patience to do any more than pull on my sweatpants before I started up again. How did she even get into my room? It was still locked when I went to put that fire out, and I followed her back to Ignis' house right before we found it, too. She was right ahead of me in the crowd, so I don't even see how she could have managed to—
The Vegas never made it to the assembly on Astrom's death,
Lance interrupted.
Darcy broke into my office while she should have been there and tried to steal some stardust so that they could go home. I'm guessing Tori went to your room to get some gold. I don't know how much I told you about how they were living in the mortal world.
Why would I give a shit about that? I snapped.
Because it might help you understand Tori's motivations. It's obvious that you're more than just pissed off about this because she got one up on you.
What's that supposed to mean? I demanded, prowling towards my friend while he looked back at me like I wasn't a goddamn dragon capable of biting his head off if he pushed me the wrong way.
It just seems like you're taking it a bit personally,
he replied with a shrug. A fucking shrug. Of course I'm taking it personally. She stole from me and set my whole room alight, I yelled. Lance snorted a laugh, and I snarled as I ran at him, fully intending to punch that stupid look off of his face. He shot away from me using his vampire speed, and I spun around, finding him behind me and out of reach again.
My point is,
he continued like I hadn't just tried to attack him,
that the two of them were living in this shitty apartment, which was really just one tiny room with mold on the walls and a broken window, which made the whole place cold and fucking miserable. I'm pretty sure they were sharing a beat-up couch for a bed, and they could barely even afford to pay the rent. Tori was stealing motorbikes for money, and they were both the kind of skinny which spoke more of a lack of food than a dietary choice.
Do you expect me to feel sorry for them? I asked incredulously, though I couldn't quite fight off the mental picture he was painting for me. I couldn't even imagine living like that. Money had never been something I'd even thought about. I took it for granted. It was the least important thing in my life because we had way too much of it. To think of the Solarian princesses living in squalor like that was absurd. But I knew Lance wouldn't lie to me either.
No, I don't expect you to feel sorry for them. But it makes sense for you to try and understand them. The only real reason they came to Zodiac Academy in the first place was to claim their inheritance. And then you and the other heirs did everything in your power to drive them out. But without graduating from the academy, they can't claim their inheritance, and they'd be back to having nothing. So when you all did what you did to them on the night of the party and they wanted to run, they needed two things: a way to leave and money. He sounded so fucking reasonable in his argument that I felt some of my anger melting away. So what? I'm just supposed to give them a free pass because they were desperate? I asked incredulously. They're Fae. It's in their nature to fight back just like it's in yours. Question is, do you think that what she did to you shows she's more powerful than you? Especially if you line it up to the various things you've done to her. Obviously not, I spat. But how am I supposed to just carry on like she didn't do it? I think she got a good grasp on your rage when you realized what she'd done. Lance continued in a low voice. For a moment there, I felt like I was looking at Lionel instead of a man who swore never to be like him. This time I didn't give him a chance to escape me as I swung towards him. I slammed my palms against his chest and forced him back a step, glaring right in his eyes in a clear challenge. "Say that again," I snarled. Lance didn't even fucking flinch, which only pissed me off more. "How did it feel when you pinned her to the ground by her neck?" he breathed. "Did that make you feel good? Did you put her in her place?" I swallowed hard against a lump in my throat as shame prickled up my spine. I wasn't going to choke her. I didn't even tighten my grip, You just wanted her to think you might. Sound familiar? I turned away from him suddenly, not wanting to see that accusation in his eyes. I refused to admit that I was anything like my father, but a small voice in the back of my head was telling me he was right. Roxy had stopped fighting back by the time I put my hand around her throat. My magic had already immobilized her, and I'd known that I'd already won. The rest of what I'd done to her hadn't been about winning, it was about rubbing it in. Just like my father always did to me. Driving salt into the wounds. Fuck! I started pacing, scraping my hands through my hair again as I tried to force away the image of her glaring up at me as I pinned her to the ground. I can't. She drives me insane, you know that? She challenges me at every goddamn turn. No matter how thoroughly she's beaten, she still gets back up and looks me right in the eye again. Every damn time. And she hates me, it's obvious. She says it right to my face. But then every now and then she looks at me like... Like what? Lance asked curiously, drawing a little closer. I dropped to the sand with a heavy sigh, my anger burning low, as all kinds of unnamed emotions swirled to the surface instead. I don't know, like she's trying to work me out, or maybe she wants to. But then she goes right back to calling me names or standing in opposition to every little thing I do, or screwing Caleb. What does that have to do with anything? Lance asked, taking a seat beside me. Nothing, I said instantly. It just pisses me off. It's like she gives him a free pass for all his bullshit, but expects me to grovel at her feet for just being Faye. Lance didn't say anything in response to that, and I raised my head to scowl out over the water. Enough about the fucking Vegas, I muttered. You were really only talking about one of them, Lance pointed out. Well, Roxy is always in my face. She lives in my house. I have to help her with her fire magic. She's screwing my friend, so... That's the second time you've brought that up. What are you, my fucking critic or my friend? Both, most of the time, he joked. Well, right now I just want a friend. Stop pointing out my flaws and just agree with me while I rant about the situation. Okay, if you think it'll make you feel better. Lance agreed. Tori Vega is such a bitch. You went way too easy on her, and I really hope she's off somewhere crying right now because she knows how wrong she is. A faint smile tugged at my lips, and Lance leaned back on his elbows as he went on. I also heard that she's fucking awful in bed, and Caleb is only screwing her because he feels sorry for her. Besides, everyone knows she really wishes she could fuck the fire heir, but he's way out of her league, so she just cries herself to sleep over it every night instead. Fucking Vegas, I muttered, half a smirk tugging at my lips. Fucking Vegas, he agreed. We sat in silence, listening to the waves crash against the shore for a few moments, and I tried to stop thinking about Roxy Vega and all the things I hated about her. Plus, some of the things I didn't. I let out a long breath, closing my eyes for a moment as the dragon finally fell back asleep within my chest.
Roxy's brown eyes found me in the dark, the way they'd widened slightly as my fingers gripped her neck. The flicker of her pulse against my thumb, which gave away exactly what she thought of me in that moment. She thought I might kill her. She'd believed it. I'd wanted her to fear me and succeeded in painting myself as a monster in her eyes. So why did that suddenly seem like a bad thing? I swallowed thickly and opened my eyes again, not wanting to look at her in my mind, which was where she was, too fucking often. I shook off the feelings of guilt before they even had a chance to surface. She'd stolen from me, burned down my room, looked me in the eye, and made it beyond clear she hated me. I didn't care what her reasons were. I didn't care if I'd pushed her to it. She hated me, and I hated her. Simple.
Chapter 22. Darcy. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your... You have a new private message, Darcy. You have a new private message, Darcy. You have a new private message, Darcy. Is this broken? I muttered to myself, sitting upright with a yawn and pushing my bed covers down as I blinked hazily at the screen. It was earlier than I'd usually get up, but I'd kept dreaming about Tori on the beach, blood everywhere, waking in a burning sweat. I tapped on the private messages and my lips pursed as I found they were all from Orion. Lance. Come meet me in my office before breakfast. Lance. And if we're lucky, through breakfast. Lance. And I'm always late anyway, so after breakfast too. Winky face. I scowled, shaking my head. Was he serious right now? I tapped out an answer to shut him down, my gut writhing and squirming as hurt niggled at me. He didn't even realize I was pissed at him. How could he think we were on good terms? That I'd actually go and screw him? I let out an actual growl, hitting send on my message. Darcy. Obviously not. I didn't even give him a full stop, let alone an X. I really didn't want to think the other night had been a mistake, but Orion had held me back whilst his goddamn dragon friend had threatened to choke my sister to death, but not before he smacked her around like a lion toying with its prey. I was fuming. I wanted to tear out both Orion and Darius's eyeballs for it. I wasn't usually the outwardly feisty twin, but today I was on a warpath. I lifted my atlas to read my horoscope like I'd intended, trying to slow my breathing. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. Mars is firmly backing you today, so if you feel like going into battle, that may be because of its presence. Now is a good time to face your issues head on. So long as you have faith in the Red Planet's guidance, you will win any argument you strike up. But be careful. You will collide with a Libra today who also has Mars in their chart. If you clash too hard, the results could be disastrous. Good. I fancy a disaster. I murmured just as another message flashed up from Orion. Lance. Is this about your sister? I rolled my eyes, turning the atlas off so I couldn't even be tempted to reply. I dragged my butt into the bathroom and had a shower that lasted nearly half an hour, trying to drain away some of this furious energy, but it clearly wasn't going anywhere. So by the time I pulled on my ripped skinny jeans, a fitted black sweater, and painted my face for the day, twisting my hair up into a Viking braid that said war, I was ready to take on the whole damn school. I grabbed my satchel on the way out of the door, tossing it over my shoulder. I headed into the stairwell and spotted Seth trotting toward me in my periphery. I quickened my pace, but he circled around me, stopping me and several other students in the process. Move, I demanded, trying to file after the other students as he let them by. His brows jumped up. Shit, babe. Which stars spat in your cereal this morning? All of them, I huffed. Now move. Is that a challenge? His eyes sparkled and I pursed my lips. I cast air from my palm, which crashed into his shoulder and shoved him aside, but he didn't miss a beat, turning sharply and sliding his arm around my waist. I didn't even care to throw him off. I just continued along at my own fast pace and hoped he'd fall behind. I think I like this angry side of you. Do you want to take it out on me? Seth murmured in my ear as we stepped out of the door onto the pathway. My gut did a skydive as I found Orion standing outside, docking house points from students for various offenses. I tried to walk away, but his eyes landed on me like lightning, shifting between me and Seth. "Hey, Professor," Seth called. "What brings you out of bed before midday?" Orion came at him so fast, I nearly fell over as he dragged Seth off of me. He threw him back through the door, bellowing, 10 points from air! My heart somersaulted as I made my escape, marching into the crowd and trying to meld in. Damn my beautiful hair. Orion was in front of me in a blur. Moving so fast, I walked straight into his chest. "What the hell?" I demanded. "Get out of my way, asshole!" Horrified inhales sounded around me, and for some unknown reason, Orion's mouth curved up into a triumphant smile. "My office, now, Miss Vega." "No!" I gasped, realizing what he'd managed to do. Give himself a damn excuse to haul me away like a misbehaving student. I tried to duck past him, but he caught my arm. The students around us had scattered, and I gazed up at him, venom pouring from my eyes. "Let me go," I said icily. "Make me," he spat, dragging me along the path at a ferocious speed. I knew he would just toss me over his shoulder and carry me there if I made any further protest, and I wasn't going to deal with the humiliation of that. He marched me up to Jupiter Hall like I was a prisoner of war about to be thrown into a firing line. My heart ricocheted off the walls of my chest as we arrived at his office, and he unlocked the door, pushing me inside. I took a deep breath as he stepped in after me and slammed it behind him. I fought the wince I knew he expected, clenching my jaw and glaring up at him. He raised his hand, casting a silencing bubble, and I lunged forward, grabbing his wrist to try and stop him. It was already too late, which meant we were having this conversation now whether I liked it or not. "Screw you," I hissed. "You had no right." "I have every right," he snarled, stalking closer and sending a shudder rolling down my spine. "I'm your teacher." "Handy that," I laughed dryly. "You didn't act like one the other night, sir." He cornered me against his desk, placing his palms down either side of me so I was enveloped in his scent and the taste of coffee on his breath. "This is about your sister," he echoed his message from earlier, "isn't it?" His fangs were on full display, and I tried not to pay them attention, but it was difficult with him so close. "Of course it is," I snarled, collecting my thoughts and preparing for the argument, which I was clearly going to be forced into having on his terms. "You held me back while that bastard hurt her. Do you have any idea what that feels like? How would you feel if someone hurt your sister right in front of you?" He jerked away as if I'd scolded him, turning his back on me and raking a hand down his neck. My heart thumped out of tune, and my mind reeled as I wondered if that actually had happened to him once. "So you do know how it feels," I said darkly, moving away from the desk with my heart in my throat. He grunted in affirmation, still not looking at me. "But you can't intervene in a fight between two Fae," he said in explanation. "You should know that by now." "She's my family," I said in disbelief. "I don't care what I'm supposed to do, Lance. I'll always look out for her no matter what the cost." Orion nodded, scraping a hand over his face, then moving to sit behind his desk. He opened the lowest drawer and took out the predictable bottle of bourbon. Tears suddenly pinched my eyes. Tears of rage, but mostly of sadness that he needed that stuff, that he thought it would help whatever it was he was trying not to feel. I stormed forward, snatching it from the desk before he could pour a glass. "Deal with your emotions." I pointed the bottle at him. "Drowning them doesn't make them go away." He stared at me as if no one had ever pointed out his drinking habit before, especially with the actual bottle, and as if no one had ever told him to stop. Well, I was telling him now, and he was going to goddamn listen. I stormed to the window, wrenching it open and holding the bottle out by the neck, staring at him with a threat in my eyes. He was up from his seat, his expression contorted in a mixture of confusion, anger, and disbelief. "Blue," he whispered, but I didn't know what he was asking of me, to drop the bottle or not to drop it. I gasped as he ran at me, my heart sinking, knowing that this alcohol meant so much to him. He grabbed hold of my hand and prized the bottle from my fingers, dropping it himself. The smash hit my ears. But I didn't see it because he dragged me against him, his mouth crashing into mine with the heat of a volcano. I was still angry, so damn angry, but I couldn't stop kissing him. I clawed at his arms and wrapped my hand around his tie and pulled hard enough to choke him. He dragged me away from the window, shoving me up against the door instead. Every part of us colliding. Our bodies, our teeth, our souls. It was sloppy and desperate and everything. I groaned, still trying to hurt him as I dug my nails into his forearms, and he bit down on my lip in response. He suddenly caught my chin, wrenching my head sideways and sinking his teeth into my neck. My magic immobilized, but I didn't need it. I wanted to claw at him until I shredded right through to his heart and made him feel how I had when I'd seen my sister hurt by Darius. His arousal ground against my leg, but there wasn't a chance in hell we were going there right now. I was still furious and wanted a proper apology. When his hand took a turn south, I slammed a palm to his chest, and he extracted his fangs from my throat, releasing a frustrated sigh. His pupils were dilated, and I could see the excitement burning beneath them as he dipped his head for another kiss. I pressed my hand to his mouth, shaking my head as anger grew deeper roots inside me. No. His brows drew together, and he gently removed my hand, kissing the back of it.
Was I too rough?
No. I fought a blush, but it scorched right through me.
Not rough enough?
He teased, and I battled a grin, refusing to meet those hungry eyes of his. I'm still mad at you, I said, folding my arms and willing away the burning need between my thighs. But I wasn't going to ignore all of my principles and let him have me. I'd imagined it so many times in this office, but not like this. Not with a pit of rage in my chest which just kept widening and widening.
You'll get over it.
He brushed his thumb across my neck to heal the bite mark, and I glowered at him. That's all you have to say? I'll get over it? I hissed.
Well, yeah.
He shrugged, seeming kind of out of his depth for a second. I pushed my way past him, ignoring the craving in my soul that begged me to stay as I strode toward the door. He beat me to it, barring my way with an anxious look in his eyes.
Wait,
he commanded, and I lifted a brow.
I need you to do something for me.
Are you serious? I balked, completely baffled by him.
Blue, please, it's important.
He pressed, his brows raising hopefully. I tisked at him, reaching for the door handle, but he caught my hand and drew me into his arms instead. His palm pressed flat to my back, and he nuzzled against my head in a way that was almost like Seth.
I'll make this up to you, but nothing I say right now is going to make it right.
Sorry would go a long way, but hell if I'm going to spoon-feed you. What do you want? I demanded, and he held me tighter, his mouth falling to my ear.
I need you to talk to Diego Polaris. I believe his uncle Alejandro is up to something criminal that involves Darius's father.
Like what? I breathed in alarm, leaning back to search his eyes. He shrugged.
I don't know yet, but Diego would never trust me or Darius. I need someone close to him to ask about his uncle, where he lives, what he does for a living, whether he's involved in anything suspicious. Anything you can learn at all that could help.
I chewed on my lip, unsure of what to say. Diego is my friend. I don't want to lie to him.
Then don't lie.
He traced his thumb across my cheekbone.
Just ask.
I glanced at the door, uncertain if I should agree. I didn't want to offer anything to Orion right now, but this sounded like something bigger than us.
Please, Blue. I wouldn't ask if I wasn't desperate. Lionel is a danger to us all.
His eyes bored into mine, and I knew I couldn't refuse this request. Darius's father terrified me, so if he was up to something shady, I had to do what I could to stop him. All right, but what is it you think him and Lionel are even up to?
Bad fucking shit, that's all. I have to protect Darius, and I need to know what Lionel's planning.
How do you know he's planning anything? I tried to pull away, but he held on tight.
I overheard him at the party.
Saying what?
Darcy.
You can't expect me to help you if you're not honest with me, I said firmly. He sighed, leaning back against the door. He's planning something bad around the time of the lunar eclipse. That's all I know. I thought of Astrom's warning in the card I'd found at the Acrux Manor, and my gut nodded. Do not underestimate the beast who shadows you. He is the ultimate power, ruling over your lives and the lives of many others. Had those words been referring to Lionel? The school bell rang out shrilly, and we moved instinctively apart as reality came crashing down on us. His hand circled around the doorknob as he surveyed me. Good luck with your water trial, he said earnestly. Thank you. I moved forward, but he didn't open the door. Are you still angry with me? Yes, I replied, but a part of me wished I didn't have to be. I wanted to rewind 2 nights and fall into his arms all over again. But everything was messed up between us, and I couldn't forgive him for holding me back from helping Tori. Let me go, I whispered when I could see he wasn't planning on moving. His eyes hardened as he tugged the door open, and the sound of chatter and movement of students filled the halls. I stepped past him and glanced back over my shoulder, but he was already shutting the door. I swallowed hard and walked away, wondering if we were done before we'd even started. I headed out of Jupiter Hall onto the path and spotted Seth lingering beside the door. Hey, is he hassling you? He strode toward me, his brows drawn low. I can handle Orion. I started walking, meaning to head past him, but he caught my arm. I raised my brows, giving him a hard look that told him to let go. I'm starting to see that, Omega, he said with a sideways smile. His hand lingered on my arm, sliding higher and inching toward my hair. But I'm still your superior. I stepped away, narrowing my eyes. You might be better at magic, Seth, but you're not superior to anyone. You really haven't grasped how Fae work yet, have you, babe? I've grasped it, I said in a low voice. But more power doesn't equal better. He frowned as if he was struggling to understand that. A loud growl made my heart lurch, and I turned, spotting Seth's pack walking down the pathway toward us, brushing their hands over each other and nuzzling as they moved. A girl with dark hair and bright eyes headed the line. Still betraying us, Seth? We'll have to hold fights for a new alpha soon. Her tone was void of warmth, and her eyes as hard as steel as they fell on me. Seth moved closer to me, a deep growl rumbling in his throat. You're the one betraying me, Alice. All of you are. His eyes swept across the group, and a few of them dipped their heads. Maybe we'll deal with the problem ourselves. Alice stepped toward me and I raised my hands, fire bursting to life in my palms. If she wanted a fight, she'd caught me in a bad enough mood to get one. Besides, Mars was backing me today, so hopefully I had the upper hand. Some of the pack started howling in anger and my blood chilled, but I refused to back down. Seth moved in front of me, squaring up to Alice. Accept her or get out of my sight, he snarled. I don't even want to be in your pack, I said, frustrated, but it was clearly the wrong thing to say as Alice snarled at me. Are you going to let her speak like that? Alice snapped. Don't you dare question me. Seth drew himself up to his fullest height, glaring down at her with his teeth bared. She held his eye for a long moment, before bowing her head with a growl of annoyance. She jerked her head to beckon the pack, leading them away from us, and Seth released a low whine as they went. Pain emanated from him, but I tried not to feel bad. He deserved to suffer like this after what he'd done to me. But I still didn't want to be his Omega, and maybe I was starting to feel 1% shitty about his situation. Just cut me from the pack, Seth, then this will stop. He turned to me with a desperate look in his eyes that cut right into me. It's not that simple. Well, make it simple, I said with a shrug. Before I could react, he wrapped me in his arms, nuzzling into my hair with a groan. Maybe I don't want to let you go. His mouth grazed my temple, then he drew away and headed off down the path, my heart beating frantically as I watched him leave. I didn't like to admit it, but I was starting to accept that Seth had feelings for me. And for some reason, that terrified me far more than him hating me ever could. Chapter 23. Tori. I ran through the wailing wood with my headphones on and the music pumping loud enough to bust an eardrum. or drown out the echoes of the shadows which were still whispering on the verges of my mind. I'd barely slept. Each time I drifted off, the darkness had been waiting for me, thick with promise and expectation. I didn't know if I was more afraid of it taking me, or of me choosing to go willingly. I knew it wasn't real, just a memory of what Darius's dagger had exposed me to, but the goosebumps lining my flesh were still in place since the moment I'd woken up on that beach. I felt cold, all the way down to my bones, and even the fire magic in me couldn't do much to fix it. My heart was pounding against my chest, my breaths coming hard and fast as I pushed myself to my limit. I had 20 minutes until my water elemental trial, and I intended to use each of them up before I arrived. If I could pound the shadows out with heavy base and hard exercise, then I'd do it. I took a turning south towards water territory, increasing my pace as I hit a downhill. The lake shimmered between the trees as they began to thin, and I took a turn quickly, gasping as I spotted someone standing right in my way. I couldn't stop in time. My sneakers skidded in the mud, and I slammed straight into Darius Acrux's chest. My headphones were knocked loose, falling to hang around my neck, and the world came crashing back in on me. He caught my forearms to stop me from falling and looked down at me in surprise. I fought to catch my breath, some kind of violent death metal song clashing out of the headphones hanging around my throat as I stared up into his dark eyes. Darius looked at me in surprise, his lips parting like he had something to say, but he hadn't quite decided what. His grip on me tightened a little, just like it had on my throat last night. "Get the fuck off of me," I growled, yanking my arms back. His eyes darkened instantly, like a wall had slammed into place behind them. "Gladly," he snapped, but instead of releasing me, he shoved me hard, and I fell back onto my ass in the mud. Pain ricocheted through my hips, and tears stung the backs of my eyes as something in my chest twisted sharply. My mouth fell open in shock as I looked up at him, the cold of the ground burrowing into my bones quickly and banishing what little warmth I'd managed to glean from my run. For a second, I remembered laughing with him after we'd crashed his motorbikes and somehow survived, and I swallowed thickly against the sensation that I'd lost something with him now. It was like that had been someone else, not this cruel, hard shell who stood over me, only looking to cause me pain. "Whoops," Caleb said cheerily as he shot onto the path beside us. I caught the sounds of Seth howling somewhere in the trees, too. "Did you fall down, sweetheart?" He offered me a hand to pull me up, but I looked away from him, pushing myself upright instead. "She was just getting used to the feeling of being where she belongs, beneath our feet," Darius growled. Caleb looked between us, a frown pulling at his brow for a moment as he seemed to realize he'd walked in on some kind of altercation. I didn't bother to respond to Darius, sidestepping him quickly as I made to continue my journey to my water trial. "Did you just shove her in the mud?" Caleb asked incredulously. "What does it matter to you?" Darius snapped. "It's just a bit—" "What?" he snarled. "Weak," Caleb snapped back, and I paused, glancing over my shoulder as I looked between the two of them. Darius moved to square his chest against Caleb's, rising to his full height and making the most of the few inches he had on him. "You want to say that again? Any asshole can push a girl in the mud. It's got nothing to do with your power or hers," Caleb snarled. "And it's a petty fucking thing to do to her." My heart beat a little faster at his words. Caleb had made it clear that he stood with the heirs always. I'd never expected to hear him standing up for me against one of them, even if it was just because he didn't like the way Darius had gone about belittling me rather than objecting to the idea as a whole. "Petty?" Darius growled. "Well, I'd sooner that than be a pathetic little puppy, begging for every moment of her time. You literally let her run away from you rather than just taking what you want from her. What kind of vampire are you?" "The kind who's overpowered you more than once," Caleb hissed, his fangs lengthening. I backed up a little as the air between them crackled with the promise of violence. "Want to put that to the test?" Darius baited. Max crowed like a cockerel as he made it to the path behind me, with Seth at his side, but the two of them fell still as they looked at their friends in a stalemate. I wasn't sure if Darius would bite Caleb's head off first, or if he'd get his throat ripped out instead. I glanced at the other two heirs, but they weren't offering me any attention. "What's going on?" Seth asked, a whimper escaping him as he took in the spiraling tension in the air. "Caleb's crying because I pushed his little whore about," Darius taunted, and for some reason those words stung more than him shoving me had. Max looked at me with narrowed eyes and I backed up further. Whatever the hell this was, I didn't need to stay around and watch it play out. I had a trial to get to, and the fewer assholes I had around me during it, the better. "Darius is just pouting because she won't look twice at him," Caleb retorted. Seth turned to look at me, a snarl aimed my way through bared teeth like this was my fault. All I'd wanted to do was go for a run. He couldn't expect me to be on asshole patrol at all times, just in case I ran across one. They were freaking everywhere in this place. Or maybe the two of you just want a dick measuring contest, but you can't find a microscope to judge it, I snapped. Darius and Caleb turned away from each other to glare at me instead. Yeah, I'm out. I turned away and started running again, mostly because they were making me late, partly because I just wanted to get the hell away from them, from Darius. "Come stay in Terra House with me tonight, Tori," Caleb called after me, but I didn't respond to that either. I just kept running. A crowd had formed alongside the lake, slowly moving up onto the bleachers which had been erected for them to watch the challenge. I circled them, heading straight for the tents which had been set up for the freshmen to change in. One glance at the magical timer hanging suspended beside the bleachers told me I had 6 minutes until it started, and I upped my speed in response. Darcy's eyes widened in relief as I pushed my way inside the tent. "Where the hell have you been, Tor?" she demanded, holding out a black swimsuit for me to put on as I quickly tossed my headphones off of me and used water magic to wash the mud from my hands and face. "Fucking Darius," I muttered, dropping my leggings. "Doesn't matter, I'm here now." I hadn't told her about the shadows yet. I would, but she needed to focus on this first and foremost, and there really wasn't any time now. I dropped all of my clothes in a heap and dragged on the bathing suit, noticing a belt around it with a large metal hoop hanging over my right hip, before hurrying out of the tent at Darcy's side. She was still eyeing me with concern, but I set my jaw, raising my chin. That seemed to be good enough for her, and she grinned at me. "We got this," she said firmly. "Let's show that asshole who he's fucking with," I growled. "Those assholes," Darcy teased. "There's 4 of them, remember?" I snorted a laugh. 5, really. Orion just licks his ass too. "Yeah," she agreed, a frown pinching her brows. We reached the group of freshmen assembled before the lake and moved to take our places alongside them. Professor Washer strolled along the lakeshore in a fluffy red robe, and I glanced at Darcy, exchanging a "thank God he's covered up for once" look with her. "The trial," Washer called, gaining silence from the onlookers as well as the freshmen, "is simple. There are colored keys hidden in 3 different forms of water. One is a block of ice, another a relentless waterfall, and the third, the depths of the lake itself." I suppressed a shudder at that one. "To succeed in passing this trial, you must each claim a red, blue, and yellow key and make it to the platform in the center of the lake within the allotted hour. Only use water magic. No sneaky siren transformations, Julian." He purred the guy's name and threw him a wink which made me gag. They should make the challenge to escape from Washer. I breathed to Darcy. I'd run so fucking fast I'd have it won in 5 seconds flat. She slapped a hand over her mouth to stop her laugh, and Washer looked our way, offering a cheeky grin. "I'll be on hand, alongside several other sirens to monitor your progress. Make sure no one is cheating, and that no one drowns. The ice is that way." He pointed over a bridge to our left. "The fall's over there." He pointed right. "And if you just want to go ahead and get wet with me right now, you can all see the big blue." Washer dropped his robe to reveal his blue scales covering his body and wriggled his hips suggestively. He was wearing the smallest fucking red Speedo I'd ever seen. It was practically a thong. My mouth opened in horror. "Lake," he finished, throwing his hands up just as a klaxon sounded the start of the challenge. "What first?" Darcy asked as the freshmen all started running in different directions, most of them going for the falls and ice. I stared into the lake, nightmares shifting beneath my skin. "I hope you don't drown, Roxy," Darius shouted from somewhere in the crowd. "Again," Max added. The sound of hundreds of students laughing filled my ears, and blood flooded my cheeks. "Fuck them," I spat. "Let's do the lake first." "Hell yes." Darcy agreed, and we both started running straight for the water. We'd done a fair bit of work in our water elemental lessons on controlling water. The trick to it was giving it somewhere else to flow. You couldn't just cut through it. You needed to carve a hole into existence and encourage it to flood on by. The cold liquid splashed across my legs, and the slick feel of reeds pushed between my bare toes in a way that made my skin crawl. But I didn't slow. We kept waiting until we started swimming, aiming for a ring of blue lights which sat in a circle on the water's surface, marking the spot where we needed to dive. As the water got deeper, we began to swim. The endless depths beneath me made my heart beat faster. But instead of caving to that fear, I used the energy to fuel my weary limbs. We made it to the ring of lights, and I looked down into the darkness of the blue water. I could see my legs, but not much beyond. Washer was bobbing in the water before us, a smile playing around his lips. "How long can you hold your breath?" he teased, though for once he kept his siren magic the hell away from us. I openly sneered in disgust at him as I drew on my water magic. "On 3?" Darcy asked, her eyes glimmering with the depths of her power. 3, I said, just before I dove beneath the water. I pressed my hands out in front of my face as I kicked down and worked my hardest to channel the water around me. A flood of air hit my face, and I gulped it down before it slipped away. I tried again and again. Each time I succeeded, the longer the air stayed around me, the water sliding by as if I were in an arrow-shaped cocoon. Blue lights glimmered ahead, and I kicked harder, trying to ignore it every time the water cut back in and hit me in the face. Each breath I managed was a success, the glowing blue light signaling this win. Darcy's leg skimmed mine, and I was glad to find her right beside me. It was hard to make her out in the gloom beneath the water, but just knowing she was there lent me strength. As we neared the bottom of the lake, the blue lights revealed themselves to be keys. I cried out in triumph, bubbles spilling through the water around me as I snatched one into my grasp. I caught Darcy's eye for a moment as I hooked the key onto the loop at my waist, and she did the same. She pointed at the surface far above us, and I nodded my agreement as I started to kick towards it. Rising was easier than diving, and the air slid over my lips less and less often as I chose speed over wielding the water away, the promise of oxygen waiting so close above. My head breached the surface, and I whooped in triumph, sparing a moment to high-five Darcy as Washer grinned at us. "You're the first to make it to the base," he said, and for once, I didn't flinch away from the suggestive tone he used. I just laughed. "Ice next," Darcy suggested, and I agreed quickly as we started swimming for the shore. A chant had started up from the crowd, but I couldn't make out the words. I probably didn't want to anyway. We kept going until we were dragging ourselves up the bank and started running towards the bridge Washer had pointed out. "Vega's gonna take you down! Vega's coming for the crown! Watch out, heirs, you'd better bow! Vega's gonna take you down!" I looked around, my eyes widening in surprise at the chant which was taking place, and my gaze fell on Geraldine in full-on conductor mode as the Ass Club all screamed their lungs out in support of us. She had a baton and a white shirt with Vega Royal scrawled across the front of it, and was grinning her damn head off. I couldn't spare her more than that quick glance as we ran on, but we both let out a laugh as we went. We crossed the bridge quickly, and my eyes widened as I spotted the huge block of ice before us. I felt the freezing cold air coming off of it before we even made it within 10 feet. Inside it, red lights were glowing, which I knew had to be the keys. Shit, how would we get one of those out? I asked desperately. I'd created ice more than once, though not really on purpose, and I hadn't ever tried to melt it with water magic. My natural inclination would be to use fire for that. A girl with bright blue eyes was standing a little way along the block of ice, both hands pressed to it and sinking in. With a cry of success, she drew back, yanking a red key with her before she turned and sprinted away. Darcy sprang forward, and I followed her lead, ignoring the bite of cold that came at me as I moved towards the ice. I laid my palms against the frozen block, right over a glimmering key which looked to be about a foot inside it. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes and trying to feel for the sensation of water moving between my palms, willing the ice to take on that form for me. A bead of moisture raced down the back of my hand, then another and another. I pressed on, refusing to open my eyes in case it broke my concentration as water began to spill between my spread fingers. My palm finally hit metal, and I snatched the red key out with a whoop of triumph, hooking it onto my belt and looking to Darcy as she did the same. 1 to go, I said excitedly. Oh, I'm gonna rub it in the heirs' faces so hard when we make it through the reckoning, Darcy announced, and I laughed at the fire in her voice. We ran back across the bridge, past the bleachers, and the crowd who were still screaming encouragement for us under Geraldine's guidance. We crossed paths with students racing in the opposite direction, one guy smacking straight into me and earning himself an elbow to the ribs in response. When we made it to the waterfall, I stumbled to a halt, staring up at it in shock. It slammed down on the path in an endless torrent, the water cycling back around and around magically with so much force that I knew we wouldn't be able to stand beneath it, much less pass through it without magic. I bit my lip as I raised my hands and stepped forward, the spray crashing over me. My magic was beginning to feel a little empty, the well inside me running lower than usual at all the power I'd exerted. But we needed more, just a little more. We'd figured out how to make it through the waterfall which led into our water elemental class our second week, and I guess this was just a more extreme version of that. I took a deep breath and pressed my influence into the torrent as I raised my hands, willing it to part in the center and convincing it that the routes to the left and right of me were easier. Darcy threw her own magic at the same spot, and all of a sudden, the water parted like a curtain, revealing a pedestal covered in glimmering yellow keys. We darted in and grabbed 2, hooking them to our belts before dropping the magic and sprinting back towards the lake. The crowd screamed as they spotted us, and adrenaline surged through my shaky limbs as I caught Darcy's hand so that we could run together. The platform in the center of the lake seemed impossibly far out, but I also noticed that no one stood on it yet. We were in the lead, the first of the freshmen to have collected all 3 keys. I grinned as I ran straight into the water, swimming as soon as I could, using my water magic to carve an easier path for my aching body along the surface. There were a lot of other students in the lake, but they were all still in the process of diving for the blue key. I was so glad we chose to do that first now that the exhaustion was pounding through my limbs. It had taken the most magic, and I was sure more than one of the students in the water were struggling on low reserves now. It seemed like we swam forever, the sound of the crowd lost to the swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of water around my ears, before finally my hand hit the wooden platform. My arms trembled as I dragged myself up onto it, catching Darcy's arm to help pull her over the edge at the same time. We pushed ourselves to our feet, and the screaming crowd went wild on the lakeshore, a grin almost cleaving my face in 2 as I looked out over everyone. "We did it!" Darcy said, partly in relief, part shock, part pure goddamn joy. "Hell yeah, we did!" I threw my arms around her, and we squealed like little kids who just turned up at Disneyland. After the horrors of the night before, a win was exactly what I'd needed, and holy crap did it feel good. Geraldine threw us a celebration of ridiculous proportions in the orb over dinner, laying out plate after plate of food for us until we were so full we were fit to pop. By the time it got close to curfew, I joined Sophia and the members of the Ass Club who lived in Ignis' house and headed back to my bed. Exhaustion had tugged at my body, and I'd managed a few hours of sleep before a nightmare had woken me. I scrubbed a hand over my face as I tried to fight it off, but I could still hear whispering in the dark corners of my room. I snatched my atlas from my nightstand and scowled as I realized it was only 11:30. My heart was beating a little too fast, and my mind was whirling with crazy ideas which wouldn't let me rest. I tried closing my eyes to block them out, but gave up as the nightmares drew close again. I let out a breath of irritation as I rose, trying to figure out who might be awake to keep me company. I slipped out of bed and decided to investigate the common room. Maybe Sophia or even Milton would still be up. It was chilly out of the comfort of my bed, and I quickly dressed in a pair of jeans and a red sweater before kicking my sneakers on and heading down to the common room. I thumbed through Facebook posts on my atlas as I walked, and one caught my eye. Tyler Corbin. Watch out, Griffins. I've personally dealt with an heir lusting after me for my sparkly tail. Here's a few tips to you Griffins if Max Riegel peer pressures you into joining his turd herd with his siren powers. Number 1. Don't look him in the eye too long. Caleb Altair started touching himself when I did this. 2. When in your order form, take dumps in private. If Max catches you, charge him down. He's not as fast as a horny vampire. 3. If all else fails, shit on him, and shit on him good. He might enjoy it, but at least you'll get even. Caleb's still washing the glitter out of his hair since I did this. I'm starting to think he wants it there. Hashtag poo-boo, hashtag dung-chum, hashtag Max likes cracks. Comments. Millie Badgerville. Ew, is this true? Amy Sawyer. Ooh, where can I sign up to the turd herd? Max Riegel. You are so fucking dead. Geraldine Gruss. If you lay a finger on him, you foul feces enthusiast, you will face the wrath of the almighty sovereign society. Milton Hubert. Ha ha ha, Geraldine. Darius Acrux. At Milton Hubert. Ghosts don't have Facebook profiles. Delete this before the end of the day. Caleb Altair. I'm going to peg-assassinate you. Angelica Luvano. The ASS protects all friends of the true queens. Hail the Vegas. Hail their friends. Hashtag down with the heirs. I laughed to myself as I continued to read the comments, and only looked up as I reached the common room. I stilled, looking around for a friendly face. I didn't find any. Instead, I spotted Darius Acrux and his fan club taking up a huge circle of chairs by the biggest fireplace in the room. I almost turned and walked straight back out, but he looked up at that moment, his gaze fixing on me. I pursed my lips, refusing to scurry from the room, but no longer having a reason for being there. Sneaking out to go screw Caleb again? Marguerite mocked as she spotted me too. You realize he's just using you for your power, right? I lifted my chin and stalked towards her, silently thanking her for the brilliant idea. Caleb was exactly what I needed to take my mind away from my nightmares. You're wrong, Marguerite, I said sweetly. He's not just using me for my power. He gets my body, too. Darius growled, and a wall of flames sprang into place before the doorway, blocking my way out. It's after curfew, he snapped, daring me to go against him. Yeah, I agreed, pausing before the flames. There are lots of silly rules in this place. They even frown on people hanging out down at Air Cove with tea. I don't give a shit what you do, but I don't want you getting caught and losing us house points. Darius snarled, cutting me off as he dropped the barrier of flames. I offered him an insolent look and headed for the door. Darius got out of his chair before I made it, though, stepping into my way. He snatched my atlas out of my grip, and I fought against the urge to try and snatch it back, clenching my teeth instead. What are you doing? I demanded. I just wanted to make sure you've seen the latest story about you. Wouldn't want you to miss it, he said with a shrug, tapping away at something on the screen. His fan club were all watching us expectantly, and they fell silent while they waited to find out what would happen next. Unlike you, I don't jerk off over the sight of my name in the press, so don't bother, I said, holding my hand out for my atlas. Oh, but it's such an accurate piece. I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss out. Marguerite laughed excitedly, and I narrowed my eyes on him, wondering why it was taking him so long to search for a single news story. Darius twisted my atlas in his hand and pushed it back at me. Unsurprisingly, the story had been written by Gus Vulpecula, and the title was less than complimentary. Are the Vega twins cheating their way through school exams? I instantly shut down the page, having no interest in reading more bullshit that guy had invented about us. Can I go now? My sex addiction needs an outlet. I looked up at Darius like he was boring me, and his jaw clenched. You might want to give Cal some notice if you're planning on surprising him. Last I saw of him, He was heading back to his room with Millie Badgerville. It might be embarrassing for you if she's still there." Darius taunted as he stepped aside. I snorted dismissively. "Let's hope you're right and the three of us can have fun together." I moved towards the door and Darius called after me, unable to just let me go and escape his aggravatingly boring company. "If you get caught, you'll be fucking sorry." His fan club laughed appreciatively, and Marguerite gave me a look that suggested she thought she'd won something. I rolled my eyes at him and continued towards the door. "I hope you have a great night too," I muttered, "and your friends don't end up suffocating from shoving their heads too far up your ass." Once I was outside, I wrapped my arms around myself and set a quick pace to Terra House, slipping off the main paths to avoid being caught by patrolling teachers. I probably should have been more worried about coming across a stray nymph, but I really needed a distraction from the shadows which would be waiting for me if I tried to sleep again now. Besides, with so many teachers out patrolling and the FIB still maintaining a perimeter around the school grounds, I found it hard to believe a nymph could get in again. Even so, I decided to run so that the trip would be over as quickly as possible. It didn't take me long to get to Terra House, and I swerved around the back of the large hill, tiptoeing up to the very highest window where Caleb's room lay. As I got closer, I dropped to my hands and knees, slowing my movements in the hopes that even his vampire senses wouldn't detect me. I lay on my stomach and inched forward until I could see down into Caleb's room through the window in the grass. He was laying in bed, one arm hooked behind his head as he watched TV with his shirt off and the duvet wrapped between his legs. I bit my lip and carefully pulled my atlas from my pocket, tapping out a message with feather-light movements in case he detected me. "Tori, 15 minutes. I heard his atlas ping through the glass and he reached for it slowly, dragging it out of the folded duvet while his attention stayed fixed on the screen at the foot of his bed. He lifted the atlas to read the message, and I grinned as he sat up straighter, tapping out a response instantly. "Caleb, I'll find you in 5, winky face." He leapt out of bed and flicked the TV off without a second glance, snatching a hoodie from his wardrobe and shrugging it on before pushing his feet into his sneakers and heading straight out of the door. I counted to 30 to make sure he was well down the corridor, then carefully jimmied the latch on his window using a pen I had in my pocket so I could open it. It was easily done now that I was familiar with the catch after we'd broken in to plant the Pegasex doll, and within moments, I had the window wide. I shoved the pen back into my pocket and shuffled around so that I could lower myself into his room. I hung from the window frame before letting go and falling down to land on my ass in the center of his bed with a laugh. I quickly got up and kicked off my shoes as I moved to sit on his bed. My heart pounded with adrenaline as I lifted my atlas into my grip and typed out another message for him. "Tori, you're getting colder. Do you want a clue? Caleb, watch out, sweetheart, or I'll start to think you want to lose. But of course I want a clue." I held my atlas up and took a selfie of me sitting on his bed before sending it to him. I knew that it would mean I lost the game, but I wanted him enough tonight not to care about being bitten. I just needed to get out of my own head and lose myself for a few hours. And what better way to do that than in Caleb Altair's arms? Plus, I probably owed him some kind of thanks for sticking up for me with Darius. I waited for a reply, but none came, and I drummed my fingers against the side of my atlas impatiently. A moment later, the key sounded in the lock, and Caleb swept into the room with a wide smile on his face. "How?" he demanded, looking around at the door as he closed it again. I smirked at him and pointed to the window above my head. "You left it open," I replied innocently, though I was fairly sure he knew that was a lie. Caleb didn't seem to care much about the truth to my claim as he stalked towards me instead, his gaze fixed on me where I sat in the center of his bed. "I thought you were pissed at me," he teased. I shrugged. "I decided to give you a pass in light of you sticking up for me with your friend." Caleb paused, a crease forming on his brow. "You know my loyalty is still with the heirs though, right? I just happen to think shoving girls about isn't the best way to show strength." "Yeah, I got that. Don't worry. I don't think you've suddenly turned into a knight in shining armor, and I wouldn't want you to either. I can fight my own battles." My gaze trailed over his mouth and my pulse hitched a little. I don't know about that. You promised to punish me for my involvement with that shit at the pool, but I'm still waiting for you to come at me, he teased. Are you now? I couldn't help but smirk to myself at that. He had no idea we'd already hit him solidly in his reputation with those Pegasus rumors. But if he liked the idea that he still had one up on me, then I wasn't going to burst his bubble. Well, maybe I'm building up to it, I said, dropping my voice as I looked over his body slowly. Caleb smirked at me and hounded forward, closing in on me with intent. Wait, I said as he drew closer, shifting up onto my knees as I moved to meet him at the edge of the bed. Why? He breathed, his gaze roaming over me intently. Because I made you a promise, I said, offering him a sly smile. What promise? I stepped off of the bed and bit my lip as I caught his waist and walked him backwards a few steps until he bumped against the wall. Caleb caught my jaw in his rough palm and guided my mouth to his possessively. My heart pounded at the heat in that kiss as his body begged for me like I was aching for him. I needed to push the shadows away and forget everything else, and his kiss was a promise of oblivion, even if it couldn't last forever. I kissed him hard, my tongue sweeping over his as I tugged at the drawstrings which secured his sweatpants, loosening it so that I could have access to every hard inch of him. Caleb groaned as my hand gripped the smooth length of him, and I smiled against his mouth as I slid it up and down a few times slowly. I broke our kiss as I reached up to unzip his hoodie, sliding it off of his broad shoulders so that I could have access to more of his flesh. He wasn't wearing a shirt beneath it, so I was instantly rewarded with what I'd wanted. He pushed his hands into my hair as I moved my mouth down his neck, over his collarbone, and down the firm ridges of his abdominals before I dropped to my knees before him, pushing his pants down as I went. Shit, Caleb breathed, his word a curse and a prayer as he realized what I was going to do with him. Caleb swore more forcefully as I took him into my mouth, my tongue sweeping around the length of him as I drew him between my lips, sucking and teasing as his hands fisted in my hair. He groaned as I found a rhythm, moving my mouth over him as I pushed his body closer and closer to release. Caleb gripped my hair tighter in a desperate movement and drew me back off of him. His hand slid to my chin, and he pulled me upright again, claiming my lips with his as he peeled my sweater off. He tossed it aside and quickly unbuckled my jeans, his fingers swift and urgent with his need until he had me in my underwear. You always surprise me, Tori, he breathed, turning me suddenly so that my back was to him and his arms wrapped around my waist, drawing me close. I never know what to expect from you, and it drives me fucking insane. I moaned as his teeth skimmed along the line of my jaw, arching into him as his hands moved across my flesh. He kissed my neck, and I pushed my ass back against him, moaning as his fingers pushed beneath my bra, and he began a sweet torment on my hardened nipple. Just when I think I've got you figured out, you do this to me, and I could just about lose my mind over it. Caleb's other hand shifted beneath the fabric of my panties, and he groaned with desire as he pushed a finger inside me, feeling just how much I wanted him. His dick was so hard against my ass that my mouth was drying up with desire to feel every inch of him inside me. Caleb kept moving his hand and started walking me forward towards the bed. I went willingly, my breaths labored with need as he kept up his sweet torment, his fingers giving me a taste of what I needed from him, while keeping me hanging in suspense at the same time. We reached the foot of the bed, and I caught the bedpost, leaning forward over it without needing any more encouragement. Caleb withdrew his hand, catching my panties in his grip and shoving them down. He lined himself up behind me, and I panted breathily, needing this from him more than I'd realized when I came here. He groaned with desire and claimed me with one hard thrust of his hips. I cried out, bucking forward as I gripped the bedpost to stop myself from falling. Caleb swore under his breath, gripping my hips as he drove himself into me again and again, each powerful thrust forcing a moan from my lips as he pushed me closer and closer to a climax, which my body ached for so desperately. The headboard was slamming into the wall, and my nails were gouging lines into the wooden post, which was the only thing stopping me from toppling over beneath the strength of his desire. Caleb's hand slid from my hip, pushing down until his fingers were riding the perfect place at the apex of my thighs, the power of his thrust meeting with the circle of his fingers on that sensitive spot. I sucked in a breath, my head spinning as he drove me closer and closer to the edge, drawing so much pleasure into my body that I could barely even meet his thrust with the rocking of my own hips. Caleb drew back one final time, his fingers pressing down a touch harder as he slammed into me and sent me crashing into a mind-blowing wave of pleasure with a cry which was punctuated by his own gasp of release as he followed me into ecstasy. He fell forward over me for a moment, our bodies slick with sweat, chest heaving as we fought to recover from the impact of what we'd just done. He pressed kisses to the back of my neck and shoulders, little shivers tumbling through my sensitized skin at the feel of them. After several minutes, where neither of us could do much more than try to catch our breath, Caleb eased off of me and drew me upright into his arms. He turned me around, his hand sliding into my hair as he kissed me sweetly, righting his pants, which hadn't even made it off of his body in his haste to have me. I smiled into his kiss, my flesh humming with satisfied energy as I ran my hands along the firm muscles of his biceps so that I could hold on to him. "You have no idea how much I needed that," I murmured, kissing him again as he guided me back to his bed. "You've been keeping me in suspense for days, sweetheart," he replied with a laugh. "I think I know how much." I sank down onto his mattress, and he offered me one of his shirts which he snagged from a chair beside the bed. I shrugged into it, fastening the buttons as he watched me intently, following me back onto the bed. "You want to stay and watch Rambo with me?" He offered with a shy grin, which was so unlike his usual cocky smirk that I couldn't help but stare at it a little. "Yeah," I replied, moving to lean against his pillows as his smile widened. "That actually sounds really nice." Caleb flicked the TV on and pulled me under his arm so that I could rest my head against his shoulder as the classic action film got underway. It was about a third in already, but I shook my head when I offered to restart it for me, happy to just sit and let the noise of it wash over me while I stole a little comfort from his arms. Caleb held me loosely, his fingers toying with my hair as we watched the film, before inevitably falling back into the temptation of each other's bodies, and I soaked up all the pleasure I could take from his flesh. While he held me, the shadows seemed to stay a little further from my mind, and I couldn't really ask for much more than that. He was the perfect escape from the mayhem of everything else that was going on in my life, and I was more than happy to lose myself with him for a little while.
Chapter 24. Darius. I circled through the sky above the academy grounds for about the 100th time, beating my wings occasionally before just gliding on the currents. I was angry enough to spit fire, which I had, multiple times, so much that even my dragon throat was beginning to feel raw with it. My gaze narrowed on the huge mound of earth which contained Terra House. She was in there now with Caleb, I knew it, and the anger it lit in me wasn't something I could put out easily. It was almost dawn. I'd been out here all night and she hadn't left. At first, I'd been meaning to confront her again, force her to bow to me, and make her learn her place beneath my feet. But as my rage simmered, I'd realized that would only be a short fix. She'd just get right back up again, look me in the eye, and continue to defy me. No, if we wanted the Vegas gone, then we had to do it differently. And I wanted her gone. I was sick of looking at her in my house and around campus. Sick of watching them with their royalist club holding court in the orb. Sick of seeing them learn more and more about their powers each day. Sick of watching her play Caleb like a fucking fool. And most of all, I was sick of wanting her and hating her all at once. My stomach was a knot of constantly warring instincts. I wanted to crush her and hold her at the same time. Every strike I made at her almost seemed to cut me more than her. When I'd pushed her in that fucking mud, I had to lock my muscles into place to stop myself from diving down after her and lifting her back into my arms. And then I looked into her eyes and saw a moment of hurt there that had nothing to do with physical pain or humiliation, but had everything to do with me, and what I knew she had felt for me too. I felt like I'd just taken a knife to my own heart and carved a fissure right through it. Because I knew with every move I made against her I was damaging it more, and I knew that there was nothing I could do to stop myself. I was in full self-destruct mode, but I refused to go down alone. It was time we broke the Vegas and got them the hell out of this school. And if I had to break myself to do it, then that was just the price I'd have to pay. I looked down at Terra House as the sun crested the horizon. She still hadn't fucking left. I roared my anger into the uncaring clouds and turned toward the Wailing Wood, setting a course for King's Hollow right at the heart of it. I banked hard, tucking my wings close and diving out of the sky as I spotted the wooden roof of the huge treehouse we called our sanctuary. My weight collided with it, and the whole structure trembled beneath me, a groan of protest echoing from it. I wasn't concerned, though. This place was born of magic, and was more than strong enough to take the weight of a 5-ton dragon landing on its roof. I withdrew into my Fey form with some difficulty. This anger in me had me craving my dragon form at all times. It was eating me up, consuming me entirely, and I needed it gone. I stalked across the roof and ripped open the hatch which led inside before dropping down into the wide living area. I threw a handful of fire into the grate with so much force that it roared to life, flaming halfway up the huge chimney before shrinking down to a normal size. I kicked open the chest in the corner of the room where we kept spare clothes for me and Seth, so that we could come here in our order forms and not have to spend the rest of the night hanging out with our junk on show. I stuffed my legs into a pair of black sweatpants, then crossed to the kitchenette at the back of the room. I yanked open a drawer and took out the spare atlas I kept there. I sent the message to all 3 of them at once. Darius, King's Hollow, now. There's something we need to discuss. I drummed my fingers on the counter impatiently as I waited for them to reply. I didn't care if it was 5 in the morning, they'd come. Seth. On my way. Make coffee. I scowled at the coffee machine like it had just insulted my mother. He could make his own fucking coffee. Max. This had better be good. I'm gonna have to skip out on morning sex for it. I didn't reply to that either. I just waited to hear from Caleb. Fucking Caleb, who had vampire hearing, and couldn't be that fucking busy with Roxy that he hadn't heard my message come in. I glared at the screen, a red tick appearing to let me know he'd read it. I waited, and waited. No reply. Darius. This is important, Caleb. He read that too. Still no reply. Darius. Tell me you're on your way. Darius. I'll come and drag you out of your bed if you don't come willingly. Darius. Answer your fucking messages. I ground my teeth, smoke pouring between them. I could fly to Terra House and dig him out of it if I had to. I'd carry him here in my claws and remind him that I was king of every beast in the land. Nobody fucking ignored me when I called. Caleb. I'm busy. I almost smashed the fucking atlas. A roar ripped from my throat, and I launched the copper coffee pot across the room with enough force to lodge it into the wooden wall. A whine caught my attention as a huge white wolf bounded into the room from the stairwell. Seth shifted in a heartbeat, his eyes wide with concern. What's going on? He asked, striding towards me with his arms held out like he was gonna hug me. Seth, I swear to the stars, if you hug me with your fucking dick out, I'm gonna rip it off. I snarled, and he pulled up short with a whimper. He quickly hooked a pair of sweatpants from the chest in the corner and pulled them on to cover himself. I turned my attention back to my atlas, forcing myself to type slowly when I kept hitting the wrong buttons. Darius, I know who you're busy doing. This is about her, and you'll want to hear it. Get your ass here now.
What's going on?
Seth asked again warily, moving towards me with his hands twitching. He wanted to hug me. I could see it written all over his face, but I was pretty sure he could tell that I'd tear his arms off if he tried. Caleb would rather stay in bed with Roxy Vega than come to his brother's when we call him, I snapped. Seth sidled closer and looked down at the messages on my atlas, pushing his long hair back out of his face. Just as he did, Caleb replied. Caleb.
Give me an hour.
Caleb.
Or two.
Caleb.
Winky face.
Did he just send me a fucking emoji? I slammed my fist into the atlas so hard that the worktop beneath it cracked right down the middle. Bits of broken glass embedded themselves in my fist, and blood spurted out of my hand. I actually welcomed the pain. I needed it. I needed something other than rage. I glanced down at it and noticed a jagged piece of glass lodged in my wrist. It must have hit a vein because blood was pissing out of it like a waterfall. Fuck, Darius! Seth caught my arm, then flinched back with a whine as my blazing skin burned him. My shoulders started shaking, my wings demanding to be set loose from my flesh. I was about to lose my shit entirely. Just as the feeling of transformation engulfed my chest, a wave of calm washed over me instead, and I fell still. What the hell have I just walked in on? Max gasped, his gaze swiveling between the destroyed atlas, Seth, and my bleeding arm. I bared my teeth at him and his power hit me harder, his brow pinching with concentration as he tried to wrangle the angry beast inside me.
Cal sent him an emoji.
Seth whimpered. He was pacing, moving close to me and backing up again, his gaze moving to the pool of blood which was getting bigger and bigger beside me. Max frowned, then pointed at my wrist. Let Seth fix that. I didn't move. Seth approached with a frown, reaching out to take my arm. I didn't fight him off. The rage in me had dimmed a little under Max's influence, but it was by no means gone. Seth winced as my skin burned him again, but he didn't pull his hand back, taking the burns as he dragged the sliver of glass out of my wrist, then pressed his hand over the wound to heal it. I couldn't even feel it anymore. As soon as it was done, he wrapped his hand around mine and healed that too, my skin forcing out the rest of the glass as it knitted over. Seth threaded his fingers through mine as he finished, whining softly as he shifted into my personal space, taking the burns caused by my touch. I growled at him, a warning low in the back of my throat, but he ignored me, pressing forward. Seth, I don't think that's a good idea, Max murmured, sweat beading on his brow as he fought with all his might to wrangle my rage under control. Seth ignored him, wrapping his arms around my waist and nuzzling into my neck as he pressed his bare chest to mine in a tight embrace. My growl deepened as I warned him to get the hell off of me, and I could feel Max fighting as hard as he could to stop me from lashing out.
Don't be angry,
Seth tried.
I'm here, Max is here, Cal will be here soon.
At the mention of Caleb, I lost it. I shoved Seth off of me so hard that he crashed into a cupboard, making the door cave in before he fell inside it. I snarled at him as more smoke coiled between my teeth, and Max darted between us, holding up a hand in offering. I was half inclined to bite his head off, but I managed a curt nod instead. The moment Max's hand landed on my bicep, the effects of his power multiplied tenfold. My limbs stopped trembling, the heat withdrew from my skin, and I felt the dragon settle back down beneath my flesh. I took a deep breath, then another. Seth scrambled out from the destroyed remains of the cupboard. He didn't even look pissed at me. In fact, it looked like he was still more concerned about me than him. He made quick work of healing the burns I'd given him, but I couldn't quite calm myself enough to offer him an apology. I'll call Cal. Tell him it's important. Max murmured, and the set of his jaw told me he was angry with the Earth Heir too. That was something at least. He eyed me carefully as he withdrew his hand from my arm, and though I felt a good measure of anger returning, I still held it under control. I moved to the counter and placed my palms flat on it as I waited for him to make the call. Max placed his atlas down between the three of us, hitting the speaker button as ringing filled the air. We waited and waited. It rang out. I gritted my teeth as the others glanced at me warily, and Max hit redial. It rang out twice more before he finally answered. Yeah? He asked, sounding so fucking casual I wanted to rip his throat out for it. I didn't trust myself to speak, so I let Max do the talking. We're waiting for you at the Hollow. This is serious, Cal. Don't dick us around. We'll come and get you if you won't come willingly. Max said in a low voice. Seth whined a little in agreement. Caleb let out a long sigh, like we were the ones being unreasonable. Fine. That means now, not in a few hours, I growled, unable to hold back on commenting any longer. Yeah. Let me just see if I've got any clothes left in one piece and I'll be there. Make coffee. He added lazily, like he couldn't tell just how much he was pissing me off. I'll have it ready, Seth said encouragingly. Just the way you like it. I shot him a death glare. Thanks, Caleb said. Just before he cut the call, I heard the soft murmur of Roxy's voice in the background, and my heart twisted angrily in my chest. He was letting her play him for an idiot, and he didn't even realize it. But it was past time he found out. Seth headed across the room and proceeded to prise the coffee pot out of the wall, as if it was a totally normal thing to have to do. I crossed the room, heading for the couch, then turning away from it at the last moment. I couldn't sit. This pent-up energy inside me was writhing too much for that. I moved to stand before the fire instead, drawing comfort from the flames as they blazed at my back. I was at home with fire. It lived in my veins. It was a part of me. Caleb shot into the room a second later, dropping into the armchair to the left of the room and kicking his feet up onto the coffee table like he'd been there the whole fucking time. I glared down at him, and he looked right back at me mildly like he wasn't the least bit concerned that I might just kill him. My gaze trailed over his appearance. His blonde curls hadn't been styled at all, and they were all messed up, sticking up in random directions. He wore a pair of sweatpants and a wrinkled t-shirt, and just above the collar of it, a love bite showed against his skin. My gaze narrowed on it. Why hadn't he just healed it away? Did he even know it was there? When had she given him that? Was it last night when she went to him? Had they even slept at all? Were they literally in the middle of it when we were trying to call him? Had she had her mouth on his neck just a few moments ago? Smoke filled my mouth, and I fought to swallow it, refusing to let him see just how much those thoughts pissed me off. Seth appeared with 2 mugs of coffee, offering the first to me, but I only scowled in response, so he set it down on the coffee table. Caleb took the second with a word of thanks, covering his mouth as he yawned widely. Seth returned to fetch more coffee for him and Max before dropping down beside him on the couch. Little Vega keep you up all night? Max teased, putting a good deal of effort into acting normal, like I hadn't just completely lost my shit and half trashed the place. I can hardly keep up with her, Caleb joked, sipping his coffee as he leaned back in his chair. No, it seems like she's able to run rings all around you without you even having the faintest fucking idea, I agreed. Caleb slid his gaze to mine slowly, but he didn't even show a flicker of irritation. What's that supposed to mean? It means that while you've been chasing her all over campus and letting everyone and anyone see how whipped she's got you, Roxy and her sister have been laughing at you the whole time." Caleb set his coffee down on the table, running a thumb over the hickey on his neck like he wasn't even aware he was doing it.
"You want to explain what you're going on about? Or just keep on ranting?"
he asked.
"Because from where I'm sitting, it just sounds like you're jealous."
Seth sucked in a sharp breath and leaned back on the couch, pressing himself against Max like he was expecting a fight to break out at any second. I bit back the response I wanted to give Caleb as my gut lurched uncomfortably. That's not the fucking point. "Give me your atlas, Max," I said in a low voice, holding out my hand. Max instantly tossed it to me, and I quickly logged out of his profile and into mine, pulling up my emails, specifically the folder containing all of Roxy's emails, which I'd forwarded to myself when I'd snatched her atlas from her last night. When I'd had time to go through them, what I'd found had both surprised me and confirmed what I'd been worried about. I might have been a tiny bit impressed, too, but I wasn't going to mention that. I opened up the order confirmation for a life-sized inflatable Pegasus sex doll with the name Tori Vega printed on the invoice clear as day, then tossed it into Caleb's lap. Caleb sat up a little straighter as he looked at it. He fell still, unnaturally still, and Max shifted uncomfortably in his seat as he read the new emotions flooding out of him. "Is this true?" Caleb growled, his jaw ticking. Seth leaned forward to take the atlas so that he and Max could look too. "Of course it is," I snapped. "She ordered glitter and horn-shaped vibrators too. Even a fucking riding crop with your name stamped on it in rainbow colors. The two of them must have started that whole rumor about you." "But how did they get an inflatable sex toy into your room?" Max asked. "Didn't you say whoever did it got in there while you were in the shower? They didn't have enough control over their magic to break through a locked door and reseal it that quickly, not to mention quietly enough too."
"She got into my room last night,"
Caleb breathed.
"She sent me a message to get me to leave, and within 2 minutes she sent me a selfie of her sitting on my bed. She said I'd left the window open, but I knew I hadn't."
"Shit," Max breathed. "And instead of questioning her on how she got into your room like that, you just fucked her?" I asked scathingly.
"It wasn't exactly the most pressing thing on my mind. I was more interested in the fact that she was in my bed, not on figuring out how she got there,"
Caleb quipped. "Seriously?" I snapped like he was an idiot. 3 sets of eyes turned on me like I was the one asking a ridiculous question, and I rolled my eyes. Yeah, okay, if Roxy Vegas showed up in my bed mysteriously and wanted to get in my pants, then I probably wouldn't have started asking many questions either. Damn it. Fine. But this proves she did that, and Gwendolina was obviously in on it too. We thought they just got over what we did to them after that party, but they clearly didn't. They've been fighting back against us in ways we didn't see coming, and being pretty fucking clever about it too.
"Well, we know they did that to Cal, but what else is there to say they've done more than that?"
Seth asked. Caleb had fallen very quiet. His gaze narrowed on a distant point as he seemed to be lost in thought. "They were responsible for the fire in my room," I said in a low voice.
"But I thought Milton—"
Seth began, but I cut him off. "No, it was them. Roxy admitted it to me and Orion." "Then why isn't she dead already?" Seth asked angrily. Fire simmered in my veins at that suggestion, and for a fleeting moment, I wanted to throw myself between him and Roxy to keep her safe from him. I shook the thought off irritably, dismissing it as quickly as it had come. "We can't just kill them," I snapped, even though I knew he hadn't really meant it. There was a lot of leeway for us to do what was necessary with the twins, but death and maiming were obviously out of bounds if we wanted to keep our claim. Besides, she stole something from me while she was there that I can't have anyone finding out about. She promised to stay quiet as long as I do, so I can't out her for it. The other heirs looked at me curiously, but didn't question me. They knew I kept secrets from them. They also knew I did it to protect them from the knowledge, not because I didn't trust them with it. Hell, they'd probably figured out half the shit I was up to long ago, but it was like an unspoken rule that none of us ever mentioned it. Darcy was in that detention with us when we cleaned Griffin shit off the roof of Jupiter Hall. Max said in a low voice. She knew how badly I reacted to that stuff, and I had my cousin ask around Starlight Academy about it. There's not so much as a rumor of one of them having sabotaged my kit. I wanted to get revenge on the asshole who done it, but maybe it was never one of them.
How would the Vegas have gotten access to the kits, though? Seth asked. Only members of the team can.
Members like Geraldine Gruss? I asked in a low growl. I'm gonna fucking kill them, Max bellowed, leaping to his feet as his eyes lit with certainty. Seth got up and caught hold of his arm with a bark of anger.
You can't hurt Darcy,
he said, looking like he was in pain.
She's my Omega. Fuck, I can't do anything to her unless she challenges me as her alpha.
Max tore out of his grip, running for the door anyway, and Seth took chase. Wait, I called before everyone lost their heads. There's no point in us just going at them head on like we have before anyway. All it ever does is make them rise up stronger and more defiant.
He's right,
Caleb said quietly from his chair.
They won't be beaten like that.
Max fell still, anger coiling through the room like a tangible force as his siren gift spread it through the air. You need to break that bond with her, Seth. Max snarled at him.
I will,
Seth growled.
They haven't even struck a blow against me yet, but they'll be coming for me next. I haven't had anything happen to me lately except...
He scratched the back of his head curiously, like some dark thought had just occurred to him.
Except for me catching fleas. They aren't the goddamn Pied Pipers for werewolf fleas.
Caleb grunted.
There's no way they could give you fleas. At least, not without summoning them with an Aquarius moonstone.
That's sophomore year magic, Max said. How would they even know about it? There's a whole library full of spells just sitting there if they wanted to find one, I said, not believing for one moment that anything was beyond those girls. Seth stared at me for a long moment as horror filled his gaze before tipping his head back and howling at the ceiling. The sound was full of rage and bloodlust, a thirst for vengeance that needed to be sated.
My whole pack have abandoned me because of those fleas and that fucking girl. We can't let this stand. I'll make her challenge me tonight.
Seth turned and started charging for the door, but I stepped into his way, grabbing his arm to halt him. He looked up at me with a frown, and a dark smile pulled at my lips. No, I agreed. We can't let this stand, but we can do so much better than last time.
What are you suggesting?
Max asked, drawing closer to me as he fed on the dark thread of my emotions. I think we let the Vegas try and get through the reckoning. If they don't, problem solved. They're gone anyway. But if they do, we make sure they'd wish they never had. Seth's eyes glimmered with darkness as he took that in, and he stopped straining against my hold on him.
We'll take them down?
He breathed, his ache for vengeance dancing on the air between us. Oh, we'll do more than that, I assured him. The Vegas won't know what hit them. I'm dying for a little revenge at least. Max cracked his neck. We're owed some payback.
Hell Week.
Caleb spoke for the first time in a while, his eyes a cold abyss.
We can terrorize them under the guise of Hell Week for now. Then, if they make it through the reckoning, we'll go after them for real.
A dark smile pulled at my lips as I looked around at my brothers. We'd let the Vegas think they had one up on us for now, because by the time we came for them again, They wouldn't even know what hit them.
Chapter 25. Darcy. Tori had come to my room just after 5 a.m., murmuring sleepily about how Darius had seemed pissy at Caleb and she didn't want to go back to Ignis' house, before curling up in my bed and falling asleep. Although I was concerned about how much time she was spending with one of the heirs, I hadn't voiced it. I simply double-checked the door was locked and slid in beside her without comment. Tori could run circles around that douche, and I knew he'd never get into her heart enough to hurt her. She was used to keeping her emotions separate from sex, unlike me, who apparently slept with a guy one time and let him claim a piece of my heart already. Since sharing a sofa bed in Chicago, sleeping next to my sister had become something of a comfort to me, and I had the feeling she felt the same way. Maybe that was why we ended up in each other's rooms so regularly. When we were together, we were safe. Tori had been my only constant in life, and no matter where we were or whatever happened to us, I knew I always had her. I remember dressing up as warrior princesses as kids, building a fort out of blankets and pillows, then using sticks as swords to fight off our imagined enemies. Nowadays, that game was a little too real. We were Solarian princesses with actual enemies who possessed sharp claws and teeth. But they were worse than just beasts. Their tongues spun words that were either as sharp as knives or as sweet as honey. I'd come to feel sorry for Seth in the past few days, and Tori was drawn to Caleb whether she liked to admit it or not. Maybe Darius, too. And as much as I wanted to despise them to my core, the heirs weren't just black and white. But I couldn't imagine a time when we could ever make amends. They'd wronged us too deeply, left wounds which we were still struggling to heal. But every day felt like I was rising from that pain, growing beyond it into something powerful, something strong enough to face them. I shifted closer to my sister as warmth built around us in our cocoon of safety. After she'd told me about the shadows which had tried to claim her, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I wanted to confront Orion about dark magic, to demand he tell me more, just so I could try and understand why he wielded it. But the reaction he'd had after we caught them in the cave made me think he wasn't going to open up about it anytime soon. Not that that was going to stop me from trying. I willed myself to drift off, wanting to get a decent rest before my fire trial later today, but my mind wasn't cooperating. I swear the temperature is dropping. It's freaking freezing in here. I started shivering, drawing the cover tighter around us as the chill inched in. Boom! Thunder cracked so loudly I was certain it came from inside my actual room. Lightning flashed, and I screamed as a single dark cloud illuminated on my ceiling before rain poured from it in torrents. Shit! I sprang out of bed, immediately stubbing my toe on my nightstand, and pain made more curses pour from my lips. Oh my God! Tori leapt out of bed as I held my foot, hissing between my teeth. What's happening? Hell Week! I groaned. I'd bet my life on it. Screams sounded through the tower, and I hopped toward the door, unlocking it and wrenching it open. Freshmen were stumbling into the hallway, soaking wet and furious. Tori and I hurried out to join them in our pajamas, and the pain finally eased from my toe. Two dark figures appeared at the end of the corridor, cast in shadow in the dimly lit hall, and wearing the black cloaks of Hell Week but no masks.
You have 2 minutes to get to the stairway.
Max's booming voice filled the air.
If you don't bring shoes, you'll regret it. The rainstorms won't stop until you're all out, so if anyone's hiding, I suggest they get the fuck out now.
Diego crept out of his room in a raincoat done up to his chin. Tori nudged me, and I found she'd grabbed shoes and coats for us, and we quickly put them on.
Everyone out!
Seth barked.
Move, move, move!
I shared a, do we really have to do this? Look with Tori before heading after the rest of the freshmen, a yawn pulling at my mouth. Diego moved to my side, swearing loudly in Spanish as we headed towards Seth and Max. As we passed between them, they moved in close, trapping Tori and I as Diego slipped away ahead of us. Max's hand curled around my wrist and squeezed so tight I winced. Hey! I gasped, trying to tug free of him.
Be afraid, little Vegas, he purred. Be very afraid.
"Run," Seth hissed, and the two of them released us. We darted away and they chased after us, corralling us to the top of the staircase. My brows lifted as I found the stairs entirely encased in ice, shimmering like glass as it created a perfectly smooth slide down the huge spiraling steps. All of the air freshmen were gathered at the top, looking around nervously, and Seth didn't give them a second's warning as he blasted air at their backs. 10 fell down at once, screaming as they skidded over the ice at a furious pace. Then another 10, then another. I spotted Kylie in the next lineup, looking to Seth pleadingly before he threw out a palm and mercilessly sent her tumbling down the slide with another group. When only 8 freshmen remained as well as us, Seth pushed Diego over the edge, followed by the other 7. He caught my arm, tugging me into his chest, while Max took hold of Tori. I opened my mouth to speak, but Seth darted forward, dragging me back against his body and launching himself down the slide. A scream tore from my throat as we skated down it at high speed, round and round all the way to the bottom. Seth clutched me tighter as we reached the end, and I yelled in alarm as we were plunged into a pool of ice-cold water which filled the atrium. My heart nearly stopped as I sank into the freezing depths, kicking hard to escape Seth's iron hold. We breached the surface, where freshmen were coughing and spluttering as they tread water. I turned to look for Tori, just as Seth cast air at the door, sending it flying open so we spilled out of the tower onto the grass beyond. He never let go of me as we skidded across the ground, then hauled me to my feet. His eyes locked with mine, and my heart thudded harder at the sight of his impenetrable expression. "Where are you taking us?" I asked through chattering teeth. His lips were tight, and I hoped this was part of the Hell Week act as he prodded me in the ribs to get me to start walking. "That way," he murmured in my ear, but I turned, searching for Tori, relieved when I saw her darting away from Max to join Diego. I ducked away from Seth to meet them, shivering as the cold air beat around us. Seth and Max stayed at the back of the group, herding us across the plains of air territory like cattle. I noticed Seth casting air around him and Max to dry out their clothes, and frowned as I tried to ignite enough heat in my body to do the same. But the air that twisted between my fingers was cold and useless. My teeth chattered louder as we reached the wailing wood, and I tried to draw fire into my blood as Tori had taught me. I managed to chase off the deepest bite of the cold, but it wasn't nearly enough. As we headed under the orange glow of the lamps, a large group became visible up ahead. The freshmen were gathered on the path, all of them from fire, earth, and water, their clothes as soaked as ours. "That's the last of them," Seth called out, and Caleb appeared, shoving freshmen aside as he walked toward us. I instinctively searched for the final heir, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Keep walking," Caleb hollered, moving toward us as the rest of the freshmen hurried on. We stepped forward to follow, but Caleb barred our way, his jaw locked tight and his black cloak fluttering around him in the breeze. "I'm not sure I'm into the Count Dracula look," Tori joked, and I raised a brow hopefully, waiting to see if Caleb's furious mask might crack. But it seemed they were all playing up to the Hell Week bullshit tonight. "Move," Caleb growled, jerking his head toward the rest of the freshmen. Tori rolled her eyes, stepping past him, and I glanced over my shoulder as Seth and Max moved up behind us. Caleb waited, then fell into step with them like 3 horsemen of the apocalypse. But where's the 4th? Seth started howling, and the noise sent a shiver racing up my spine. We quickened our pace to join the end of the queue of freshmen, and I hunted for our friends amongst the masses. We soon arrived in the howling meadow, moving into the long grass and huddling close for warmth. "This is bullshit," I whispered, shifting even closer to Tori to share body heat. Seth, Caleb, and Max remained on the verge of the trees, and everyone turned to them expectantly, the sound of my chattering teeth drilling into my skull. "Welcome to the 9 circles of hell," Max announced, raising his hands into the air. Lights swirled into existence in huge rings, spreading away from him, floating out across campus and expanding into enormous circles of color. The smallest ring encased our group in a glimmering green, and the next one ringed the edge of the meadow in blue. Then more and more colors reached out into the darkness. "If you're going to survive the next hour, You need to make it beyond the 9th circle, Caleb said with a glimmer in his gaze. You were all soaking wet, but the pools you were dunked in wasn't water. It was facing. A collective gasp of horror sounded around us, and Tori and I looked to each other in confusion. Seth smiled darkly as he gazed between the two of us, picking up from Caleb. For those of you who don't know, facing is a highly flammable substance. It's entirely odorless except to one creature who can smell it a mile away. The three airs parted, and a deep growl sounded from the trees, which sounded like it belonged to a damn dinosaur. 2 reptilian eyes appeared between the boughs. Then Darius's enormous golden form stepped from the darkness, towering over the airs. He raised his huge head of shining scales, roaring to the sky, and fear drove a blade into my heart. This is a joke, right? Diego called, his tone panicked. The only joke here is pathetic, orderless, unfey like you. You're an insult to our school. Max spat on the floor, but his eyes were on us, like those words hadn't been for Diego at all. I reached for Tori's hand without hesitation, and our magic rushed to meet each other's. I relaxed a little as the flow of our power expanded between us. This is just a Hell Week stunt, just a game. In case you don't believe us about the face scene, Seth took his shirt off, tossing it to the ground and stepping back. Darius released a spurt of fire at it, and a huge hole exploded into the ground as the substance reacted, causing a green blaze to burn where it had been. Seth unbuckled his pants. You will run. We'll ensure that you do. The second he finished stripping, he leapt forward, bursting into his enormous wolf form and baring his teeth at us. The crowd flinched back as he snapped his powerful jaws, and Darius stepped out of the trees. Seth moved toward Max, dropping down to let him climb onto his back, and the water air held on with one hand while raising the other. Air danced around him, and leaves spun in the breeze as the vortex grew, warning us that this game was about to begin. Caleb set his feet like he was preparing to run at us, his fangs snapping out and a low snarl emanating from him. Holy shit, Tori breathed, and I clutched her hand tighter. There's no rules about not fighting back, I whispered, and Caleb's eyes flipped to me, a warning blazing in them. Oh crap. 3, Max cried. 2. Darius lunged forward, taking off into the sky with several powerful wing beats. His huge form shadowed the moon as he soared high above us, turning sharply and releasing an explosion of fire from his mouth. 1, Max roared, and we ran like hell. Every freshman in the meadow split apart, pouring into the trees through the colored rings of light, racing for the opposite side of the field, casting domes of air and water around themselves for protection. Tori and I darted for the nearest trees, a blaze of fire tearing overhead as Darius unleashed his power. The earth was torn up behind us as dragonfire split it apart, and the heat washed over my back, spreading adrenaline into my limbs. We'd passed through the first 2 rings already, and I could see the next one way off through the trees, the purple light calling us on as we ran as hard as we possibly could. A baying howl rang out behind us, and heavy paws crashed through the undergrowth following the path we'd just trodden. Water magic crashed to the ground in front of us, freezing instantly into a sheet of ice. We were running too fast to stop, and we both threw out our free hands to cast fire. Wait, no fire! I screamed at the last second, remembering the face scene. My feet hit the slippery surface, and I skidded into Tori, taking her to the ground. I groaned as we untangled ourselves as quickly as we could, trying to ignore the bruising in my limbs. Tori turned to melt the ice with water, and I threw out my hands, casting a wall of earth as Seth leapt into the air, his teeth bared, and Max yelling a battle cry from his back. A crash and a yelp sounded as they collided with it, and a laugh bubbled from my throat as Tori caught my hand, yanking me upright. We sprinted on, the sound of screaming freshmen carrying all across the woodland. The darkness was thick, but if we kept our eye on the purple ring, we wouldn't lose our way. We finally darted through it, and I panted as we increased our pace, racing through the trees and tearing toward the yellow ring further off at the edge of the forest. 2 freshmen screamed close to our right, then another to our left, the sound of falling bodies making fear slice into my flesh. A huge shadow sailed overhead, but I refused to look up, keeping my gaze firmly on that ring. 3 down, 6 to go. A rush of air warned us a second before Caleb appeared, shooting vines from his hands and tangling us up in them. We crashed to the ground, and he leered over us with a satisfied smirk, raising his hands and making the vines tighten and tighten. I cried out in pain as thorns grew along the edges and drew blood. "What the hell, Caleb?" Tori spat, then yelped as more thorns dug into her. "Just a little prank. Can't you handle the heat, sweetheart?" The roar of a dragon echoed in the distance, and panic crawled under my flesh. Caleb looked up, his eyes horribly dark as he seemed to be waiting for something. Then he sprang over us and darted off into the trees. I hunted for Tori's hand, clawing through the mud as I fought against the vines, and she did the same. Our fingers met, and earth magic burst from our bodies at the same moment, withering the vines so they became brittle, and we hurriedly broke free of them, rising to our feet. "Why'd he run off?" I asked, wiping my muddy hands off on my thighs. Despite the cold, I was so full of adrenaline I could hardly feel it now. But that might have been because I was frozen into numbness. "No idea," she said, and her breath fogged before her. "Let's move. Get this bullshit over with before he decides to come back." Screams rang out up ahead, and we darted away from them, speeding on toward the edge of the wood. We broke free of the trees the same moment we passed through the yellow ring and found ourselves in Earth territory. Hills spread out ahead of us, and the next ring was halfway across the exposed plain of land. A rush of paws sounded behind us, and a flash of white fur made my pulse elevate. Seth tore away from us, and screams called out in the direction he took. "Let's run for it," I breathed, and Tori nodded, wordlessly casting a shield of air around as we sprinted out across the grass. Other freshmen burst from the trees, evidently having been waiting for someone to break away first. Nearly 30 others sprinted across the grass, and terror shredded my heart as Darius soared overhead. He swooped low, releasing hellfire down on the freshmen. I blinked against the burning light, tossing a desperate glance over my shoulder in fear of him actually setting someone ablaze. He circled a group of 5, setting the grass alight around them so they were penned in within it. He turned, banking hard, and capturing another group within a fiery circle. "It's just a game, nothing to worry about, and I sure as hell want to win it." Tori's hand slipped from mine as we ran so fast it became impossible to hold on to each other. We practically dove through the next ring, setting our eye on the second-to-last one in the distance. We were tearing toward the Pitball Stadium now, and the orange ring blazed before it, encouraging us onward. Darius's roars fell away behind us, and I gasped for breath, slowing just a little because of the searing stitch in my side. Tori pulled me along, more used to running than I was, and I made a mental promise to myself that I'd start joining her on those daily runs. We charged through the orange ring and spotted the final one just beyond the stadium, the shimmering silver color calling us on. No other students were behind us, and the world seemed to fall eerily quiet as we raced past the stadium to where a thick cluster of trees grouped around the back of it. We were so close, just 100 feet. A laugh escaped my throat as we charged through it, running into a circular clearing at the heart of the trees and resting our hands on our knees as we dragged in air. "Holy hell!" I panted, my lungs burning and my muscles aching. "We won," Tori said breathlessly, laughing and standing up straight. I sighed happily as I looked around at the copse we'd run into, lunging forward to hug her with an excited squeal. "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." Caleb's voice made me freeze as he appeared out of the trees to our right, and I released Tori with a lump in my throat. Seth appeared in sweatpants on the opposite side of the clearing, and Max moved out of the trees across from him. The cracking of a twig made me lurch around, and Darius appeared in sweatpants, his expression darker than I'd ever seen it. We were penned in, and I had the awful feeling it was intentional. "No one else made it to the final ring," Darius announced to the others. "Anyone who made it beyond the trees got cordoned in by my fire. Not many got out of the wood," Caleb said with a dark smile. "Well, we won your game," I tried with a shrug. Guess we'll be going. Tori shifted closer, and we turned to face Caleb, the safest bet, walking in his direction. He cocked his head as we approached, and fire blazed to life in his hands.
Careful, Vegas. You wouldn't want to go up in flames.
Yeah, I'm sure the press would love to hear about how the four of you barbecued us in the woods. Tori rolled her eyes. Fun's over, Caleb. I'm dog-tired and I want to go back to bed. Caleb didn't smile, his eyes sliding over my sister in a way that unsettled me. He extinguished the fire in his palms, flicking his hand, and the earth trembled beneath our feet. Slabs of dirt shot up underneath us, making us stumble back to the center of the circle. The four airs closed in as one, and real fear inched into my gut. Seth raised a hand, knocking Tori and I into Darius with a gust of air. Darius wrapped his arms around us, igniting flames in his palms, so we had to shrink back into his body to keep away from them.
Accidents happen at Zodiac all the time.
Come on, man. They know we didn't actually coat them in facing. I only put it on my shirt to freak them out, Seth said, his eyes locked on me.
Seth!
Max threw a punch into his arm and he lurched away with a whine. Relief filled me over the facing, but it was short-lived as Darius shoved us at Max with a blast of water and I spluttered, clutching onto Max's arm and preparing to fight back. Max snared us in shackles of ice, which encased our whole hands. Panic seized me as I tried to burn my way through them, but Max's power was fierce, halting my magic where it pressed against my palms. I waited for his siren gifts to push into us too, with dread writhing in my gut, but it never came. Tori locked eyes with him, a threat in her gaze. She'd reveal his darkest secret if he broke his side of the bargain and used his siren powers against us, and it looked like he wasn't going to risk it.
You can go back to bed, little Vegas. You just have to beg,
Max said with a sneer.
I want you on your knees telling us how we're all your kings and how you're so sorry for ever showing your faces in Solaria. And once we're satisfied, you can go.
We'll never beg you, Tori spat. My heart lurched as Max shoved us forward with a gust of air, forcing us down to our knees in the mud. Darius took out his atlas, aiming it at us with a wicked cruelty in his eyes.
Give us a good show for Faybook. Let's remind the school who you are. A couple of rats who crawled out of the cesspit of the mortal world and tried to rise above their station.
A deep determination filled me, and I clenched my jaw, silently vowing that those words would not pass my lips. I glanced at Tori, finding the same resolve in her eyes as she lifted her chin in defiance.
Beg,
Max growled, his voice thick with coercion which rammed against my mental shield. I flinched under the force of it, refusing to let it in. Seth growled, pacing back and forth on the verge of the circle.
She's not hurt.
Max spat at him, and Seth nodded, but his expression remained taut. Caleb stepped forward, tilting Tori's chin up to face the camera.
Say it, sweetheart.
He tried to coerce her, and she blinked hard, pressing her lips together as she fought against his power. Max gripped my hair, tugging to make me look up at him, and I battled a wince as pain flared through my scalp.
Beg me.
His magic pushed at my will, making the words rise to my lips. A weight of pressure mounted against my mind and drove needles into my skull. Part of me wanted to beg and beg until he ended the suffering, but I managed to hold out through sheer willpower. Darius stepped closer, angling the camera down at us, a furious snarl leaving his lips.
What the fuck?
He snapped at Caleb and Max. Max huffed, leaning down so he was right in our faces.
Beg us,
he commanded, the fullness of his power nearly forcing me down the easier road. Seth barked, stepping toward me, and Caleb shoved him back, wrapping his arms around him. I just have to say the words and this pain will stop. But if I do, I'll never forgive myself. My skin tingled from the glassy ice encasing my hands, and I drew heat to my palms once more, willing it to burn away Max's magic with all my heart. Relief filled me as it turned to water, and Tori's fingers snared mine as she managed it too. I immediately interlocked them, a fiery blaze seeming to pass under our skin. It rushed through me, coating my veins like a barrier, and I gasped as the pressure of Max's coercion started to fade.
You can't stand there, you're in shot.
Darius kicked mud at Max and he backed up with a huff. The wall of fire passing between Tori and I grew hotter, forcing his will from our bodies entirely. Earth, Tori whispered, and I nodded to her, understanding that the word was for me. What? Darius snarled, his eyes suddenly dropping to our hands as he realized we were free. Anticipation clutched my heart as I slammed my free hand to the mud at the same time as Tori, throwing my power into the soil and asking it to do what I bid. A powerful tremor gripped the ground, and the air stumbled backwards in surprise. With our combined magic wielding the earth beneath us, it was easier than ever before. A surge of tremendous power sped from our skin, and a shockwave exploded out from us, knocking the four of them from their feet. We were up in a heartbeat, leaping over Max and sprinting out of the copse. Adrenaline coursed through my blood and made my pulse rocket. Shouts of pure rage sounded behind us, and we cast a fierce air shield just as vines swung at us from above, wielded by someone's earth magic. They crashed against our shield, and I ducked instinctively, but they didn't make it through. We pressed our advantage, speeding across earth territory as fast as we could. The freshmen had escaped from the rings of fire Darius had cast, the grass smoldering and charred where they'd been. We raced to the orb, blood pounding in my ears and making me lightheaded as we finally stumbled inside, muddy and exhausted. The rest of the freshmen were gathered there, as well as most of the ASS. "There they are!" cried a freshman girl with pigtails. "I saw them get through the final ring! They did it!" The heirs burst through the doors behind us with furious expressions, halting as the entire ASS stood up, their hands raised as they started clapping. "To the only freshman to make it through the 9th ring of hell!" Geraldine cried, and a grin spread across my face as I looked to the heirs, daring them to deny it. Their eyes burned into our backs as we walked over to join our friends, showered in compliments as we went. Rage burned so hot from Darius, I felt the heat of it rolling up my spine. But I didn't care how angry they were that they'd failed their sad plans of soiling what little reputation we had. We'd fought the heirs and won, and that felt incredible. A yawn tore its way out of my throat as I arrived in fire territory for our trial, exhausted after the morning we'd had. I'd studied harder last night, practicing all the fire magic I knew and refusing to let any other distractions in. But my mind was currently full of the Hell Week prank we'd endured. But that was the idea, to make the trials even harder to complete. The only thing that mattered was getting through my exam, so I had to focus. I'd managed to avoid Orion since our argument, and was on a solid streak which I didn't plan on breaking until after we'd passed the reckoning. The problem was, the time apart from Orion was telling me something that scared me. I cared for him, a lot, and knowing things between us were in stormy, shark-infested water was akin to slowly pushing a blunt object into my heart. I tried and failed to talk to Diego about his uncle a bunch of times since Orion had asked, but I had a plan. On Sunday, everyone would be heading to the ferry fair in Tucana, and I was going to ask Diego to go with me. He couldn't avoid me if we spent the whole evening together alone. "Hey," I said, smiling as I met Tori and Sophia outside their house. Their clothes changed from the muddy, wet attire we'd been left in earlier this morning. Other freshmen were peeling away from the door, heading in the direction of the fire arena. "You guys ready?" Sophia nodded a little nervously, but Tori smiled. "Yep, let's do this." My sister had a spark in her eyes that ignited a fire in my chest. After fighting off the heirs, I was on a high which I hoped would carry me through the day, and it looked like Tori was still riding it too. We were halfway through the trials already, and I was ready to cross another one off the list. We soon arrived at the towering arena, joining the line of fire freshmen who were on their way in. A strange noise reached my ears, playing on repeat up ahead. A girlish giggle, then a splash. Giggle, splash, giggle, splash. What the hell? Some of the freshmen started laughing as they emerged in the arena, and Tori and I pushed forward to see what the source of the noise was. On the far side of the arena, filling the crescent stone seats that rose up to the roof, were the heirs and their fan club. Geraldine and the ASS had the remaining seats, seeming oddly quiet as we arrived. Their eyes were all on something above our heads, and I turned to look back at the wall which towered above the archway we'd arrived through. Projected there was a 2-second clip, which alternated between the moment Tori dove into that swimming pool and Seth cut off my hair. The giggle evidently belonged to Kylie, who'd been filming me from the bushes. Shock gripped my heart as the two most painful moments we'd experienced in this place bounced back and forth like some sick action replay. I was hot all over as I turned away from it, moving closer to Tori as we marched on through the sand. "I want to destroy them," Tori said under her breath, and I nodded. "This is because we beat them this morning," I breathed, trying not to let them see me shaken as jeers called out from the air's nasty friendship group of mindless sheep. Professor Pyro ushered us toward the changing rooms to follow the other freshmen, but we stood firm. We'd made a decision last night, and we weren't going to back out on it. Sophia cast a worried glance back at us, but I gave her a comforting smile and she headed away. "We're not going to wear the protective suits, Professor," Tori said, giving her a stare that dared her to try and force us. She looked between us in surprise. "Well, I suppose that's up to you, but the school won't be liable if you burn yourselves." "We won't," we said in unison, then shared a grin over our twin moment. "Off you go then, line up over there." She pointed to a shimmering golden line of magic that extended right through the center of the arena. We headed that way, standing side by side and facing the opposite wall. Nova was sitting at a table with a female professor with silver hair, the chair beside her empty and waiting for Pyro. The stands were buzzing with noise, drawing my attention to the airs once more. Seth was giving me a glare that spoke of absolute rage, and I frowned at him, confused by the sheer hatred I saw pulsing in his gaze. I mean, sure, he disliked me, but he hadn't exactly been acting his usual callous self lately, not since he'd made me his Omega. I turned to Tori as more freshmen appeared, lining up beside us in their skin-tight silver suits. "Do you get the feeling Seth is extra pissy today?" She glanced over her shoulder, giving him a sweeping look, then turning back to me. "He looks like someone took a shit on his grandma." "Like we did, you mean?" I muttered and she shrugged. "Maybe he's just playing up to his pathetic friends." "True," I said, but I still had a niggling feeling that that wasn't quite it. Pyro moved to stand in front of us, giving us a tense look as she waved a hand to draw silence from the crowd. All that remained in the quiet was the giggle splash of that godforsaken video. FML, are the teachers really going to leave that playing? Pyro didn't seem to notice it, smiling at us all. "Your fire trial will shortly begin. You will be required to walk across a narrow bridge from one side of the arena to the other, while casting a shape out of fire approximately 10 inches in diameter." "You can just cast my dick then, Tori," Caleb cried out and she scowled at him. Darius shot him a glare that could have murdered a small village and all of their farm animals. "Yes, well, I'd prefer if the object were more sanitary, but you may cast whatever you please," Pyro said, looking a little flustered. She ran a hand over her hair, then smiled again. "You will be graded on the complexity, clarity, and the length of time you keep the magic in form. If you lose focus, simply recast the object and continue. You will have just 20 minutes for this trial. Good luck." She raised a hand and a timer appeared above us made of fire. Then she turned and headed off to take her seat at the table. "Where's the bridge?" Tori murmured, and the second she said it, the ground parted right down the golden line, splitting into 2 crescents and drawing us backwards. Below it was a fiery pit of hell that made me want to hurl. Lava spewed up 10 feet below us, and 20 narrow metal bridges stretched between the continually extending gap. "Oh my God," I breathed as the ground slid to a halt, and we were left on one side of the blazing inferno. It was 50 feet across, the heat of the lava already raising the temperature in my blood and sparking a flare of power under my skin. "Begin!" Pyro cried, and the clock started counting down. Tori and I moved to the nearest bridge, and I tried to avoid looking at the terrifying sight below as I decided what to cast. I spotted Sophia moving to a bridge a few over from ours, her face fixed in concentration as she cast a diamond above her hand. Tori flexed her fingers, and a fireball burst to life in her palm, shifting and molding until a small motorbike hovered above it. She grew it to the required size, her brows pinching together. "Be careful," I said, my heart stammering as she stepped onto the bridge. It was barely wider than her shoe. I swallowed hard, moving forward and raising my hand. I cast an intricate flower above my palm, painting on as many details as I could as I focused. Without the protective suit, the fire seemed to move to my will so much easier, like it was an extension of my flesh. I steeled myself as I stepped out onto the bridge, carefully placing one foot in front of the other. The blazing heat around me did nothing but fill me with energy, and a tingling sensation in my shoulder blades made me wonder if my order form was simmering under my skin, drawn to the inferno. Maybe I really am a dragon. Tori was just a foot ahead of me, and students moved in my periphery. I caught sight of Sophia's magic flittering away in her hand before she quickly recast it, and my heart panged for her. I drew more energy to the flower hovering above my palm, making the petals fall away like embers, and Geraldine cheered. A smile pulled up my lips, but it was short-lived as a huge spray of fire exploded up from the lava to my right, then on my left too. Pockets of pure magma burst into the air, and flames roared so keenly they nearly licked my skin. A scream caught my ear, but I couldn't look to see what had happened as a collective gasp sounded from the audience. I set my eye on Tori's back and didn't stop moving. The airs were suspiciously quiet, but Marguerite led a cheer, seeming to grow more and more agitated every time she belted it out, like us not being burned alive at that current moment was irritating her. "Let the Vegas burn! Let the Vegas burn! Let the Vegas burn!" The bridge beneath me trembled violently, and I released a gasp at the same time Tori did. Either side of me, the other platforms were beginning to shake too. With every passing second, the tremors grew stronger, and fear took root in my chest. "Look forward!" Tori called to me anxiously. I was unsure on my feet at the best of times, let alone on a tiny bridge above a pit of goddamn lava. Heat seared my eyes as I clenched my teeth, trying to keep my balance. But as I took another step, I lost it. A swooping sensation accompanied my scream. My flower fizzled away to nothing as I fell, reaching out desperately to catch myself. I caught the bridge at the last second, dangling off of it, fire spewing below me and flaring against the soles of my shoes. Panic dug into me. If I used any magic other than fire to get up, I'd fail this exam. But if I didn't, I might fall. The violent tremor finally stopped, and I released a slow breath as I tried to haul myself up. Tori dropped down to help me, her motorbike evaporating. My heart jolted as she caught my hand and pulled me to my feet. We steadied ourselves by resting our hands on each other's shoulders, and her gaze burrowed into mine as she checked I was okay. Marguerite's chant had died away, and one glance that way showed me the heirs were on their feet. Darius's hands were raised, but he dropped them the second I met his eyes. "I'm sorry," I said to my sister, furious with myself. "Don't be. I'd never leave you." "I wouldn't leave you either." I squeezed her arm, then braced her as she turned around. We recast our fire shapes and continued on. We'd fallen behind a lot of the students, but a quick look told me plenty were going even slower than us, their magic stuttering out over and over again. One girl had resorted to shimmying along on her butt, not even casting magic as she focused on just getting the hell across. Pitchy screams made my heart lurch, and I glanced to my right as a fierce blue light bloomed in my periphery. A raging hot fireball hurtled through the air on a magical rope like a wrecking ball, swinging across the center of the arena. I caught hold of Tori's shirt in a moment of sheer panic, tugging her back a step as the blazing ball swept past us. The second it hit its highest point, it started rushing back again. "Go, go, go!" I urged, and we ran forward as fast as we could. Heat scorched the back of my neck as it swung by once more, and I took a breath to try and steady my heart. Miraculously, we both managed to keep our fire casts in place, but nearly half the other students had lost focus and dropped theirs. I caught sight of Sophia recasting hers, and a couple in the audience who must have been her parents cried out in encouragement. We were over halfway, and one look at the timer told me we were still making good time. Pockets of fire lit up ahead on the bridge itself, and yelps sounded around us as people were burned by the flash fires. They sizzled out as quickly as they came, reigniting in completely random spots, so we had no chance of predicting them. Students were slowing to a halt as they tried to figure out how to cross this next obstacle. Those who'd gotten halfway even had to retreat as they were burned. Shit, Tori cursed. Let's just go for it. Do it, I agreed, my heart jackhammering in my chest. She started moving forward as fast as was sensible, and I hurried to follow. Fire flashed between us, and I waited for it to vanish before darting past the blackened spot. We managed to avoid the fires by luck alone for several seconds, but our luck ran out. At the same moment, fire blazed beneath our feet. I flinched, but no pain came. The flames singed the bottoms of my leggings, but I was somehow completely fine. I looked up in confusion, finding Tori glancing back at me with the exact same expression on her face. Muttering broke out amongst the crowd, and I felt the judge's eyes on us like a row of hawks. "Keep going," I said, flustered and confused as we moved on. When fire flared at my feet again, and the same thing happened, we both quickened our pace, throwing caution to the wind. I didn't know what it meant, but I sure as hell was going to take advantage of it. We soon took the lead, hurrying toward the end of the bridge, and I couldn't believe we'd almost made it through the trial. A huge door made entirely of fire bloomed at the very end of the bridge, our final challenge. One other student reached the end a few platforms across. She reached out to touch the door, then yanked her hand back as it burned her. "Can we get rid of it?" I suggested to Tori. "Maybe, but..." She reached out, and I felt everyone in the arena staring as she pushed her fingers into the fire. She turned her hand side to side, and my lips parted. "Leap of faith?" she asked. "Okay, but be safe." I bit into my lower lip. Tori raised her hand as the motorbike remained firmly above it, then leapt forward, landing on the other side of the door. I didn't wait for my rational side to kick in. I darted forward and jumped after her. Heat washed over me, my clothes singed, but nothing else. I landed beside Tori, and we dropped the fire cast in our hands, falling into each other's arms as we cheered. Geraldine's side of the crowd went crazy, but as I looked to the airs, I saw something in their eyes I never thought I'd seen in them before. Fear. Darius's gaze shifted between us, and laughter built in my throat. If we really were impervious to fire, he couldn't use it against us, and as a dragon shifter, that had to suck. I started laughing, and Tori joined me as she flipped them the finger. The four of them stood, marching out of the crowd and leaving the arena so fast, I was certain they were going to discuss this turn of events. But I didn't care. We'd completed our third trial and discovered how strong we really were in the process. We headed to the Orb for an evening of celebrating with the ASS, and to top off one of the best days ever, Geraldine taught us a spell to booby-trap a huge tower of cupcakes on our table. When Max predictably came over to steal one, the entire pile exploded in his face, coating him head to toe in frosting. By the time I headed back to Air Tower with Diego at my side, a permanent smile was etched onto my face. Principal Nova had sent Tori and I an email stating that she expected us to emerge as a rare kind of dragon any day now, though she'd not heard of any kind that were impervious to fire, so she was hopeful that we would be a very rare breed. I wasn't sure I was ready to shift into a creature that size, but I imagined it was something I'd get used to in time, especially if it meant the airs no longer screwed with us. As I rounded into the 11th floor with Diego, I caught his arm before he headed to his room. "Diego, the fairy fair is on Saturday." "I know," he said sullenly. "Sophia is going." "Yeah," I frowned. "So I thought maybe you might want to go with me? Could be fun." His eyes brightened. "Oh yeah, that sounds great, chica." "Good." I grinned, and he pulled me into a hug where we clashed heads, and I awkwardly patted his back, then stepped away. Night then. I slipped away into my room and pushed the key into the lock, except it was already unlocked. My heart stammered as I pushed the door open, finding Seth Capella lying on my bed. "What the hell?" I demanded, stepping into the room. "Get out!" He sat up, his eyes frighteningly dark as he rose to his feet. What was with him today? My blood chilled as he stalked toward me, and I almost backed up into the corridor to escape. But this was my room, and he was the one trespassing. "Fire doesn't burn you," he stated, cocking his head with a wolfish look that said he was on the hunt for his next kill. "But I bet vines can choke you, and air can suffocate you." He toyed with both elements, one in each hand. "What's up with you?" I breathed, conjuring an air shield to protect myself. He licked his lips, stepping closer, then suddenly slapped on a smile which was somehow more terrifying. "Nothing, little Omega. Are you going to challenge me soon?" "Challenge you?" "Yeah, that's the only way you can get out of my pack. So challenge me, babe. I'm hungry for the fight. Don't keep me waiting too long." He walked out of the door, and I leaned back against the wall, waiting for my heart to settle before quickly shutting and locking it. Why is he so damn angry? A thought entered my mind which held me hostage with terror for one long moment. My eyes whipped to the desk, and I hurried forward, pulling the top drawer open with a pang of absolute dread. He hasn't found it. Please tell me he hasn't found it. Horror filled me. It was gone. I almost went into complete panic mode when I spotted it peeping out behind my desk lamp. My heart lurched as I grabbed it, clenching my fist around it. I didn't leave it there, did I? I tried to recall the last time I'd moved it, but between my elemental trials and daily Hell Week pranks, my mind drew a blank. I must have moved it. Seth would have killed me if he'd found it. I breathed a sigh, stuffing it into my top drawer and letting my worries ebb away. Seth was just being his usual unpredictable self. One minute he was all over me, and the next he was trying to destroy my life and make me renounce my claim like a jackass. His moods changed like the wind, and hell if I was going to let him rattle me.
Chapter 26. Max. I strode along the glass tube which created the corridor in Aqua House, glancing above my head as a shoal of glimmering silver fish swam overhead. The sun was setting, and the light which made it this deep into the lake was quickly diminishing. Soon it would be too dark to see the view through the glass structure, and the calming sight of the creatures beneath the lake would be lost to me. For a moment, I considered shifting into my order form and heading out for a swim to see if that might relax me. But I shrugged the idea off. What I really needed was an outlet for this anger, not a way to try and calm it. After watching the damn Vegas ace their fire trial, I'd ended up with a face full of fucking frosting courtesy of Geraldine goddamn Cross. But because of the sneaky way she'd gone about setting that trap for me, I hadn't even been able to challenge her over it. It would have seemed weak to start throwing about accusations, especially while I was covered in cake. My atlas started ringing in my pocket and I hooked it out, raising an eyebrow as my dad's name appeared on the caller ID. "Hey Dad, what's going?" "I don't have time for pleasantries, Max," Dad said quickly, and I didn't miss the excited tone to his voice. "The FIB have just apprehended a nymph. A live nymph." "Shit," I breathed, falling still in the middle of the corridor as I gave him my full attention. I waved a hand quickly, forming a silencing bubble against any nosy fuckers who might be lurking nearby before I went on. "Are they interrogating it?" "That's why I'm calling you," he said briskly. "They're bringing it to the court of Solaria now so we can perform the interrogation ourselves. We've never had an opportunity like this before, and the other counselors agreed that we should handle the situation personally." "Is it safe?" I asked, unable to halt the creeping fear which slid through me at the idea of my dad getting close to one of those things. There was a good reason why they were never apprehended. A nymph's rattle could disable even the strongest fae if they were close enough, and one wrong move could lead to them getting their probes straight into your heart. It wasn't worth the risk. "That's the genius part of it," Dad said, barking a laugh as his excitement bled through the phone. He was just as powerful as me, and even the tone of his voice could transfer emotions when he was hyped up. "Agent Sky came up with the idea to cut its fingers off before healing the stumps. No probes. It's completely disarmed and primed for a safe interrogation." Wow. So you think you'll be able to get some answers out of it then? Locations, numbers, plots? "Oh, I'm confident of it. They'll be transferring the captive here within the hour, and I convinced the other counselors that it would be educational for you and the other heirs to observe the interrogation." "No shit," I cried, a grin biting into my cheeks. "Yes, shit," Dad laughed. "So gather the other boys and get here as quick as you can. I take it Darius has Stardust to hand?" "Of course he does," I joked. "When do you ever see a dragon without a pocket full of it?" Dad chuckled again. "I imagine Lionel would bathe in the stuff if it wouldn't get lodged in his butt crack, just because he could." I snorted a laugh too. Dad always liked ribbing on the other orders, laughing at their shows of power. We both knew that the only real power that counted was ours. If you could make people feel the same way as you, then you never lost an argument. Of course, the counselors and other heirs were strong enough to combat our powers, so it didn't make a difference to our relationships with them. But almost everyone else we met fell under our sway easily enough. "I'll call the guys now," I said. "We'll be there within the hour." "Good." Dad hung up, and I sent a quick message to the other heirs telling him to get their asses here ASAP. I dropped the silencing bubble and started jogging as I headed up to my room. I opened the metal door and stepped into the huge glass dome, which was my home here at Zodiac. The lake rose to the center of the glass bubble, lapping around the middle so that my room was half submerged. I looked up at the darkening sky as the last rays of the sun painted it in streaks of russet. The moon hung low in the sky already, almost full, and lighting a hunger in my flesh. The closer we drew to the lunar eclipse, the more the moon called to me. I was really looking forward to the party that would take place that night. Inhibitions went to hell during an eclipse, and Fae followed their most primal emotions. It was refreshing for me to see people acting on the emotions I could feel pouring from them rather than just trying to repress them all the time. I touched my fingers to the glass wall of my room and created a layer of ice to grow over the orb, blocking the view of the lake and the sky to make sure we had privacy. I stripped out of my clothes and found a gray suit in the back of my closet, changing into it swiftly. If we were seen at the court of Solaria, no doubt our photographs would be taken to go with a fluff piece about us helping with the war effort in tomorrow's papers. It was important we looked the part if we were spotted. I moved to the mirror, pushing some product into my mohawk to flatten it a little, then strapped on one of the watches from my top drawer, opting for a platinum piece to complement the suit. A knock came at the door, and I opened it as Darius strolled in wearing a black suit with a gray shirt beneath it. He nodded to me, but his attention was on his atlas as he listened to someone on the other end of it. I spotted Caleb striding up the corridor outside and left the door open for him. "Just trust me, Mother," Darius said firmly. "I have it on good authority, and if I'm wrong and you spend the night in the mortal world for no reason, then what difference does it make? It's worth it to make sure Xavier isn't at risk." I glanced at him, wondering why he might think his brother was in danger, but he'd taken a seat on the couch with his back to me. I drew closer to him, and a wave of concern swept over me, followed by relief at whatever his mother was saying in response. "Thank you," Darius said, his shoulders sagging. "I'll see you next week once it's all over." He cut the call, and I moved to perch on the arm of the couch as Caleb entered. He'd opted for a black suit too, but the white shirt he wore with it was full of creases. He seemed distracted, and he dropped onto my bed with a sigh. Irritation flowed from him, muddled with disappointment, frustration, a touch of rage. All in all, I'd say that Tori Vega had done a number on him. "Is everything all right with Xavier?" I asked Darius, opting to avoid the subject of Tori while the two of them were here. That girl was causing cracks in our group, and I wasn't sure that they'd heal until we got rid of her and her sister for good. Darius let out a long breath, and for a moment, a flicker of fear came from him, but he held it in check, clearly not wanting me to read into it. "He's just going through a few things at the moment. It'll all resolve itself in time," Darius said, obviously not wanting to go into whatever it was. I nodded, accepting his decision to keep whatever was bothering him to himself. Sometimes, I worried that his secrets would catch up on him one day, though. His father had done too good a job of teaching him to bottle things up, but sometimes emotions needed an outlet beyond rage. I shifted my gaze to Caleb, and he noticed, leaning back on my pillows with his lips pursed.
I don't think I can keep seeing Tori,
he said darkly, more than a little anger pouring from him. Darius sat up straighter in his chair, relief and excitement slipping from him. I caught his eye, and he shrugged innocently, but not before I felt a touch of his lust, too. Yeah, we need this girl gone before the two of them come to blows over her. I thought you were going to keep things the same with her so that she didn't catch on to the fact that we were coming for her, I asked, though I'd known when Cal said that he'd have trouble doing it. The moment he'd realized he'd been screwing the girl responsible for making him a laughingstock, his anger had tainted the air all around him so strongly that I could taste it even when he left the room. It was more than that, though. He was embarrassed, too, knowing she was laughing at him and leading him on. Hell, it pissed me off enough, and she hadn't even done it to me.
I know,
he muttered.
I'm not going to be able to keep my temper in check if I'm hunting her. It's hard enough not to be too rough with her when I'm not pissed at her. I don't think I can control myself when I'm this angry, and I could end up going too far.
So, rough her up a bit, I said with a shrug. Maybe she'll like it. Darius growled at me, and I looked around at him in surprise as a wave of anger slammed right into me. Emotions always tasted more potent when they were aimed at me like that, and for a second, I felt exactly what it was like to have a dragon point his rage at me. What if he ends up killing her? He snapped like I was an idiot. The law won't protect him from murdering a royal. I scoffed and looked back at Caleb, but I was surprised to find him nodding.
I could,
he said darkly.
There's a reason why the vampire code discourages us from indulging in the hunt. The bloodlust blinds me while I'm hunting, and it's hard to rein it in sometimes.
Darius growled again, and I huffed at all the anger in the room. The door opened, and I looked up as Seth came in. He was wearing a black suit, too, and I groaned irritably. Should I get changed? I asked. You all look like you're matching on purpose now. Darius rolled his eyes and shrugged out of his jacket. Better? Now I look like I didn't even bother dressing properly. The stories will be about that instead of focusing on your inability to match, or the possibility that we're conspiring to make you look like the odd one out in a gray suit. I smirked at him because it was better. I hated it when the press made comments about me like that, but Darius just let it all roll off of his back. And with my ability to read his emotions, I knew he genuinely didn't care about it, so I didn't even have to feel bad about him taking the fall for me. Seth moved to take a seat beside Darius, nuzzling into him despite the way Darius shifted back an inch to avoid him. It always amused me to watch Seth pushing his wolfy ways onto Darius and Caleb despite their orders preferring their space. They tried to accommodate him as much as possible, but their natures would always collide to some degree.
So what were you talking about before I arrived?
Seth asked, his hand moving to Darius's thigh. I raised an eyebrow at him as I felt a touch of lust coming from him, and Seth whimpered guiltily, taking his hand back before Darius could push it off.
The moon is making me horny as fuck, he complained, and my pack still won't come anywhere near me. I've got needs.
Tell me about it, Darius complained. All fucking week it's been getting worse, and the eclipse isn't until Monday.
Which makes it even harder for me to break things off with Tori.
Caleb moaned, falling back onto my pillows dramatically. What are you, a teenage girl? I asked him, taking a pillow from the couch to toss at him. Just find some other girl to screw.
It won't be the same,
Caleb growled, pulling the pillow over his face.
She's so fucking hot. She keeps surprising me and it makes me so hard I can't.
Shut the fuck up about it, Darius snapped, pushing himself out of his seat. Keep screwing her or don't. I don't want to fucking listen to any more talk about her or her goddamn sister." His anger pulsed through the room, and I sighed heavily. I was gonna need a rage detox after spending a night in their company. Maybe I could find a Pegasus to screw when we got back from the interrogation. They always had happiness to spare. I wasn't even sure why Caleb hated that rumor so much. Who didn't like screwing a girl who smiled the whole time like you were doing her a favor with each thrust? Seth got up too and moved closer to Darius with a whimper, reaching out to comfort him. Darius batted him away, but Seth persisted, brushing his hands along his arms and whimpering like a kicked puppy every time he was rejected. I swiped a hand over my eyes. "Is your guard dog going to keep us waiting much longer?" I demanded, checking my watch. "You know Lance," Darius shrugged. "He'll be late for his own funeral. But if I show up without him, Father will be disappointed." I pushed my tongue into my cheek. Yeah, disappointed enough to beat the shit out of his son, no doubt. Darius had never told us what Lionel did to him, but we all knew. I'd felt the emotions coming from him after one too many run-ins with his father, and Cal had overheard Lionel screaming at Darius while kicking him until his ribs broke when we'd been at their house for a barbecue once. He'd tried to intervene, but his mom had stopped him. When Darius had returned, he'd been healed like it had never happened, and we'd tried to confront him about it. He hadn't confirmed or denied it. He just thanked us for giving a shit and told us not to worry about it. As if that was possible. Seth wrapped his arms around Darius, who growled in response. He didn't appreciate us feeling sorry for him, and I was pretty sure it would only be another moment before. Darius shoved Seth off of him, and he fell back onto the couch with a whine. "I'm not a hugger, Seth," Darius snapped. "How many goddamn times do I have to tell you?" Seth whimpered again. I know. But you look like you need one and I'm sleeping on my own. My pack should be huddled all around me, but I'm in that bed with no one to snuggle and I need to snuggle." Darius rolled his eyes and I snorted a laugh, slipping down beside Seth and pulling him under my arm. He released a groan that was damn near sexual as he folded his arms around me, nuzzling into my chest. The relief that poured from him coated the back of my tongue, and my gut twisted as I felt a sharp twist of pain coming from him. He was hurting. This separation from his pack wasn't healthy for him. "Come and sleep here tonight," I offered, needing to make him feel better. His pain hurt me too, and I couldn't just leave it alone. "You can be the big spoon." "Really?" Seth asked excitedly, peering up at me like I'd just promised him the moon. "You promise?" Fuck knows why, but yeah. A smile tugged at my lips as I felt just how happy that made him, and he swiped his tongue straight up my cheek. Caleb laughed at us, and my smile widened as I felt him pushing some of his anger aside in favor of amusement. "If you're starting on an orgy, I might just wait outside until you're done." Orion's voice came from the door, and I twisted in my seat to look at him. A torrent of relief and happiness spilled from Darius as his special buddy arrived, and he strode straight across the room to meet him, pulling him into a tight embrace. They stayed locked together for several long seconds, and Orion ran his hand up and down Darius's back. The emotions coming from them were so strong that I could hardly feel the twist of jealousy I usually got when I saw them together. The four of us were as close as four brothers, but Darius had this special relationship with Orion that didn't include us. It was kinda sad how it made me feel like a jealous little bitch, but there it was. The one thing a siren had to do was own their own emotions, and I couldn't really deny it. When Orion was around, Darius dropped us like sacks of shit. Okay, maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration, but it felt that way sometimes. And I knew neither of them had chosen to undergo the guardian bond, so I didn't even have the right to feel the way I did. But I couldn't help it. And neither could Cal and Seth. Seth started howling loudly as Orion and Darius kept hold of each other. "I thought you didn't like hugging," he growled, when he couldn't take it anymore. Caleb laughed, and I joined in as Darius finally stepped back. Well, maybe I just don't like hugging you, he teased, pulling a pouch of stardust from his pocket. A stab of hurt came from Seth, and I frowned. Don't be a dick, Darius, I snapped, squeezing Seth tighter. Oh, for fuck's sake, Darius muttered. Come here then, puppy. Seth bounded out of the chair and leapt on Darius like he'd just declared his undying love for him instead of offering a consolation hug. He jumped into Darius's arms and knocked him back onto the bed where they fell on top of Cal, who got dragged into the hug too. I laughed as the mood in the room switched dramatically, and amusement, happiness, and friendship filled the air. I got up and dove on top of them as well, earning myself more licks from Seth as he alternated between all of us. Come on, Orion, Seth called excitedly. You can join my honorary pack for the night. Not a fucking chance, Orion replied, folding his arms as he stayed well away from us where we were all tangled on the bed. Darius laughed as he got up, offering me a hand to help me up too. Seth pinned Caleb down and licked him straight up the center of his face, and he spluttered as he shoved him off. We're going to be late at this rate, Orion said casually, and we all looked at him in disbelief as we moved closer together. Darius tossed the stardust over us, and the next second we were floating through the stars, the room melting away from us as we shifted through the world in little less than the space between heartbeats. My feet hit the ground, and I looked around at the others as they appeared too. Cameras started flashing instantly as the paparazzi spotted us, and I heard my name mixed with the others as the reporters tried to snag our attention for a comment. Orion darted away from us straight into the building as we turned and posed for a few photos to keep them happy. We don't have any comments to make at this time, Darius called, and we headed into the court of Solaria before they had much chance to protest. The moment we walked through the huge rotating doors, my father's PA, Cressida, descended on us. Her platinum blonde braids were pulled back into a high ponytail, and her full lips pressed into a thin line, which was the only indication she gave of being irritated that we were late. Here you are, she gushed. They just brought the nymph in. Your parents are already waiting in the interrogation room. We followed her further into the building, passing several security doors, and more FIB agents in their black uniforms than usually filled the halls around here. I guessed it was a precaution with the war taking place, but all the tension surrounding us made me uneasy. We headed up a dark staircase, and Cressida led us into an observation room beside a pane of one-way glass so that we'd be hidden from the nymph. The interrogation room beyond the window was still empty, its white walls gleaming expectantly as it awaited the prisoner. The counselors looked up as we entered the room, and we all moved forward to greet our parents. Dad smiled widely as he saw me, his excitement infectious as he drew me into an embrace. Have you gotten taller? He teased, straightening his spine as we stood eye to eye. You saw me a few days ago, I replied, shaking my head at the tired joke. Seth and Cal were both grinning at their moms as they greeted them too, but Darius and Orion only exchanged a curt greeting with Lionel. I extended my senses toward the fire counselor, wondering if I should be concerned for Darius tonight, but I only detected the faintest hint of disappointment from his father. He was one of the strangest people I'd ever read. Whenever I got near him, it was like he was void of emotion, a blank canvas. Either he kept himself in complete control, or he was some kind of path. Sociopath, psychopath, both. I certainly didn't envy Darius's life with him, whatever he was. My dad noticed my attention swiveling to my friend and his father, and led me over to join them, picking up on my concern. I'd spoken to him about Lionel once, but there was nothing he or the other counselors could do about him. To challenge him would be to challenge the Celestial Council itself, and Solaria couldn't afford the unrest that would cause, especially with the nymphs circling ever closer and the Vega heirs reappearing. Nice to see you, Professor Orion, Dad said, offering his hand. Orion shook it briefly, his emotions in control too, though his discomfort spilled out a little. He didn't like being read by sirens, but we were fairly used to that reaction. You too, Lord Rigel, Orion agreed. I suppose you'll have your hands full with the lunar eclipse on Monday, Dad joked. I wouldn't fancy the challenge of trying to wrangle a school full of randy teenagers with the moon working against me. Gah, Dad, I complained, scrunching my face up in disgust.
Oh, come on, Caleb's mom, Melinda, piped up. You boys are practically adults now. We all feel the urges of the moon when the eclipse comes.
Lionel laughed darkly, his gaze sweeping over Melinda in her tight-fitting dress as a hint of lust leaked from him. Christ, I'm gonna be sick. That we do, Lionel agreed. Caleb visibly shuddered.
No, you don't, Mom, he snapped. I don't want to even hear a suggestion that you do.
Melinda laughed.
Well, you should. Your eclipse conceived after all.
Fuck, don't tell me that. Caleb covered his ears, and the counselors all laughed like it was hilarious.
Actually, Callie, I've been meaning to talk to you about this,
Melinda added.
Your father and I have decided it's best you come home for the night on Monday. Vampires feel the bloodlust too keenly during the eclipse, and it's not worth risking any incidents.
Seth snorted loudly, and his mom, Antonia, nudged him in a way that wasn't really reprimanding, but was obviously meant to be seen that way.
I can control myself,
Caleb complained. I don't need to go home like a...
I'm sure Professor Orion can attest to the difficulty of controlling his nature during an eclipse,
Melinda asked, casting her gaze on Orion so he was forced to respond.
It can be a challenge,
he agreed slowly.
I bet it can,
Antonia murmured, running her eyes over him. Mom, Seth barked. The eclipse isn't for 2 days for the star's sake.
See, Callie? A challenge. Your own professor admits it. So you're coming home to make sure you don't kill anyone and cause a scandal.
But Mom, Caleb began, just as the door opened in the interrogation room. We all looked around and silence descended like a cloud over all of us as the nymph was dragged into the room. My eyes widened as I took it in. I'd seen a few nymphs in their true form before, but that had been in the midst of battle or after they were already dead. The nightmare before me sent ice sliding through my veins. It was over a foot taller than the 4 FIB agents who dragged it into the room. Its skin was rough like the bark of a tree, and thorny horns extended from its skull. Its eyes were black like the shadow realm it was born from, and its face was a picture of horror. The creature's arms were bound behind its back with chains of fire, but as it was thrown to the ground, it turned, and my stomach clenched as I spotted the stumps where its fingers should have been. The wounds had been healed to stop any bleeding, but the thought of what had been done to them made me clench my own hands into fists defensively. Excitement built around me, and the 4 counselors filed from the room, leaving us to watch as they headed in to start the interrogation. Dad clapped me on the shoulder as he went, obviously noticing my concern, and I gave him a tight smile as he headed off to join our enemy in that room. The FIB agents left as our parents entered, and the nymph moved up onto its knees as it was surrounded. Seth whimpered softly as his mom drew close to the creature, brushing his shoulder against mine for reassurance. Dad had shed his suit jacket on the way into the room, and he slowly rolled his sleeves back as Antonia stalked towards the nymph first. Lionel and Melinda stood back, watching as the nymph raised its head to survey them with its black eyes.
We need information, which you have,
Seth's mom said, stopping in front of it.
And we will get it from you before you die. It's up to you how difficult that is.
The shadows will welcome me back for dying a warrior's death, the nymph growled, its voice guttural and low. I do not fear pain or death. Antonia flexed her hand, and the nymph was thrown back against the wall with a blast of air. Its head collided with the white tiles, and blood splattered across them at the impact. My father moved to her side, and water shot from his palm, slamming into the creature, before creating an orb around its head. The nymph started thrashing as it fought for air, and Dad's jaw clenched as he held the magic in place until it started convulsing. The water cascaded to the floor before the creature could lose consciousness, and Antonia started weaving air through her fingers again. "Tell us where your forces are massing," she demanded. The nymph glared up at her and took in a deep breath, a loud rattle filling the air. I sucked in a sharp breath as Antonia and my dad dropped to their knees under the influence of the creature's power. Seth caught my arm, a howl leaving his lips as he cried out to his mother. Melinda and Lionel staggered as its power hit them too, but Lionel snarled as he stepped forward. Cries went up from the corridor as FIB agents called out for backup, and the 5 of us moved so close to the glass that we were practically pressed against us. "Tell us!" Lionel yelled, a roar escaping him as he managed to run at the nymph despite the heavy rattle of its power filling the room. My own knees were growing weak as it wielded its dark magic, and my dad clutched his chest like he could hardly breathe. Smoke slid between Lionel's lips as he called on the dragon beneath his flesh for power and threw his fist into the nymph's face. Blood flew, and he yelled out as he hit it again, his powerful frame brimming with rage as he threw his fists like hammers into the nymph's face. On the 4th blow, the rattle was cut off, and the nymph was knocked to the ground. Lionel didn't stop. He was screaming at it, demanding the information he wanted while kicking and punching, more and more blood spilling over the white tiles as he lost control. Dad got to his feet, drawing Antonia back instead of moving towards Darius's father. "Lionel, stop!" Melinda demanded, but he just kept kicking and kicking until the nymph wasn't moving at all. Silence fell heavily among everyone, and I dragged in a long breath. "He just killed it," Caleb breathed, a frown gripping his features. "Now we won't get any information from it." "It was too powerful," I growled. "Even without its probes, it just disabled some of the most powerful Fae in Solaria. I knew we needed the information that creature had held, but I couldn't get the image of my dad on his knees out of my mind. I was glad it was dead." "That monster never would have talked," Seth said in a low voice. "The only thing they deserve is death." "Well, it makes a change to see him turning that rage on someone who deserves it for once," Orion muttered. "Kinda looked like he went easy on it to me," Darius replied darkly. I turned to look at him with a frown, wondering if he'd really had to endure that level of anger at his father's hands. One look at his face gave me my answer, and I shifted uncomfortably as I gazed back into the room where blood was steadily spreading across the ground. I reached out with my power, pushing through the glass and focusing on Lionel Acrux. His face was fixed in a mask of anger and disappointment, but as I pressed a little harder with my power, I found the truth of what he was feeling beneath the mask. Joy, exhilaration, relief. And that might have been the most terrifying thing I'd experienced all night.
Chapter 27. Tori. We stood in the caves where we had our earth elemental lessons with the rest of the freshmen while we waited for the final trial to begin. This one was different than the others. The stands were outside the caves and we were alone down here, while Professor Rockford and the other assessors stood waiting to start the trial. I stepped from foot to foot as nervous energy ticked through me. This was it, the final trial. When we make it through the reckoning, we need a night out, I said to Darcy as we waited for the last of the students to arrive. Hell yes, dancing and drinking and no airs. We should go to Tucana again, or maybe somewhere even further away. We could get out of the academy for a whole weekend, I suggested with a grin. Hit up our stipend for a 5-star stay in some fancy hotel and a night of drinking champagne. Yes, please, Darcy said enthusiastically. We were both going to the fairy fair tonight, but it wouldn't really be the same kind of celebration as we could have after the reckoning. Besides, Darcy was going with Diego, and Caleb had sent me message after message until I'd finally agreed to let him take me. It wasn't a date, though. I was 78% certain of that. More like a chance to hook up somewhere new. I guessed I'd find out tonight either way. The aim of this task is simple, Rockford called in her small voice, and I turned my attention her way. Escape the caves before the time runs out. There are various routes through them, and you need to find the one that leads above ground. And make sure you don't get eaten. Eaten? I asked in confusion. What do you... A klaxon sounded, and the students all raced forward as one. I caught Darcy's eye, and we started running too, caught up in the flood of bodies. The tunnel curved downhill ahead of us before forking in two directions. The freshmen parted like a tide crashing against a rock, half going each way. We ran left, not really making the choice beyond the fact that we were already to that side of the crowd. The tunnel curved before splitting again and again, the students around us spilling in different directions while we made snap decisions and hoped for the best. The further we went, the darker it got. Fey worms and precious metals glimmered on the black walls, but it was hard to make out much else. How are we supposed to find a way out of here when every tunnel leads down? Darcy hissed, and I chewed my lip, unsure how to answer her. She was right, but how long could that go on for? Surely they'd head up again eventually. What the hell kind of challenge would this be if it was impossible? Hold on, I said, catching her arm and pulling her to a halt. Maybe we should try to be smarter about this. Surely we have to use earth magic to escape this place. It can't just be about running blind. Yeah, you're right. Darcy looked around as the rest of the students left us behind and reached out for the cave wall. She closed her eyes as she concentrated, and I looked around, seeing if I could spot anything that might help. A faint tremor ran through the ground at my feet, and I shifted to keep my balance. I think we should go right, Darcy murmured, her voice heavy as she concentrated on the feeling of her earth magic. I opened my mouth to respond, just as a guttural roar sounded somewhere in the caves behind us, sending a shiver of fear racing up my spine. Darcy's eyes snapped open, and she looked at me, her gaze filled with the same terror that sound had woken in me. What was that? I breathed. Darcy shook her head, no words coming out. The roar came again, and I stumbled towards her. Right? I confirmed, looking at the narrow passage which led that way. It was darker than the others, narrower too. On looks, I wouldn't have picked it, but maybe that was a good thing. We should be trusting our magic, nothing else. Yeah, Darcy agreed. We ran for it together, and the darkness pressed close as the cavern swallowed us. Up ahead, an orange glow seemed to flicker just out of sight, giving just enough light to let me see the walls which pressed in on either side of us. After a few feet, the passage narrowed too much for us to jog side by side, and Darcy slipped ahead of me. We kept going, our panting breaths echoing against the cold rocks as the passage slowly started to curve uphill. You were right, I said encouragingly as we upped our pace a little more. I reached out to brush my hands over the walls either side of me as I ran, and that deep roar sounded behind us again. Shit, you don't think she meant that part about us getting eaten, do you? Darcy begged, looking behind her as she kept running. No, I breathed, though it sounded a hell of a lot like a yes somehow. We tumbled around a corner into a wide chamber with a low fire burning at the center of it, causing the orange glow. We staggered towards the flames, and my heart pounded as I looked around at the chamber we'd emerged in. 7 other passages led out of here, but it was impossible to say which we should follow to get back to the surface. The growl came again, so close that the earth beneath our feet shuddered with the force of it. What the fuck is that? I gasped. Darcy was shaking her head, backing up closer to the fire. I looked between the passages at a total loss. We need to feel the way on again, she said, dropping to her knees. Okay, I agreed, though I wasn't entirely sure what she meant. I dropped down too, closing my eyes as I pressed my palms to the dirt beneath us. I pushed my awareness away from myself, searching with my earth magic for a connection to the rock and soil surrounding us. For a moment, it was overwhelming. So much of it pressed in on us from every direction, above, below, to each side. But suddenly, my attention caught on the space we were in instead. I felt the fissure in the soil, the divide which ran through it like veins in a body. The other tunnels branched away from this space, and I could push my awareness towards them too, feeling them out as I tried to figure out where they went. "I'll start on the right, you start on the left," Darcy directed, and I quickly agreed. I dug my fingers into the soil, pushing my consciousness towards the tunnel to my left and trying to figure out where it led. Up and down didn't seem to mean anything to what I was feeling, but as the tunnel spread away from us, I could feel the rock around it growing thicker, colder, wetter. That had to mean it went down. I shook my head and drew back to where we were, exploring the next tunnel with my magic instead. I pushed my awareness into the dark space, but felt it end abruptly in a sharp blockade. There was no opening beyond that. It was a dead end. "Not the two on the far right," Darcy breathed as she continued her search. "Must be one of the middle ones," I agreed. I began to spread my magic out again, but just as I did, a huge tremor rattled through the ground beneath me. I cried out as I pitched forward, the soil and rock splitting behind me like they were nothing more than soft butter being carved by a knife. My eyes snapped open and I spun around, the ground bucking beneath me and throwing me back into Darcy just as an enormous roar filled the cavern, rattling off the rock walls and drawing a scream of terror from my lips. My eyes widened as a huge creature burst from the soil beyond my feet. It was like a cross between a giant worm and a goddamn dragon. Its huge mouth was lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and blind eyes cast about hungrily as it swung its pale head left and right. "Holy shit!" I gasped, and its head whipped towards me instantly. I screamed as it lunged for me, throwing my hands up in panic and casting a huge wave of earth power from my palms on instinct. A wall of rock shot up out of the ground between us and the creature seconds before it could reach us. The sound of crumbling stone rang out as it collided with the wall I'd made, and my eyes widened in horror as a crack tore right through the center of it. Darcy's hands locked around my arm as she heaved me up. I snapped out of my momentary panic and scrambled after her as she raced across the cave towards the 3 central tunnels. We hadn't had time to figure out which one we should take, and as the sound of breaking stone followed us, we had to take a leap of faith. Darcy shot into the left tunnel, and I was right on her heels as we sprinted into the dark. The roar came again, and the ground at our feet shuddered and trembled as the creature gave chase through the labyrinth of stone. I had no idea if it was using the tunnel to pursue us, or if it might burst from the dirt at our feet at any moment. We ran and ran, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I pushed my body to its limit, and we slowly seemed to put a little distance between us and the hell creature which was hunting us. The ground was rising slightly beneath us as we went, and my heart soared with the idea of us making it to the surface. "A little further," I panted, refusing to back off the relentless pace while pressing my hand to Darcy's shoulder, making sure I didn't lose her in the darkness. "We must be close," she panted back as the incline increased sharply, and hope strummed a beat in my chest. The ground still shook, roars chasing us as we climbed up and up, the promise of fresh air and freedom calling my name as our footsteps pounded through the echoing tunnel. We were nearly there, just another few steps. I was sure that I could hear the sound of the crowd cheering somewhere close by. My face collided with Darcy's back, and I cried out as I slammed down onto my ass in the dirt. "There's no more tunnel!" Darcy shrieked in panic, and my heart skipped a beat as another roar sounded behind us in the dark. "There has to be," I protested, crawling forward on my hands and knees as I swept my hands over a wall of soil which blocked the way on. The creature growled behind us, and the walls trembled again. I pressed my magic out from me, hunting for some way forward, refusing to believe we'd taken the wrong turn. My heart sank as I found nothing but packed dirt all around us, boxing us in, burying us alive, the perfect prey for the creature which drew closer at every moment. "It's not deep," Darcy yelled suddenly. "We have to dig our way out. We're only a few meters below the surface." I gasped as I realized she was right. The weight of the soil before us was so much less than it had been. We were almost there, nearly free. "Then let's dig," I agreed forcefully, throwing myself forward and clawing lumps of soil aside. Darcy was right beside me, and with the help of our magic, we burrowed into the wall blocking our way out. I lost her in the dark as I scrambled into a tunnel where the soil fell down all around me, covering me, choking me, suffocating me. I kept going, digging and digging towards that promise of freedom which was so damn close I could taste it. The weight of the soil pressed down, the roar of the creature drew close, and with a final surge of my earth magic, my hands finally broke the surface. I grunted with effort as I dug myself out of the ground, and suddenly, a hand closed around mine. Darcy was dragging me out. Fresh air surrounded me, and I couldn't help the sob that tore from my throat as I gulped it down hungrily. I shook on my knees, looking up as the cheers of the crowd flooded in on me. A large group of students were already assembled beside Professor Rockford, and the giant timer was ticking down the final minute. But it didn't matter that we'd come last. We'd made it. I was covered from head to toe in dirt. Every inch of my body shook with fear and fatigue. But we'd done it. We'd passed the final trial. And no one could say we hadn't earned our places in this damn school now. We'd made it through every trial. And we were here to stay. Chapter 28. Darcy. Very fair! Someone crowed outside my room and I laughed. It seemed everyone in the academy was going to the fairy fair today, and I was brimming with excitement after acing my final trial. Curfew had been pushed back until 11 p.m. tonight to allow students to enjoy the fair. But from the gossip in the halls, it sounded like that was because most of the faculty wanted to attend it too. My hair was half pulled up with a silver clip, and I wore a knit black dress with pantyhose, long boots, and a leather jacket. I didn't bring anything but my atlas, keys, and some cash for the rides. Although this was technically a mission to talk to Diego about his dodgy uncle, that didn't mean we weren't going to have a great night. And who knew? Maybe it would cheer him up. He'd been in a mood all week knowing Sophia was going to the fair with Tyler, but I was determined to take his mind off of it. And maybe give him a straight talk about asking her out instead of dancing around the matter. Tori was going with Caleb, and though I was a little worried about her spending so much time with one of the heirs, it did sound like he was treating her okay when they were alone. I couldn't believe he'd actually stood up for her against Darius the other day. It wasn't exactly an apology, but he was making some effort at least. And besides, Tori knew how to handle men. I'd once seen her kick a 6.5-foot biker to the curb because she was, and I quote, done with screwing a guy who had smaller balls than her. That was Tor, and I damn well loved her for it. The one thing casting shade on my evening was the fact things were still broken between Orion and I. I'd been avoiding him to focus on my trials, but that had gone a little too smoothly. He hadn't messaged me, hadn't come up to me in the halls, hadn't even shot a glance in my direction whenever I'd come close to bumping into him. I was owed an apology, but if I wasn't going to get one, then had to try and move on from him, no matter how much that process would suck. I sure as hell wasn't going to let myself dwell on that tonight, though. I was owed a bit of fun. A knock came at the door and I pulled it open with a bright smile. Diego had a smart white shirt on with a gray jacket and jeans. He'd cut his hair so it was shaved at the sides and swept back stylishly over the top. My mouth parted as he gave me a crooked smile. He looked good. Better than good. Diego looked hot. What the crap? What do you think, chica? He brushed his hand over his new hair and my smile widened. Sophia's gonna eat her heart out. I teased and he released a laugh. Maybe. Come on then. My carriage awaits. He held out his arm and I laughed as I took it, pulling my door closed and locking it as we left. I felt his eyes lingering on me and gave him a curious frown. What? You look like La Luz de las Estrellas. What does that mean? I asked, heat rising up the back of my neck. Like the light of the stars, he said, and I glanced away, waving a hand to brush off the comment. It was awkwardly nice coming from a friend, though I did sometimes sense Diego liked me more than that, but I hoped I was wrong. We headed out of Air Tower where students were moving across campus towards the parking lot and shuttle buses. The night sky was clear and the air crisp, my breath rising before me from the winter chill. We walked to Earth territory, and I felt eyes on the back of my head as we headed along the path. I glanced over my shoulder and my heart clenched as I saw Orion taking the path toward Asteroid Place. He stared at me for a long second, his eyes flaring as he took in Diego's arm linked with mine. I pressed my lips together, turning away. I didn't know why he looked so damn angry. He was the one who'd asked me to dig up the dirt on Diego's uncle. We fetched Diego's rusted red car, and it chugged along the road that led out of campus, my excitement growing as we left Zodiac behind. One day, I'm gonna make something of myself, you know? I won't drive a tin can or ever have to answer to anyone again, Diego said, a fire in his eyes. Oh, really? I asked with a grin, glancing over at him as his hands tightened on the wheel. His arms flexed, and I noticed actual muscle there. Had he been working out? Yeah, my mama called me last night, he revealed, and I wondered if this was my in to ask about his uncle. She said that she was proud of me, Darcy. She's never said that, you know? If I pass the reckoning tomorrow, she said she'll come and visit me. That's great, Diego. So I guess your uncle told her how well you did in the air trial? He glanced at me. Come on, we both know I hitched a ride in that trial, and I'm so grateful for it. But my grades are good, and I'm getting better at casting air, so I guess he told her that. He shrugged one shoulder, and I had the feeling he wasn't telling the whole truth. He seemed a little uptight, I said carefully, not wanting to overstep the mark. Diego's features twitched into a dark expression for a moment, one that spoke of fear, but it was gone as quickly as it came. I waited for him to find the words, sure if I pressed him too hard he'd shut down this conversation. Well, he's a bastardo, that's what he is, he snarled, and the ferocity of his tone made my heart beat a little harder. Oh? I breathed. He puts pressure on my family, makes them do things. What things? I gasped, and his shoulders tensed as he glanced over at me. Some horrible memory flashed in his eyes and he swallowed hard. I shouldn't really talk about it. I'm your friend, I said gently. You can tell me anything. A knot in my stomach reminded me that I was supposed to pass this information on to Orion. But would I really betray my friend like that? I didn't know if I could, and it wasn't like Orion deserved my help right now. But then, if Alejandro was up to something dangerous, it could be disastrous if I didn't pass on what I learned. Alejandro is el diablo, Diego hissed. He uses my mother, his own sister, and my father for his work. When I was younger, they'd go off for days together and leave me home with mi abuela. What's his work? I asked. Diego rubbed his chin, firmly looking out the window. I don't know, he muttered, and I was certain he was lying. The setting of his jaw said this conversation was done, and I hoped I'd be able to bring it up again later. I sat back in my seat, and Diego soon put the radio on, our conversation shifting to the fair. It wasn't long before we pulled up on the outskirts of Tucana in a sprawling field set up for parking. Beyond it, the fair was lit up in neon lights, and a smile dragged up my lips as excitement flitted through me. I hopped out of the car, bobbing on my heels as I waited for Diego, and we joined the crowd which was heading toward the entrance. A large Ferris wheel and roller coaster sparkled with lights beyond rows of stands, and anticipation built in my chest. I'd never been to an amusement park in my life, and I'd always loved the idea of the rides. Tonight, I'd be going on all of them. I cast an eye around for Tori, wondering if she was here already. There were plenty of students and teachers amongst the crowd, and I even spotted Washer up ahead, creaking along in his leather pants with a turtleneck red sweater on. His arm was around a woman with dark hair, and my heart nearly stopped when I realized it was Principal Nova. She laughed at something he said, swatting his chest playfully, and he grinned at her. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered to Diego, pointing them out. They're together? No wonder he gets away with murder at Zodiac, he replied. We headed to the lit-up archway with the words Tucana's Ferry Fair in curling letters over the top of it. Diego took the lead, paying the entrance fee for us both before I could utter a word of refusal, then caught my hand and tugged me through onto the grass between the first row of stands. Thank you, I said. Drinks are on me. I liked treating you, he said, and the intensity in his gaze made me look anywhere else. We headed past the stands which were selling an array of strange food and crazy-looking drinks which sparked and bubbled. There were sweets of every kind, from huge cotton candy which changed color every few seconds, to popcorn which steamed and was coated in melted chocolate, to huge tubs of every flavor ice cream, including Fayberry Ripple and Rum and Faison. We passed a drink stand which was selling steaming mugs of hot honey cider, and I bought 2 for us, passing one to Diego. It tasted like a dream, so spicy and sweet, with the kick of alcohol burning all the way down into my gut and warming me through. The next row of stands we came to was a long line of games, and I hurried over to one where the prize was a 4-foot Pegasus stuffed toy. Its horn glittered, and every part of its coat shone like stars. "Ooh," I cooed. "I'll win you it," Diego said, puffing out his chest as he planted his cup down on the counter. A long-barreled red gun sat at the center of it, chained down to stop people stealing it. There was a single large target at the back of the stand conjured by magic, suspended in the air and slowly rotating. The shady-looking guy behind the counter sidled closer. "Are you gonna have a go, Missy?" he asked. "Sure," I said brightly. "I'll do it," Diego insisted, passing over the money before I could. I sighed, folding my arms and settling in for the show as Diego picked up the gun. "I just have to hit that target?" he asked the man. "You just have to hit it 3 times. You get 30 seconds and unlimited shots." The guy confirmed with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Ready?" Diego nodded and the guy grinned, stepping aside. Diego lifted the gun and shot at the huge target. An explosion of red light burst from it with a powerful kickback that made him stumble away from the counter. The target shot sideways, and the blast exploded into a shower of sparks as it missed. Diego cursed, raising the gun and firing again. This time the target shrank to the size of a pea, and Diego missed once more. "That's impossible," I said with a laugh, but Diego looked deadly serious as he lined up the gun. He took shot after shot, the target darting left, right, up, down, becoming huge, then tiny, elongated, then round like a ball, pinging all over the place. Diego didn't get a single shot and slammed the gun down in annoyance. "Move over!" The deep voice made my heart churn up and turn to mulch. Orion pushed Diego aside, dressed in a black shirt and jeans, with a leather jacket that looked way too good on him. Behind him was Francesca. She looked like the Bonnie to his Clyde, wearing a fitted red dress which hugged her curves and a long black jacket which screamed class. She tilted her head, resting her hand on Orion's arm. "For me?" she asked, and I wanted to scream. Orion paid me 0 attention, curling an arm around her waist and tugging her against his hip. "Do you want the blue Pegasus or the silver?" Diego caught my sleeve to draw me away, but something kept me there. My jaw set as I watched the 2 of them, so close to each other, her fingers caressing him like they'd done it 1,000 times. "I thought you were single, jerkface." "Blue," Francesca decided. "My favorite color." He kissed her nose, kissed her goddamn nose while saying how much he loved the color blue. Why did that hurt so much? Orion pressed the end of the gun to his shoulder, aiming down the sight. The weaselly man behind the counter restarted the game, and the target shot sideways. Bang! It exploded into a shower of multicolored sparks as Orion hit it dead on. The target reappeared in a tiny form, whizzing about like a bee. Orion shifted the gun so fast I barely saw the movement. Another bang and a display of sparks followed as he hit it again. The 3rd time, I blinked and he'd done it. Won the damn game. The guy unhooked one of the huge blue Pegasus toys from where it hung on a rack, handing it over to Orion, who passed it straight to Francesca. My heart crushed to dust as he slung his arm over her shoulders and walked away, the 2 of them looking like some movie star couple as they headed toward the drink stand. I turned to Diego, slapping a painfully bright smile on my face. "Let's go on all the rides until we puke." Okay," he said, and I snatched his hand, a small and bitter part of me knowing I was doing it to get back at Orion. I despised playing games, but I wasn't going to have him dangle Francesca in front of me and not bite back. It was humiliating. I towed Diego onto the first roller coaster we found, which happened to be the biggest, and guided him into the front row. Diego turned sheet white as the bar locked over our waists, his hand gripping mine for dear life. We shot off so fast, a scream tumbled from my throat, and adrenaline surged through me like a forest fire. Before I knew it, the ride was over, and I was laughing my head off, feeling 1,000 times better already. Screw Orion. He's made himself clear. He's done, and I'm not going to let it ruin my night, even if I do go home later and cry into a pillow until I choke. That's later's problem. Now, I'm gonna have a damn good time. We queued for another roller coaster, even though Diego still looked a little pale from the last one. I spotted Tyler and Sophia getting off the ride and waved to catch their attention. They didn't notice us, but I'd drawn Diego's eyes to them, immediately hating myself for it as Tyler grabbed her by the waist and pulled her into a fierce kiss. I turned to Diego, feeling shitty that I'd helped set those two up, especially now I was getting a taste of my own medicine. His eyes were dark, but his response was curling an arm around my waist and drawing me closer. And I let him, partly because it was freezing and I couldn't refuse a hug, and partly because I was hurting hard. Besides, we were using each other. He wanted Sophia and I wanted Orion. Might as well slap on a smile and pretend neither of us gave a shit. I looked up at Diego, and a flame in his eyes roared, like he did want this. And I was so unprepared that when he dipped his head and pressed his lips to mine, I just froze. Totally, utterly froze. I spluttered, stepping back, unsure what to say. Did he like me? Or was this to get back at Sophia? Even if it was, he should have asked. We were ushered forward to get on the roller coaster, but suddenly I didn't feel like it. "Let's get some food," I said quickly, turning and nearly having an aneurysm when I spotted Orion near a stand beyond the queue, his eyes drilling into me. His face was an unreadable mask, but his gaze told me everything I needed to know. He'd seen Diego kiss me. I pushed through the queue, my blood too hot as I forced my way out. I needed to talk to Orion, just for a second, just to explain. We might have been on bad terms right now, but I hadn't meant for that to happen. "Darcy!" Diego called after me. There were so many bodies in my way, I just needed everyone to goddamn move. Air burst from my palms, forcing a path into existence, and people stumbled aside in annoyance. The path cut directly to Orion, and pain branded a permanent mark on my heart. He held Francesca against the side of the stand, one hand tangled in her hair, the other locked around her waist as he kissed her. She clung to his jacket, her fingers scraping across his beard as her tongue pushed into his mouth. Diego caught my arm and led me away, not even noticing Orion there, because to him it meant nothing. It wasn't the sky falling down, but to me, it felt like every star in the heavens were descending and crashing into the earth around me. Chapter 29. Tori. Caleb was late. I blew out a breath of frustration as I sipped on my milkshake in the orb. We'd already agreed to meet late because he had to meet the other heirs for something before we left, but now I was wondering what the point of going at all was. I eyed my atlas as the clock ticked from 12 minutes past to 13. He hadn't even messaged me. And I'm done. There were shuttle buses heading to the fair, and I didn't need a ride in Caleb Altair's no doubt obnoxiously flashy car. I hated cars anyway, hardly ever rode in them if I could avoid it. They always made me remember sinking to the bottom of that goddamn lake and being trapped, waiting to die. And even though that fear didn't have its claws in me in the way it used to, I'd still always prefer a bike. I twisted my long ponytail around my finger as I grabbed my leather jacket from the back of my chair and stood up. The red crop top and fitted jeans I'd chosen to wear weren't really warm enough for the time of year, but I was using my fire magic to keep me warm anyway. I headed for the exit and sent a quick message to Geraldine, checking where her and the Ass Club were. She'd been begging me to go with them earlier, and I'd almost ditched Caleb in favor of a night with her anyway. I'd only decided against it when Justin Master had suggested he be my escort for the night. I tried to make a joke about him being a male prostitute, which had gotten him so flustered that I dropped the idea just to save him the torture of my company for the evening. He really loved the idea of the Vega princesses, but I knew I didn't live up to his prim and proper fantasies one bit. And though being a disappointment in that regard was highly amusing, it got a bit draining too. I just wanted a night of freedom. My atlas buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out to find Geraldine's reply. Geraldine. "Oh, hula beluga! Everyone's just jumping in their jackets to hear you'll be joining us. Let me know when you're here, and I'll get you some cotton candy." I smirked to myself at her exuberant response, and upped my speed a little as I headed to the north of campus where the shuttle buses would be ferrying people to the ferry fair in Tucana. I made it to the gates at the edge of campus, passing by the parking lot and heading to the bus shelter, where a crowd of students were already waiting for the shuttle bus. I skirted the crowd, not recognizing anyone, and not really wanting to find out if they were amongst the Heirs fan club, then took a seat on a low wall beside the shelter to wait. My atlas buzzed again, and I pulled it from my pocket. "Caleb, where are you?" I raised an eyebrow at the tone of the message. It was 7:30 now, half an hour since we'd arranged to meet, and this was the first I'd heard from him. "Tori, heading to the fair. Caleb, why didn't you wait for me in the orb?" I snorted. Who did he think he was? As if I was going to sit around waiting for half an hour to see if he decided to grace me with his presence. In fact, aside from messaging me about going to this damn fair, he'd been suspiciously absent ever since I'd spent the night in his room. Maybe he'd been annoyed that I didn't wait there for him to come back from his mystery meeting with the other heirs. But I wasn't going to hang around in his room without him there. It was weird. I hadn't even intended to stay the whole night in the first place. So when he'd gone, I got my shit together and left too. "Tori, I was under the impression you weren't coming. Caleb, tell me where you are now. I'll come get you." No apology then. "Tori, no thanks." I looked up just as someone came to sit beside me and smiled as I recognized Milton. He'd become a bit of a permanent feature at our tables in the orb, though I was glad to see he hadn't bowed to peer pressure and started wearing an ass badge.
"Don't often see you alone,"
he commented.
"Aren't you spending the night with Darcy?"
"She's on a date," I replied with a shrug. Fake date, but still.
"And you're not?"
"I got stood up," I said, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. I wasn't sure why I found it so amusing, but I did. It seemed kind of fitting. Everything in this place was always working against me. Why would my love life be any different? Besides, I hadn't been looking for Caleb to ask me out in the first place, so I was hardly going to start sobbing about it when it never even got off the ground.
"Shit, and I thought my life was pathetic,"
he teased, and I couldn't help but laugh. The growl of an engine made me look up as a flashy black sports car came skidding to a halt at the curb right in front of us. My lips parted as the door opened, swinging up into the air like it was the goddamn Batmobile before Caleb got out. "What are you doing here?" he asked me, a frown tugging at his brow as he drew closer. Milton swiftly got up and moved away as Caleb shot him a dark look, and I pursed my lips defiantly. "Catching the bus. What does it look like?" You said you were coming with me," Caleb said, looking at me like he couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. "Yeah, and then you left me waiting around for you without bothering to let me know you were running late, so I ditched plan A in favor of meeting my friends." I shrugged at him. It wasn't that hard to understand. I wasn't going to be jerked around by some guy who wasn't even my boyfriend. Caleb just stared at me like I was speaking some other language, and I got to my feet as the shuttle bus arrived. I took a step towards it and he caught my hand to stop me. "Are you getting on the bus?" he asked with a frown. "Yeah, if you let go of me." "But," Caleb pushed a hand into his hair and let out a long sigh. "I'm sorry, all right?" I raised an eyebrow in surprise and waited to hear the rest of it. "I recently found out some shit that kind of made me think about some things differently." Caleb narrowed his navy eyes on me like he was trying to figure something out. "And I don't know what to think anymore." "About what?" "I can't tell you," he replied, his jaw tightening. I shrugged and turned back for the bus, but he caught my hand again, halting me. "Come with me to the fair, Tori, please." "Christ, you look like you're gonna cry if I say no," I teased. "Shut the fuck up and get in the car," he replied with a smirk. "That's more like it." I let him walk me to the car and got in beneath the ridiculous door before Caleb shut it for me. I instantly hit the button for the window, the knot in my chest loosening as it descended. Fucking cars. He went around to the other side and slid in behind the wheel, starting up the engine which gave a deep growl that vibrated right through my bones. I turned to find him smirking at the look on my face. "You said you liked big engines," he reminded me. I was probably referring to bike engines, but points for effort. Minus points for making me look like a stuck-up prick arriving at a fun fair in the Batmobile, though. So you're back to -10. How does that work out? He asked. We shot away from the curb and down the road, and I was pressed back into the leather seat as he accelerated quickly. You stood me up. You stood me up, he countered. I was just running late. Well, next time send a message, asshole, or you won't get another shot. I said with a smirk, but I meant it. I wasn't anyone's fool, and I wouldn't let him mess me around. Point taken. I eyed Caleb as he drove. He was leaning back in his chair, one hand on the wheel, his muscular figure on show beneath a tight-fitting white t-shirt. His hair was too neat, styled back with product to tame his curls. I preferred the way it looked when I'd been clawing my hands through it. What are you looking at? He asked without turning his gaze from the road. You, I replied with a shrug. He was nice to look at, and it shouldn't have been that surprising. His gaze slid to me for a moment, and suddenly the air in the car felt a lot warmer. You should put your seatbelt on, he commented. I know, I replied, but I didn't do it. Never again. Lights of every color lit up the horizon ahead of us, and I leaned forward as we drew closer to the field where the fair had been erected, a grin on my face like a little kid. But I didn't care. I'd never had money to do this kind of thing before, and I was looking forward to it more than was probably normal for someone my age. We suddenly veered left, and I looked at Caleb in surprise as we turned away from the highway, and he guided the car up a steep hill into the darkness. I couldn't see anything beyond the light of the headlights, and the cool air coming in through the open window sent a shiver down my spine. I think you took a wrong turn, I teased, twisting in my seat to look back down the hill at the twinkling lights of the fair. Caleb didn't respond, but he put his foot down a little more, the engine roaring as we climbed higher and higher into the hills. Caleb? I asked, looking at him as he continued to ignore me. His mouth was set in a thin line, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, looking around again. Everything beyond the windows was pitch black, endless darkness filling the space around us. I had no idea where we were, and as he took a sharp turn, the lights of Tucana and the ferry fair behind us were stolen away. Where are you taking me? I asked, a frown pulling at my brow. Caleb didn't respond, but his hand shifted to the controls on his door. My window slid closed, and a heavy thunk sounded as the doors locked. I spun around in my chair as a spike of adrenaline kick-started my heart. My hand made it to the door handle, and I yanked on it automatically, rattling it as it refused to respond to my attempts to open it. Let me out of the car, I breathed, a shiver running down my spine. Caleb ignored me again, guiding the car back and forth around hairpin turns, which had my pulse hammering with panic. I snatched my atlas from my pocket, meaning to message someone or call someone or... Caleb snatched it out of my hands, flicking it off before throwing it over his shoulder where it fell into the small space behind his seat and out of sight. I lifted my hand, magic tingling in my fingertips as I tried to figure out what spell I could use against him safely while we were traveling at this speed. Don't, Caleb snapped, snatching my wrist and shoving it down into my lap. If this is some new game of yours, I'm not enjoying it, I breathed, and he released a hollow laugh. I'm not playing, sweetheart, he promised me. The car suddenly shifted off of the road onto a gravel track, and I was almost thrown into the window. Maybe he'd been right about the seatbelt. Caleb slammed his foot on the brake, his hand landing in the center of my chest as he did, clamping me back against the seat so that I wasn't thrown through the windscreen. He cut the engine, and the lights in the car fell away, leaving us in darkness. What's going on? I breathed, my fingertips tingling with power, but I knew I was outmatched by his skill. I needed to bide my time, find out what was going on, and hit him with a strong blast of power when he wasn't expecting it, if it came to that. The silence stretched for so long that I almost wanted to scream just to break it. I've been thinking, Tori, Caleb said in a low voice, turning to look at me in the darkness, that maybe you'd like to try something with me. What? I asked, my hand sliding to the door handle again and tugging on it lightly, just in case. It didn't budge. There have been a lot of stories circulating about me and the kinds of things I like to take pleasure from. I pressed my lips together, but I didn't offer a comment. I was aware of the Pegasex rumors, obviously. So, if you and me are gonna work, then I guess you'll have to accept the fact that I'm also hopelessly addicted to Pegasus ass, according to the latest stories. Silence stretched. I couldn't see Caleb very well in the dark, but I knew he could see me just fine. He would have heard that spike in my heartbeat too. This whole thing was designed to rattle me, but I wasn't going to let myself get rattled. I bit my lip and leaned towards him slowly, dropping my voice like we were sharing a secret. Well, maybe when my order emerges, I'll be a Pegasus, and I can make all of your fantasies come true. Caleb locked me in his gaze, and his jaw tightened a fraction as he looked at me in the dark. Would you like that? He asked in a dangerous voice. What? I breathed, my heart beating a little faster as he continued to look at me like that. You want to be my Pegasus? He asked, shifting closer to me and catching me by my waist. He yanked me out of my chair with a surge of his vampire strength and pulled me over to straddle him. I gasped in surprise as he held me tightly, my heart thundering in fright which I knew he could hear. Well, he prompted, gripping me harder. My lips parted, unsure what he wanted me to say. I knew he hated that rumor. Why was he trying to get me to say I wanted to play a part in it? Why had he brought me all the way up here just to ask me this? Trepidation spilled through my body, but I refused to balk. You like the idea of me all covered in glitter? I teased, reaching up to touch his face. Caleb caught my hand and pinned it to my side. Maybe the rumors are true, he breathed, his voice dipping from seductive to dangerous. Maybe I want to whip you with a riding crop with my name printed on it and ride you around like my own personal pony. Maybe I want you to wear a bridle and neigh while I'm screwing you. My lips parted as I looked up at him, searching his navy eyes for some hint of where this was coming from. And suddenly I knew. He'd figured it out. Somehow, he knew it had been me who spread those rumors. I swallowed as I continued to look at him, wondering if I should just call him out on it, try and get him to see the funny side. But everything about his posture and the way he was holding me said he didn't find this the least bit funny. I licked my lips slowly, and he watched the motion with hunger in his gaze. He might have been pissed as all hell with me, but I didn't want to believe he'd hurt me. Or maybe I want to play a real round of our usual game, he growled. My brows pulled together in confusion as he unlocked the doors, the solid thunk echoing in the silence. It's dark up here, Tori, Caleb snarled, leaning close to my ear. And there are monsters in the woods. You should probably run. The door swung open beside us, and he shoved me out of his lap so that I fell out of the car, catching the doorframe at the last second to stop myself from sprawling in the dead leaves. Caleb, I began, but he shot out of the car so quickly that my heart leapt in fright. Run! He barked, his fangs snapping out, and the look in his eyes making me stumble back a step. I hesitated, looking around at the clearing he'd parked up in. We were in the middle of nowhere, halfway up a mountain by the looks of it, and there were thick trees all around us. Even if I managed to escape him, I'd be hopelessly lost out here, and he'd taken my atlas from me. I don't want to, I said, fighting to hide the tremor of fear in my voice. Caleb lunged at me and I screamed, throwing my hands up as I cast a huge gust of air at him. He was knocked back, and I turned and fled, racing into the trees as fast as I could with terror coursing through my limbs. Caleb's dark laughter followed me as I ran, and I knew in my heart that this was hopeless. He was a fucking vampire. He could outrun me in a heartbeat. And the sound of my feet pounding through the dead leaves was so loud, I might as well have been building a fire with my name written in flames and an arrow pointing right at me. I skidded into a clearing, and my sneakers caught on a log hidden beneath the leaves. I hooked it into my grasp without thinking about it and continued to run. Caleb whooped excitedly as he gave chase, and ice splintered through my veins. I kept running, taking a route downhill in some desperate bid to outpace him. A force like a battering ram collided with me, and I cried out as I was thrown back into a huge tree. Fire flared to life as I flung it from my palms, and Caleb released his grip on me as he lurched aside to avoid getting burned. I swung the branch at him with a scream of defiance, and it crashed against the side of his head with enough force to knock him off of his feet. Caleb snarled as he threw his own magic back at me, and vines twisted their way up out of the ground, coiling around my arms and twisting them behind my back. "Fuck!" Caleb cursed, stalking towards me so that the light of the flames still burning beside us illuminated the blood pissing down his face from the head wound I'd given him. He pressed a hand to the injury, healing it with a grimace, before closing in on me again. I fought to regain the use of my arms, but his vines only tightened, and with my hands immobilized, I couldn't cast any more magic. "You hit me with a fucking branch," Caleb growled, looking down into my eyes. "You were hunting me like a goddamn psychopath," I spat back. Caleb stared at me for several long seconds, his chest rising and falling deeply as a frown gripped his features. He shook his head like he was dismissing some idea, then snatched me into his arms before I could say anything else. We shot back up the hill to his car, and he pushed me down roughly to perch on the hood. Caleb's lips twisted as he looked at me, and I fought to calm my panicked breathing as I sat before him, my arms still tied at my back. "Is this what turns you on, then?" I snapped when I couldn't take it anymore. "Terrifying people? It's a long way from glitter and riding crops." "What's to say I don't like both?" He growled darkly, his eyes narrowing. "Everyone thinks I spend my time chasing after glittering horse assholes. That rumor must have come from somewhere, right?" I lifted my chin as he moved closer to me, refusing to drop my gaze. Yes, we'd started that rumor about him, and no, I wasn't sorry. It was nothing compared to what he and his friends had done to us. I shrugged slowly, like his question was as interesting to me as talking about the weather. "Didn't you just win the game?" I asked, dropping my voice as I shifted against my restraints, leaning a little closer to him instead of recoiling. "Doesn't that mean you get to bite me now?" "No. The rumors say I want to fuck a Pegasus," he reminded me in a growl as he stepped closer too, his knees pressing against mine until I parted them so he could stand between my thighs. "So maybe I need you to play the part of the horsey for me now." A long beat of silence passed between us, and I looked deep into his eyes. He was angry as all hell, but there was something else in his gaze too, a kind of plea, like he wanted me to prove something to him. I just didn't know what. But I was willing to push my luck to see if I could find out, because we'd been playing this game for long enough now, and he should have known that I wasn't going to bow out. "Well, I heard you have a thing for their horns," I breathed, shifting my hips forward so that I was pressed against him. I smiled just a little as I felt his body reacting to mine. "So surely that means you'd want me to shove one up your—" "No!" he snarled, taking hold of my waist between his hands. His grip was tight but not bruising. I was beginning to think he might be backing down a little. "I think what I wanted was a big plastic Pegasus doll with a hole in its ass, too." "Don't you already have one, though?" I asked, leaning forward so that my lips were almost touching his. Caleb tightened his grip on my waist, stopping me. "You want to come back to my room and watch me screw it, then?" he offered in a tone that was all threat. "Only if you let me film it," I countered, trying to push him towards laughter. If I could just break through this anger, then maybe... "If you want to make a dirty movie with me, then you're going to have to star in it too," he said, his breath washing over my lips. "The last time you and your friends filmed me, you were trying to kill me," I reminded him. "That wasn't me. You were still there." Silence hung between us for a long moment, and heat built in the space dividing us, but neither of us moved to close the distance parting our lips. "You promised to punish me for that," Caleb murmured eventually. "And maybe I did," I whispered. Caleb's hand moved to my face in the dark, and I flinched a little at the unexpected touch. He trailed his fingers down my jaw, tipping my chin to the side slowly, exposing my neck to him. My heart was still pounding, but the fear was slipping into a thrill, excitement buzzing through my veins. I was toying with a monster, and I might have actually wanted him to bite me for once. I needed it, a release to this tension coiling between us. He leaned in close, running his nose up the arch of my throat and inhaling deeply. Do you still hate being my source, Tori? He asked softly. Most of the time, I replied. What about now? His hand slid to grip my ponytail, and he tugged it hard enough to make me gasp. The vines fell from my arms, and I used my hands to steady myself on the hood of his car. I think that right now, I might just like it, I whispered. Caleb groaned and his fangs snapped out, driving straight into my neck as he continued to hold me tightly. He wasn't gentle with me like he usually was, his anger showing in the depth of his bite and the growl which clawed up the back of his throat. I moaned as he drank deeply, taking more and more until I began to feel lightheaded. My hands landed on his shoulders, my fingers biting into his flesh in return for the rough treatment. But I was pulling him closer, not pushing him away. My head spun dizzily, and for a fleeting moment, I wondered what it would be like to die like this, held in the arms of a beautiful monster. He finally released me, and I sagged back against the hood, blinking at him as a wave of dizziness washed over me. My body was thrumming with the remains of fear and more than a little desire, and I could feel how hard he was between my thighs, too. You still want to go to the fair? Caleb asked, smiling darkly, riding the high of my power. Yeah, I replied with a small smile of my own. I want to go to the fucking fair. Caleb leaned forward and kissed me hard. It was punishing, bruising, the taste of my blood coating his tongue, and the feel of his skin making heat rise everywhere he touched me. I bowed to his desire as he pinned me in place, feeling the anger burning lower in him with each passing moment. He knew it had been me, but he wanted me more than he wanted revenge, at least for now. He stepped back, looking down at me with heat in his gaze, healing the bite on my neck with a brush of his fingers. Then let's go have some fun. I offered him a smirk, and he left me to slide off of the hood and return to my seat. As soon as the ridiculous door had closed beside me, he started the engine, and the headlights blazed to life. The car shot away down the gravel path, and I leaned back into my seat in a bit of a daze. Caleb had taken so much blood and power from me that I felt dizzy with it. But all in all, I felt I'd escaped that fairly unscathed, especially if I'd been right in thinking he knew the truth. Clearly, neither of us were going to address it directly, but it seemed like we'd come to an understanding at least. I just had to hope it stayed that way. Chapter 30. Darcy. I sat with an untouched veggie burger on my plate, while Diego made his way through his own hamburger. You okay? He asked around a mouthful of meat. We were under a gazebo which looked over an ice rink, and I'd been staring at the couple circling it for a solid 10 minutes, maybe longer. Yeah, I said, turning to him. Sorry, I wasn't sure how to finish that sentence. I just saw the teacher I screwed kissing another woman, and now my heart hurts. We can just go home if you want, he asked. My eyes trailed to the ice rink again, and I spotted Tyler twirling Sophia around by the hand. Diego followed my gaze, and I checked to see his reaction, but his expression didn't give anything away. Diego, I did something bad, I said, guilt eating me up. What? He asked, looking to me with a frown. I glanced down at my burger. I helped set Tyler up with Sophia. I couldn't bring myself to look at him as silence spanned between us. Diego rested a hand on mine, and I glanced up in surprise, his intensely blue eyes making my heart squeeze. Because you feel this connection between us? What? I gasped. No, I'm sorry, I mean, you're a great friend, Diego. Oh, I'm sorry about Sophia, I reiterated. Well, she looks happy, he sighed. And you're right, we weren't exclusive. I'm not sure she wanted to be anyway. Maybe we're better as friends. Like us? I asked hopefully, and he broke a smile. Yes, chica, he stood. How about we take a turn on the Ferris wheel with some hot fudge? That sounds like heaven. I stood and followed him out of the gazebo. We were soon queuing for the Ferris wheel, and I gazed up at the large white carriages which slowly revolved above us, finishing the hot fudge we'd bought on the way to it. As we reached the front of the queue, we walked onto the metal platform, and I climbed into the carriage as a couple vacated it. Diego moved to follow, but a shadow bashed into him, and I gasped in horror as Orion knocked him onto his ass and climbed into his place beside me. "I need my source," he barked at Diego as he scrambled upright. "Hey, no!" I shouted, fury tearing through me. I jumped up to get out, but Orion caught the back of my dress, tugging me down into my seat. He locked me in place with one arm and sank his fangs into my throat. A short scream ripped from my chest, the sound piercing and traveling right across the fair. It wasn't any harder than he normally did it, but it felt like an utter betrayal to do this to me now. The guy attending the wheel whistled to himself as he casually locked the gate, and we moved upwards at an ever-climbing pace. "Get off of me!" I shoved Orion, trying to force my magic to work, but he had it firmly in his grasp. He grunted, tugging his fangs free, but not removing his arm where it was locked around my waist. He moved his face into mine, his teeth bared, making real fear push into my veins. In that moment, he was a wild animal, and running from him was impossible. We were stuck together for the next 20 minutes, and I knew for a fact he'd done this on purpose. He waved his hand to cast a bubble of silence around us, and anger pierced my chest. "This has gone far enough," he snarled, the ferocity in his tone making my heart beat out of rhythm. "You brought him here to piss me off." My mouth opened as disbelief coursed through me. "You asked me to talk to him, and you're not exactly here on your own, Professor," I snapped. "Lance," he demanded forcefully. "No," I hissed, trying to unknot his fingers from my dress. "I'm not calling you that because we're not a thing anymore. I do not screw taking guys. If Fran doesn't give you what you need in the bedroom, then I'm certainly not going to." His eyes glittered, and a dark smile pulled at his mouth. "She isn't my girlfriend." "Right. Is that why you rammed your tongue down her throat earlier? Because she's not your girlfriend?" "You're a hypocrite," he pointed out, and his smile fell away dramatically. He dragged his thumb across my mouth, wiping it hard, and I wriggled to try and stop him, but I was completely cornered. "What the hell are you doing?" I shoved his arms, but he ignored me, keeping me in place as he pushed his knee into my thigh. "I'm trying to get Diego Polaris' saliva off of my girl," he growled. That sentence did so many things to me, it was unreal. Anger, rage, delight at the last bit, then confusion at the last bit too, because in what world was I his girl? We'd gone from flirting to screwing like we loved each other to tearing each other's throats out in the space of a few days. The relationship had expired before it had even started, and I was left in the aftermath of a tornado, unsure how to put my life back together. I pressed a hand to his chest, needing room to breathe, but he wouldn't give it to me. The scent of him was blended with Fran's rose perfume, and fury reared in me even sharper. "Diego kissed me. I was caught off guard, but you kissed her because you wanted to." "Do not cry, Darcy Vega. Do not fucking cry." His lips pressed into a tight line, and a dangerous energy hummed between us. "You know why I did it." "Don't do that. You always turn it back on me, expecting me to read your damn mind," I snarled, trying to push him back, but if anything, he shifted closer. His hand landed on my thigh, and I snatched it away. "And don't do that." "Why?" "Because we're done," I said breathlessly. "It was a one-night thing. Let's move on with our lives." "Do we feel done to you?" he asked in a baritone voice that made my insides curl like burning paper. He lifted a hand to heal the bite mark which was throbbing on my neck, and his gentle touch sent a delicious shiver along my spine. I despised myself for how good that felt, and quickly swallowed the emotion away. The honest answer? No way in hell did this feel done. I was still so angry. But there was a part of me which couldn't cut free from Orion. He was in my blood like poison, or maybe more like sugar. It was hard to know which. Either way, it was probably bad for my health. He waited for my answer, and my heart thumped erratically, practically suffocating me. "I can't believe you kissed her," I hissed, those treacherous tears threatening to break free. We were nearly at the top of the Ferris wheel now, and I could see right across the fair. It was beautiful, a sea of lights which constantly flickered and danced. The laughter that carried from below spoke of how much fun everyone was having here, and I so wanted to be one of them instead of feeling like this. You brought Diego here on a date to hurt me, Orion said, and the tone of his voice said he really was hurt. I mulled over whether that was true. Maybe it was. You asked me to talk to him. You know I didn't mean take him on a fucking date, he snarled, two chasms of magma opening up in his eyes. I looked away and he caught my chin, drawing me back to look him in the eye. When I saw you leaving campus with him, I called Francesca. My heart thumped painfully hard, full of an ache, a desperate need to believe this was just some stupid game we'd both raveled ourselves up in. To get even? I confirmed. He nodded. Biggest fucking mistake of my life. I'd rather bleed than feel what I did when I saw his mouth on yours. So you kissed her to get back at me? I bit at him, trying to mentally erase the image of his hands all over her like that. Yes, he said, drawing away a little, his brow furrowed. Silence passed between us. I'll ask you again. Are we done, Blue? He clutched my arm so tight it almost hurt. We were walking the line of pain, and I didn't know if being with him or not being with him would hurt more. Slowly, I shook my head, and his posture relaxed, as if I told him the world wasn't going to end. But maybe we should be. Part of me doesn't want this to be done, but you hurt me. You hurt me first. His jaw locked tight, and I shook my head at him. What I did was not on the same level. I glanced away. Since when were we some exclusive couple anyway? Did I really have the right to tell him not to see other women when we'd spent one night together? Maybe I didn't, but hell, maybe I wanted to. He sighed, reaching out to cut my cheek, but I pushed his hand away. Desperation flashed through his eyes. I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have kissed her. The earnestness of his words made me almost give in. Maybe I could get over the Fran stuff, but not what had happened to Tori. This whole argument had gotten out of hand, and at the root of it was what he'd done in that cave on the beach. I nodded stiffly. If you want to hurt me in the future, use your hands, he said with a dark look. I think physical pain would be preferable. Well, I won't stop wanting to hurt you until you apologize for what happened with Darius and Tori, I said. You never said sorry, and that's what breaks me the most. You don't care about what you did. Tears burned my eyes, but I blinked them back, cursing myself when I was sure he'd seen them. You need an apology, Blue? Fine, I'll give you the best one I can think up. He kissed the corner of my mouth, and it burned with promises before he stood, climbed over the gate, and jumped. Oh, shit! I gasped, lurching forward and spotting him landing on the ground below with the aid of his air magic. He headed off into the crowd like he hadn't just action-manned his way off a 50-foot metal wheel, and I gazed after him, feeling like I was standing in the wake of a natural disaster. When the wheel finally descended, I found Diego waiting for me with a scowl on his face. That vampiro is a rude piece of shit, he muttered. Are you all right? I'm fine, and he's not a piece of shit, I said on instinct. He arched a brow at me. Oh, please tell me you don't have some pathetic crush on him, Darcy. That would be tragic. Heat raced under my skin. My pulse was spiking, and a blaze of fire was building in my chest. I bit down on my tongue nearly hard enough to draw blood. Just say no. Tell him you don't. Why was it so hard to force the words out? It was just a simple lie. But the way Diego spoke about him made a tigress sit up inside me and lick her lips. I wanted to destroy him for talking about Orion that way. I might have been mad at him, but Diego didn't have the right to talk about him like that. It was as if I had no control over myself for a second, like a beast really did live in me. I managed to rein in my anger enough to speak rationally. I know you don't like him, Diego, but... No buts! He cut me off, his eyes flashing. I don't just dislike him, I despise him. I wish a plague of fucking death on him. In fact, I wish he hadn't survived the battle at the pitball stadium. I slapped him so hard, I was as stunned as he was as I withdrew my hand. My palm print remained flaring on his cheek, and he stared at me with a murderous glint in his eyes. He stepped forward, and I stumbled back a step before remembering I was 10 times as strong as him. But for half a second, it didn't feel like that, power seeming to radiate from him. I thought you were different, he said slowly. But you're just like your whore of a sister, finding out bastardos who treat you like dirt and who only give you a second look because you'd drop onto your knees for them anytime they liked. Es patético. He turned his back on me and walked away into the crowd, seeming to trample on my heart as he left. My lower lip quivered with rage, and it took a long moment for me to pull myself back together. How dare he say that to me? I took out my atlas, desperate to message Tori so I could find her, but I hesitated. She was probably having a good time with Caleb, and I didn't want to ruin that for her. At least one of us should enjoy the fair. My throat was tight as I walked mindlessly through the crowd, figuring I should probably just catch the shuttle back to Zodiac. Pretty lady, a woman sang, and I spotted her outside a house of mirrors, the orange walls tall with oddly shaped windows. Come inside and find out who you truly are, she said enticingly. She wore nothing but a sparkly pink crop top and tiny shorts, a veil covering her mouth, and her eyes painted with elaborate makeup. An ethereal tune called from inside the house, and she shook her hips in time with it, beckoning me in. How much? I asked, figuring why not. Might as well try and get my mind off of the shitstorm that was this night. For you, 2 auras, she said, holding out her hand. I fished a couple of coins out of my purse, handing them over, and she waved a finger at the silver curtain covering the door, drawing it back with a gust of air. I stepped inside, and as the curtain fell behind me, the sound of the fair was completely blocked out. That strange music hung around me as I moved down a dark corridor lit by red lights. At the far end of it was a large mirror with a glowing blue frame. Above it, a word sparkled in silver, past. As I drew closer, my heart beat harder. I was me before I'd come to Zodiac, standing in my foster father's kitchen. Pete was sitting at the table doing a scratch card, ferociously rubbing off the silver coating. I stood before the coffee machine, anxiously waiting for it to finish pouring so I could leave. I remembered this day, and I almost wanted to walk away before Pete's next words. I couldn't remember them exactly, only the lasting sting they'd caused. Fucking lost. Again. Guess I'm stuck with you and your sister a while longer. Stuck with us. I frowned bitterly. We'd never been wanted anywhere, but this was the hurt of my past. I didn't live there anymore. And that seemed clearer than ever now as I stared at the girl in that memory, clutching the counter with a hopeless expression. I wasn't her anymore. I had hope. I had people who wanted me, and I wanted them back. I turned into the next corridor, and the image faded away. I traveled up a ramp, the walls seeming to turn around me in a tunnel. Blue lights flashing as I headed toward the next doorway. I stepped into another corridor, passing a long line of mirrors on the wall. Above them were the words, "Who do you want to be?" Each mirror showed me as something different. I was still me, but my clothes, hair, and makeup changed as I passed each one. A laugh fell from my throat as I paused in front of one showing me as a clown. In the next, I twisted through the air and morphed into a beautiful white griffin. In others, I had red hair, black, silver. I was a stripper swinging on a pole, then a warrior with a sword. Finally, I stepped in front of the last mirror, and the word present glowed above it. I was just me, and I was good with that. I headed through another curtain and found myself in a room made from mirrored glass. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all of it was perfectly polished and reflected me endlessly in every direction. I hurried across it, slipping into the next room and finding one final mirror waiting for me. The corridor was lit by low blue lighting, and the mirror at the end seemed to be entirely blank. I walked toward it, eyeing the word future above it. I frowned as flames erupted at the bottom of it, a tangle of blue and red fire. Above, I realized the mirror wasn't blank at all. It pictured the night sky, and at the heart of it was a shadowy moon which seemed to burn like embers. The words from the devil card Astrum had sent to us came to mind. The answer to your question will be revealed on the lunar eclipse. I had 1,000 questions, but I hoped one of the most important ones would come to light tomorrow. The mirror suddenly shifted into a door, and the light brightened. I turned the handle and found myself back outside, the fresh air blowing against my cheeks. I smiled at the woman attending the attraction, and she waved a little creepily as I walked away. Weird. I shivered as I headed along, feeling better after the distraction and deciding to stay a while longer. Who says I can't have fun on my own? I grabbed a hot cocoa from a bar and soaked in the atmosphere, perusing the stands full of trinkets and crystals. That son of a bitch Diego, how could he say that about me and my sister? My atlas pinged and I took it out, half hoping Tori fancied meeting up, but the message was from Orion. Lance, I'm ready to make my apology. Come to the circus tent in 5 minutes. I stuffed my atlas away with a frown and located a sign pointing toward the tent. I wondered if I should go, but I was too curious not to. I followed the signs, twisting through the labyrinth of paths toward the circus tent. It loomed on the edge of the fair, a huge dome of purple and red with flashing lights ringing the roof. Fire breathers were gathered outside, shooting colorful displays of flames up toward the sky. I followed the queue inside and found a ring of stages circling the interior. On each of them was a strange act, from contortionists who wrapped themselves into actual knots to illusion acts and beautiful dancers who leapt through rings of fire of their own creation. At the back of the tent, a crowd was gathering, and I frowned as I headed that way, searching for Orion. I moved through the throng of bodies, finding a stage with 2 huge metal chairs beside one another with manacles on the arms and legs. Above the stage hung a sign reading, "The Numb Man," and beneath it was a sparkling crown suspended in a glass box. A man in a long black coat and nothing but shiny blue shorts underneath it leapt onto the stage, circling a cane. "Welcome to the Cirque du Soleil. I am your host, Rusty Starr. Gather around. We have a daring contestant backstage who wishes to take on the Numb Man," he cried, and a cheer went up from the crowd. At his words, a huge man the size of a small elephant stepped onto the stage, bare-chested with his enormous belly hanging over his waistband. His eyes were hollow, and his face blank as he took a seat in the metal chair on the left. A beautiful woman in a gemstone-encrusted bikini with a huge pink feather pluming up from the back of her bottoms leapt onto the stage. She tethered the man into the chair with the manacles, locking his wrists and ankles in place with flourishing movements. "Please give a warm welcome to our fearless contestant, Lance Orion." Rusty gestured with his cane to the other side of the stage, and my mouth fell open as Orion walked onto the platform shirtless, with a smirk on his face. He took a seat in the remaining chair, and the girl locked him in place with a wicked smile. He searched the crowd, his gaze latching onto mine, and he seemed to relax despite his current situation. I gave him a questioning look, but he just smiled wider as the girl stepped away and moved between them to where a huge red lever jutted out of the stage. "If our contestant can outlast the Numb Man in this dangerous game, he will win our incredible prize, the Crown of Glory." Rusty pointed to the glass box above, and it lit up in a shower of golden sparks. "The Numb Man has a pain threshold higher than anyone who has ever stepped on this stage. No one has ever won the crown. So, will our latest contestant be any different?" Pain threshold? I looked to Orion, shaking my head, asking, "What the hell are you doing with my eyes?" "Are you ready, Diamond?" Rusty asked his assistant, and she nodded, taking hold of the lever. He turned back to us with a manic gleam in his gaze. "Each chair is hooked up to an increasing flow of electricity. Whoever tops out first will lose the game." "Wait, what?" "All you need to do is raise your hand, and the electrocution will stop," Rusty said, and laughter filled the air as Orion flexed his muscles against the restraints holding him down. Rusty tittered. "All right, you can just say the words, Mr. Orion." "You're assuming I'll tap out first," Orion said with a dark grin. An "ooh" went up from the crowd. "Don't," I mouthed to him, shaking my head, but he ignored me, settling back in his chair like he was about to get a spa treatment. "We have a very confident competitor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how long his confidence lasts," Rusty said with a vicious smile, gesturing to Diamond. "Pull the lever." She yanked it back, and my heart lurched. Orion winced, his hands curling into fists as the sound of zapping and crackling energy filled the air alongside thundering music. The numb man smiled broadly, having no reaction to the electricity at all. "Higher!" Rusty commanded, and Diamond drew the lever back further. Orion's jaw tightened, and his eyes spoke of pain, but he didn't shout out. "This is crazy!" "Higher!" Rusty called again, and Orion finally released a gasp of pain, but still he didn't break. He looked straight at me as his muscles hardened and his shoulders began to shudder. "You've proved your point!" I yelled, but he didn't call it off. The numb man remained sitting there without even a flicker of pain on his face. Orion was going to damn well die out of sheer stubbornness. "They don't even hook up the numb guy. It's all a scam," someone said behind me, and my heart tumbled in my chest. "Higher!" Rusty commanded. Orion roared in pain, and panic seized me as I wheeled around to look at the person who'd spoken behind me. A couple of the bikini-clad girls had gathered there to watch, which meant they worked here, which also meant they goddamn knew that numb guy wasn't hooked up. "Higher!" "No!" I shouted, turning back to the stage. Veins were shining in Orion's arms, and his chest gleamed with sweat. The numb man glanced over at him with a frown like he'd never seen anyone take the game this far. I knew in my heart Orion wasn't going to stop, so I had to do something. I pushed my way through the crowd, slipping around the back of the stage into the shadows and heading through a curtain. There was no one there, so I quickly hunted for a plug to pull so I could stop this madness. I found what I was looking for and sucked in air as I spotted the plug for the chair which wasn't hooked up. Numb man my ass. In a moment of madness, I plugged it in. A bellow of pain sounded from the stage, and I sprinted back out from behind the curtain, hurrying into the crowd.
"Stop! Stop!"
The numb man cried, and Rusty looked around at him in alarm.
"Diamond!"
He snapped, and she pushed the lever to turn off the electricity. Orion took in a lungful of air, slumping forward, his hands balled up into tight fists. Diamond hurried to untether the numb man, and he barged past her off the stage, trembling as he went. She moved to help Orion, and I looked around, desperate to go to him, but knowing I couldn't with a whole crowd of people watching.
"Our first ever winner, ladies and gentlemen!"
Rusty recovered from his obvious shock, and applause rippled through the air. Orion staggered to his feet, lifting a hand to heal himself, and I relaxed as the pain in his posture ebbed away. Rusty cast magic at the glass box to bring it down, opening it with a reluctant expression and holding it out to Orion. "Congratulations!" he said through a smile that was so obviously false it made me hiccup a laugh. Orion grinned, taking it. "And here I was, thinking this thing was rigged." "Never!" Rusty said, clearing his throat. Orion headed off the stage, and I moved through the crowd to try and find him. A line of teachers walked into the tent and I paused, turning the opposite way, my heart fluttering anxiously. My atlas pinged and I took it out. "Lance, do you want to ride home?" My heart beat frantically as Washer stepped past me, making a beeline for the bunch of performers in bikinis. I tapped out a quick reply, frowning as Washer's hand landed on one of their bare backs. "Run for your life, girls." Darcy, "Are you freaking crazy?" Lance, "Yes, for you, winky face. Come with me." I tapped my foot anxiously, angry but desperate to see him too. Darcy, "Okay, where should I go?" Lance, "Behind the tent is a fence that borders the road. Wait on the other side of it." I headed out of the tent, chewing on my lower lip as I circled around to the back of it, finding a high wooden fence at the edge of the field. No light shone this way, and I was pretty sure I was safe from being seen. I gazed up at the top and pushed air out of my palms, propelling myself over it. I landed on the street on the other side, stumbling only a little and smiling at how well I'd managed it. The street was quiet, the opposite side of the road leading into a thick woodland. No streetlights were in sight, and my breath clouded before me like a ghost in the moonlight. It was a few minutes before headlights flared, and a fancy red Ferrari pulled up beside me. The windows were blacked out, but it was pretty obvious who owned this car. The passenger window slid down, and Orion leaned across to look at me. I slapped the side of the door, my anger pouring out. How could you do that? You nearly gave me a heart attack.
To be fair, I nearly gave myself a heart attack, Blue, so can we call it even?
I shook my head, blinking back those damned tears which kept coming for me tonight. I kicked the front wheel and his brows pulled together.
Can you stop attacking my car? She doesn't like it.
I sniffed, turning my back on him and staring up at the moon. Tears blurred it into a fuzzy white ball of cotton wool, and I tugged down my sleeves to dab them away. A shadow filled my vision as Orion sped in front of me, his expression taut.
I didn't mean to upset you,
he said, sounding lost.
I don't apologize very often. It's not a very Faye thing to do. Did I not do it right?
I smacked his chest as another tear spilled over. He caught it at the edge of my chin, wiping it away with his thumb. You could have just said the words, I whispered with another sniff, and he gave me a hopeful grin, inching closer into my personal space.
I'm sorry.
He pressed his hands either side of me on the car, and my breathing hitched. You smell like her, I murmured.
Then make me smell like you,
he commanded, and I caught his lapels, dragging him down to meet my mouth. Our kiss tasted of tears and desperation. The hurt between us blurred in the middle, then faded to nothing like the rain had come to wash it away. Forgiveness was never easy, but the knot inside me finally came loose, and I could breathe again.
Come on,
he said, stepping back.
This evening is still salvageable.
I wish we could stay at the fun fair together. I frowned.
Well, I hear another fun fair has popped up in my bedroom for the night,
he teased. A laugh broke free of my throat, and Orion grinned, pushing a lock of hair behind my ear.
If you want to go back and find your friends, I get it.
He squeezed my hand, and I interlaced my fingers with his. Well, I quite like the sound of this other fun fair. Is there a roller coaster?
No, but there's a slip and slide,
he offered. I laughed as Orion tugged the door open, and I dropped into the seat. I put the window up as he shut the door, and he shot into the driver's seat at speed. Quiet fell between us. The heavy thump of my heart was almost loud enough for me to hear, let alone him with his supersonic ears. I wet my mouth as he drove off down the road, wrangling my emotions. Where's Fran? I asked lightly. He chuckled.
You know, she'd really kill you if she heard you calling her that.
I shrugged. She can try.
She got called into work. Apparently there was a nymph sighting in East Tucana. The anonymous caller was very insistent,
he said, tilting his head innocently, and my mouth fell open. You didn't.
I did.
He barked a laugh.
Where's Polaris?
He asked, his voice dropping as he barely concealed the bitterness in his tone. We had an argument, I said tersely, a knife twisting in my gut at the memory.
About?
He inquired, reaching over and placing his hand on my knee. Even through my pantyhose, I felt the blazing heat of his skin, and my body responded with a surge of adrenaline. You, I admitted. He shot me a concerned look.
He doesn't know anything, does he?
Of course not. He just thinks I have a crush on you, and that I'm pathetic for doing so, and a whore, apparently. His grip tightened on my knee, and sparks skittered beneath my skin.
Fuck that kid. I'll tear him a new one the next time I see him,
he snarled. I might join you in that. I rested my hand on his, and he wrapped his palm around mine.
You're freezing.
He released a wave of warm air that rushed over me and reminded me of the other night when I'd shown up soaking wet at his house. Orion turned down a dark road where the trees leaned overhead, creating a long tunnel for what seemed like miles.
So, have you forgiven me now?
He asked with amusement in his voice. Technically, you owe the apology to my sister, I pointed out, and he gave me an incredulous look.
By the stars, am I going to have to electrocute myself again for Tori Vega?
I laughed. You know that numb guy wasn't hooked up to the mains, right? Well, he wasn't until I hooked him up myself.
What?
He gasped. Yep. I squeezed his fingers. Orion pulled over to the side of the road, and my brows shot up as he dragged me forward and slammed his lips against mine. I was half choked by the seatbelt, and he quickly released it, my heart rate climbing as his tongue pushed into my mouth. I clambered into his lap with a surge of excitement, straddling him and clawing my hands into his hair as I devoured his kiss. His hands slid under my dress, and I urged him on by lifting my hips, lost to how much I wanted him. A deep growl emanated from his throat as he found his way barred by my pantyhose. He ripped a hole in them between my thighs, and I sucked in a breath of surprise. "Orion!" I laughed, but my laughter turned into a moan as he found his way into my panties and pushed his fingers inside me. "You owe me a new pair," I said breathlessly.
I'll get you a whole new wardrobe if you make that noise again.
"What noise?" I panted, and he pumped his fingers harder, drawing a needy moan from my lips.
That one,"
he grunted, shifting his free hand between us to undo his jeans. I arched upwards to give him room, and my head banged against the roof. We both laughed, and he removed his hand from my pantyhose, tugging my dress over my head.
"Let's get rid of these."
He tore my pantyhose in half, and I gasped as he peeled them off my legs. "Hey, how about we tear some of your clothes?" I tugged at his shirt, and he caught my wrist with a mischievous grin. His eyes traveled down my near-naked body and the lacy red underwear I wore while sucking on his lower lip.
"I've missed this."
He kissed my collarbone, and tingles rushed beneath his lips.
"And this."
He curled a lock of my hair around his finger and brought that to his lips too.
"And these."
He squeezed my breasts, and I giggled.
You're missing something, though."
"What?" I frowned. He reached behind his seat and produced the crown he'd won at the fair, placing it on my head. I smiled so wide my cheeks hurt.
"Better,"
he said, his eyes becoming hooded as he rested his hands on my thighs and drew me closer. "If you go around placing crowns on my head, you're going to be in trouble," I teased, and his mouth skewed.
"Well, let's not tell anyone then,"
he said, leaning in to kiss my neck. I started unbuttoning his shirt, aching for the feel of his flesh against mine. Our movements grew more frantic, his kisses turning to bites, his fingers pinching, while I clawed at his chest to get the buttons open and finally pushed his shirt over his athletic shoulders. He tugged my bra down to free my right breast, his mouth encasing my hardened nipple and sending pleasure shuddering through me. A tight ball of need grew in the pit of my stomach, and I rolled my hips over his crotch, his arousal bulging against my panties. He groaned appreciatively, sucking harder against my sensitized flesh. I lifted up on my knees to free him from his pants, and my ass bashed into the steering wheel, setting the horn off. I snorted a laugh, and Orion tugged me forward by the hips again to stop the noise. "This is way more difficult than I expected," I joked, and he grinned devilishly at me.
"Definitely worth it, though."
He freed himself from his boxers, pushing my panties aside, and all amusement fell away as he guided my hips forward. I rested my forehead to his, inhaling as he pushed into me. He hissed between his teeth as I lowered onto him, moaning as he filled me up inch by inch. I started riding him, and he chased my mouth for kisses as I writhed on his lap, delighting in the incredible feelings his body delivered me. His fingers dug into my hips, pushing me down on him in a glorious rhythm. I rolled my neck, bracing my hands on his shoulders as I took what I so desperately needed from his flesh.
"Don't fight with me again,"
he demanded, his teeth raking against my ear. "Don't give me a reason to." I sank my nails into his shoulders, making him groan and thrust harder between my legs. One of my knees banged against the parking brake, and the other slammed into the door. But I didn't care about the bruises. I'd take all of them in payment for this bliss. My hips quickened to meet his, and we fell into a sweaty, breathless tangle of limbs and wanton kisses. He wrapped one hand in my hair and tugged hard enough to hurt.
"That's for Polaris,"
he growled as I yelped. I scraped my nails down his chest so hard I drew blood. "That's for Fran." He looked down in surprise, then released a breathless laugh.
"I like you angry."
"Let's not make a habit of it, though," I panted.
"Deal."
He groaned as he pushed into me again. I pressed one hand to the window, my spine straightening as an urgent pressure built between my thighs. Orion's hand rode the curve of my spine before forcing me onto him, finishing me. Pleasure cascaded through me like an exploding rainbow, and I clung to him as he drove harder and faster into me, finding his own release, grunting my name in the back of his throat. My legs trembled as I came down from my high, slumping against him as I lost all the energy in my body. I rested my head against his shoulder, our breaths burning hot, leaving a fog on the windows around us. He trailed his fingers up and down my bare thighs, my skin overly sensitive to him. He tilted my chin up, kissing me so sweetly it seemed to coat my lips in sugar. My hand rested against his chest where his heart beat like the wings of a powerful bird, and I smiled at the feel of this formidable man struggling for breath because of me. I climbed off him into my seat, finding the crown in the footwell where it had fallen off at some point. We both dressed in silence, but we kept catching each other's eyes and sharing grins. When I was decent, apart from my lack of pantyhose, Orion restarted the engine and headed on down the road.
So, did you get any information from Polaris during your date?
He asked. You're never going to let that go, are you? I mocked.
It just fucks me off that you can go out in public with him and not me.
Well, that's how it is, I sighed, turning to gaze out of the steamy window beside me. I painted a grumpy face on it and wrote Orion above it. He glanced over, breaking a smile.
Is that what I look like to you?
Not quite. I added angry eyebrows and fangs, turning to grin cheekily at him. He laughed, and I smiled satisfactorily. Diego didn't say much about his uncle, just that he's an asshole, and that his mother and father go off with him sometimes to help him with his work. I shrugged. Is that useful? Orion remained quiet for a moment.
Yes, it gives me a couple more Faye to look into. Much as it pains me to say it, I'd appreciate if you keep spending time with him. See what else he'll say about them. But no dates.
Well, that's going to be pretty difficult as I'm majorly pissed at him, and I'm guessing he is at me too.
What's he pissed at you for?
I slapped him. I revealed.
Good,
he growled.
But he deserves more than that for calling you a whore.
Actually, I slapped him before he said that. I twisted my fingers into my skirt as rage burned inside me at the memory.
Why?
Orion asked. He said he wished you died when the nymphs attacked. I forced out, my throat closing up. Orion's grip tightened on the wheel.
I'm going to kill him.
You can't. He'll know I told you. And I didn't exactly deny that I have a thing for you. If you go after him, he might figure out there's something between us.
What kind of thing do you have for me?
He shot me a mischievous glance. It will sound crazy, I said slowly.
I like crazy. Did you not get the memo when I tried to cook myself earlier?
Promise you won't laugh? I asked, heat invading my cheeks.
On the stars.
I nodded, looking out of the window so I didn't have to see his reaction when I told him. When we were in the battle, and you were about to die, I felt compelled to save you, like, if I didn't, a part of me would die too. And ever since then, that part of me is getting stronger, like it's becoming this tangible thing that lives in me. I've never been a jealous person before, but when I see you with Francesca, it's like I turn into an animal with nothing but basic instincts. My cheeks burned hotter, and I didn't dare look at Orion's face, unsure why I was bearing my soul to him right then. I rarely trusted anyone enough to spill my heart out to them, but I always wanted to with him. I told you it was crazy. He took my hand, winding his fingers between mine and pressing his mouth to the back of my knuckles. I chanced to look his way, and my heart pounded as I found nothing but happiness in his eyes. Then he said 6 words that made my heart shine like the moon.
Good, because I feel it too.
Chapter 31. Caleb. I guided my car down the road with half an eye on Tori in the seat beside me as she fixed her damn lipstick like we hadn't just had the craziest fucking argument of my life on the side of a mountain. Did anything ever faze that girl? Or had she really just been through so much shit in her life that what had just happened between us wasn't even a big deal to her? I didn't know, and I couldn't figure it out. She was a closed book, and it drove me mad. Girls usually chased me, But with her, I honestly felt like she wasn't even interested half the time, which didn't make sense because I was goddamn hilarious and the sex was fucking mind-blowing. So what else did she even want? Her window was open, and she still hadn't put her seatbelt on. What did she have against seatbelts? I swear the girl had more mysteries in her travel preferences than I had in my whole life. We turned towards the fair and the sidewalk slowly filled with people. I flicked the button beside me to close her window, and she cast a glance my way out of the corner of her eyes, her fingers flexing like she wanted to hit the button to drop it again instantly. But if she didn't want her face plastered all over tomorrow's Celestial Times, then she was better off hidden behind the blacked-out windows. I drove right past a no vehicle sign and kept going beyond the crowds of people walking into the fair on foot until I turned right alongside the gates where the other heirs' cars were already parked. A security guard eyed my car with disapproval, his lips set in a thin line, but he didn't make any attempt to come and tell me to move it. If he wanted me to, he'd have to make me, and he knew he wasn't strong enough to do that. Full disclosure, the press will have recognized my car. Do you want to pose for photos or let me carry you the hell away from them? I asked, turning to look at Tori as I cut the engine. She looked out through the tinted glass and I followed her gaze. Sure enough, I spotted several paparazzi with cameras eyeing the car hopefully already. Well, as the press seem to think I'm a sex addict, it might not look good for you to be seen with me, she commented. They'll think you're my latest conquest. I am, I said with a grin which drew a laugh from her. Does that mean you're accepting my offer of a ride? I guess so. Tori looked at me, her gaze trailing down my chest as she pursed her lips. I looked down too and cursed as I spotted the bloodstains all over my white t-shirt. The girl had hit me really damn hard with that branch. It was pretty hot. Kinda looks like you're a messy eater, she teased. Her fingers brushed her neck absent-mindedly where I'd bitten her, sending a zip of energy straight through my body to my dick. I cleared my throat, looking in the back of the car like I might find something in the tiny space between the seats to change into. I spotted my pitball jacket and hooked it into my grasp, shrugging it on and zipping it up to cover the bloodstains. I found her atlas down there too and handed it back to her without mentioning the whole I snatched it like a psycho thing from earlier. The navy jacket was lined with silver stripes, and my name was stamped across the back of it in shining silver letters. It was hardly subtle, but I was always recognized wherever I went anyway, so it didn't make much difference. You look like an extra from Greece, Tori said, smirking at me. You got something against being my Sandy? I asked, unclipping my belt as I leaned over her to open her door. She snorted a laugh as I hooked my arms around her waist, not giving that a response. But I was fairly sure that snort meant she didn't see me as much of a Danny. Fair point. He never kidnapped Sandy and drained her of her blood up a mountain like a serial killer. Of course, Sandy never would have been able to handle the kind of man who did that, so I guess Tori wasn't much of a Sandy either, aside from that leather jacket and tight jeans. Pity they weren't leather too. The door opened and I leapt out of the car with Tori's arms around my neck and her warm body against my chest. I used my vampire speed to shoot straight through the gates, tossing a wedge of auras at the kiosk to cover our entrance fee before the paparazzi could get any shots of us. I dove into the crowd, speeding between vendors and rides until I spotted Seth, Darius, and Max moving towards the log ride. I came to a halt a few meters away, calling out to them to let them know I was here. Tori slid out of my arms, cast a single look at the guys, and turned her back on them before walking away. All three of them tensed, glaring at me with questions in their eyes which were gonna need answering before I could spend the evening with Tori. I held a finger up at the guys and darted after Tori, catching her hand and tugging her to a halt. My gaze hooked on her lips, which she'd painted blood red, and I had to resist the urge to kiss her. I need to talk to the other heirs for a sec. Wait for me, yeah? Sure, she replied sweetly. Too damn sweetly. I'll just have a look at some of the stands. I narrowed my gaze on her for a moment, but I couldn't figure out her angle, so I pressed a kiss to her cheek before heading back over to the other heirs.
Nice job there, Cal. Looks like you really scared the shit out of her in the mountains,
Max said sarcastically as I stopped in front of them. I'd known this was coming when I backed out of the plan to scare a confession out of her and leave her up that mountain on her own. It hadn't been a part of the plans we'd been making for after the reckoning, but I'd been so angry about the Pegasex bullshit that I'd insisted on breaking things off with her, and I'd wanted her to know exactly why, too. The other heirs hadn't put up much of an argument against it, and Darius had been all for it, which wasn't a surprise because he'd made it clear that me hooking up with Tori pissed him off something chronic, and he'd obviously been pleased I was going to call time on it. Except now I wasn't, and one look at his face let me know he wasn't fucking happy about it. That had absolutely been my plan right up until I'd gotten her up there and looked her in the eyes. I thought she'd crumble when I pushed her. I thought she'd cry, or beg, or something. But she just stared me in the face and lied. She didn't even bother to lie well. She knew I'd caught her out, and she just owned it, pushing back at me and daring me to do something about it or let it go. And it was so fucking hot that I'd chosen option B. I didn't know what it was about Tori Vega, but I was fast becoming addicted to it. Yeah, well, I glanced over at Tori as she started talking to some girl selling sparkling balloons shaped like various different order forms. I took her up there and did what I said, but then she started sucking your dick, right? Seth asked with a smirk. Darius growled at him, and I laughed. No, she wouldn't admit it, I said, and I thought about leaving her up there in the dark, and I just didn't want to do it. We need to make sure they don't claim their throne, but we don't need to be total assholes in the process. And if I forget the fact that she's a Vega, then I don't have any reason not to keep seeing her, I said, knowing the words would damn me, but fuck it, it was the truth. But she is a Vega, Darius snapped like it was the only thing that even mattered. And maybe it was, or maybe it should have been. Yeah, well, I'm an Altair, and I don't do what I'm told by anyone, so you can save your lecture, I snarled back. Are you sure you know what you're getting into with her? Max asked, shifting closer to me. That's not just lust you're feeling anymore. Darius growled again, and Max shifted his attention to him, his eyebrows drawing together sharply. That girl is trouble, Max said darkly, his eyes whipping between me and Darius as he fed on the emotions bubbling around us. Pfft, maybe I like trouble. It doesn't mean I'm going to forget what's important to us, or Solaria, I said firmly, and Max nodded, relaxing as he read my emotions on that too. So keep screwing her if that's what you want, Seth said with a shrug, pushing a hand through his long hair. Just so long as it doesn't change anything else. Darius looked like he was fighting hard not to add anything on the subject, and I decided against baiting him on it. If he'd wanted a shot at Tori, then I wasn't what was standing in his way. He was the one who had made her hate him like she did, and if he had some other reason to object to what I chose to do, then it was up to him to say it to me or not. It won't, I replied firmly. The reckoning's tomorrow anyway. Chances are she won't make it through. Even if she does, we've got better plans to put the Vegas in their place than me breaking her heart. Seth snorted with amusement. I don't think there was ever much danger of you managing that, he said, nodding towards something over my shoulder. Tori had just stepped forward to take her turn at the siren kissing booth. The guy who pulled her into his arms wasn't wearing a shirt, and he was built like a tank. He started saying something to her which made her laugh loudly enough for us to hear it. She hadn't kissed him yet, and I had no intention of letting it happen either. Can't she fight off a siren lure yet? I snapped as I stalked toward her, with the other heirs in tow. Irritation slid beneath my skin that she hadn't even learned to keep up a basic mental shield like that. He's not using a lure on her, Max said casually, and I snapped around to him with a frown. What do you mean? I demanded. I mean, your little Vega chose to go up there without him needing to use any power on her at all, Max said with a smirk.
Maybe she's more likely to break your heart than the other way around.
I swore at him as I shot forward to stop that siren asshole from touching her, but Darius had made it there first. "Back off," he snarled at the kissing booth douchebag, and the siren instantly did as he was told, shifting away from Tori like she was contagious. Darius caught Tori's arm and tugged her away from the stand while she tried to claw his fingers off of her. He moved her to stand before him, and she shoved his hand off of her aggressively. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she spat, glaring at him with so much venom in her gaze that I halted my advance on them.
"Stopping you from embarrassing yourself and ending up all over the press tomorrow in a story about how you have to pay for kisses, as well as having a sex addiction," he replied scathingly. "You're welcome."
"I was asking him which charity the kissing booth is raising money for," she bit back instantly. "Not paying for a fucking kiss. Unlike you, I don't just pay my way through life living off daddy's credit card, but I do have a stipend that's stupidly generous and a fucking conscience, and I was trying to do something decent, which I guess you wouldn't know jack shit about." Darius cast a look over his shoulder at the sign announcing the fact that the kissing booth was raising funds for a charity, and I shifted uncomfortably as I read it too. Missing Moon Orphanage. Tori and her sister were orphans twice over, and even though I'd never gotten any details from her about their childhood, I knew it wasn't all sunshine and roses. When we turned back to Tori, she was already gone. "Nice work, man," I snapped at Darius as I pushed past him to chase her down.
"You were gonna punch that asshole too,"
he called after me, but I ignored him, partly because he was pissing me off lately, mostly because he was right, and I was just lucky Darius had gotten there first. I pulled my atlas from my pocket as I followed her and sent a quick email to the family lawyer, getting her to set up a donation to the Missing Moon Orphanage for my trust fund and asking her to send me a confirmation ASAP. I caught Tori as she drew close to the hookah duck stand and turned her around to face me. "You have some really annoying friends too, you know," I said before she could say anything. "Oh yeah?" she asked, rolling her eyes. "I bet you can't even name any of my friends." "Darcy," I said quickly, and her lips twitched with amusement. "Name 5 more, and I'll let you off the hook for your asshole associations." "Come on, we both know you don't have 5 more friends. You're not that likable," I teased, and I got a full smile in response for that. "3 then, and you can name your prize," she offered. "Gruss," I said instantly, smiling widely. "I'm gonna want a full name for the prize." "Geraldine Gruss," I said enthusiastically. I couldn't even really claim to dislike that girl. She was a goddamn machine on the pitball pitch. And at least she was consistent with her beliefs. She was an open book. Sure, it was set to a page I didn't like much, but at least I knew she wasn't a conniving asshole like a lot of the Fae I knew. With her, you knew exactly where you stood without having to second-guess it. "That's 1, Tori conceded. And, I pushed a hand through my hair but found the curls sticky with drying blood as I did. I dropped my hand irritably, hoping it wasn't noticeable. I'd wiped the blood off of my face in the car, but it wasn't going to come out of my hair without a shower. You know, the little one with the nice ass and the pixie cut. I want to say she's called Sorange? "Not even at all," Tori laughed, and I knew I had her again. I pushed my advantage and caught her hand, wrapping my fingers between hers as I pulled her into a walk. I could feel the guys watching us, but I couldn't deal with them now. I had my sights set on Tori Vega tonight, and I wasn't letting her slip away. "Okay, that's 2, I said, ignoring the eye roll I got for counting Sorange as a win. "And Hat Boy." Tori gave me a full laugh for that one, and I turned towards her, capturing her lips with mine before she could stop me. She didn't resist much, her lips molding to mine as she gave in to the heat between us, and I pressed her back against the hookah duck stand. Her lips parted for me, and I wrapped my hands around her waist beneath her leather jacket, the soft skin of her stomach warm against my palms. A kid swore at us as I nudged him, and accidentally made him lose his duck, which quacked angrily as the spell released it, and it splashed away. Tori pressed me back, and I sighed dramatically as she moved away from me, but she let me take her hand again as I fell into step beside her. I glanced over my shoulder and found Darius scowling at us. No surprises there. Max had folded his arms while he watched us, and Seth mimed striking a whip at me. I wasn't even sure I could deny it at this particular moment. Tori Vega was getting under my skin, and I wasn't sure I could do much to stop it. I shrugged at the other heirs, like I didn't give a shit what they thought, which was mostly true anyway, and drew Tori away from them into the crowd. "So what do I get for my prize?" I asked casually as I eyed the brightly colored stands and vendors peddling all kinds of strange and wonderful things. Tori was drinking everything in with wide eyes, and a smile played around her lips which actually made her look kind of innocent for once. "You've just had your prize," she said dismissively. "You would have let me kiss you anyway," I protested. "Not likely," she teased. Her eyes fell on a guy selling brightly colored sticks of cotton canfei, and I tugged her towards him knowingly. I ordered her one and tossed the guy a 20 when he asked for 2 auras, drawing Tori away again without bothering to wait for the change. Tori raised an eyebrow at me as she took a bite of her cotton canfei, which was changing from pink to blue to lilac as she held it. "Why did you do that?" she asked me, casting a look back at the vendor who was grinning like that tip had just made his day. I shrugged. "That money doesn't mean anything to me. It makes him happy. Why not?" "And?" she pushed, her eyes picking me apart like I was just so damn easy for her to read. I sighed. "And it doesn't hurt my reputation for people to think of me as generous. When I'm sitting on the Celestial Council one day, and I make some choice that guy's friends are pissed about, he'll be there saying, 'I met Caleb Altair once. He was damn decent. Gave me an $18 tip on some cotton canfei.'" "There it is," she said with a satisfied smirk, taking another bite. "It's still a nice thing to do," I protested, ulterior motives aside. "Sure," she agreed like she didn't agree, or maybe she did. I couldn't fucking tell, and she was already walking away again. My atlas pinged in my pocket and I pulled it out, grinning at the email from the family lawyer. "I thought I'd make up for the whole kissing booth thing back there," I said, holding out the email for her to look at. She raised an eyebrow as she read it. "You donated 10,000 auras to the orphanage?" she asked, her lips parting in surprise. A grin was tugging at my lips in anticipation of what she'd do next, but instead of the hug, tears of joy, and making out sesh which would undoubtedly lead to me getting her back in my bed again tonight, she frowned at me. "Why?" she asked warily. "What exactly is it that you want from me?" I pushed a hand into my hair, unsure how this seemed to have had the opposite effect to what I'd wanted. "I thought it would make you happy." Tori looked at me for a long moment, twirling the cotton canfei between her fingers. "You know what I like about you, Caleb?" she asked like she was asking me a math problem. "Everything?" I suggested. Tori rolled her eyes. "I like it when you don't try so hard. I don't need you to make grand gestures or buy me sweets. I'm not your girlfriend, and I don't want to be." Ouch. "So why don't you just save the bullshit for a nice girl who needs hearts and flowers, because that's not me. I'm not impressed by shit like that." "So what are you impressed by?" I asked, needing to know more than I liked to admit. "I just want someone to make my heart beat faster," she said in a low voice that had me drawing closer to her as I looked into her dark eyes. "To challenge me and make me laugh and push back against my bullshit. I want to be forced out of my comfort zone, and I want to feel excited, exhilarated, afraid, but not just because you're an asshole, because I want to feel alive." "So not much then," I confirmed teasingly. This girl was going to be the death of me. I couldn't resist that glint in her eye or the challenge in her tone, and I was pretty sure she knew it. "No, not much," she smirked as she finished her cotton canfei and released a blaze of fire magic in her palm to destroy the wooden stick it had been wrapped around. Fuck it then. Come on. I snatched her hand, and this time I didn't try to hold on to it all sweet and innocent. I just tugged her through the crowd behind me. The Fairy Fair was the same every year, and I knew by now where all the best parts of it were found. We wound between countless people, and I dragged Tori on when she spotted Geraldine Gruss and her ass idiots. She waved at them, but didn't try very hard to get away from me, and I smirked to myself, knowing I had her attention again. A shadow stepped into my path, and I scowled as Hatboy himself set his eyes on my date. "Are you okay, Chica?" he asked, catching Tori's other arm so that she stopped to speak to him. "Yeah," she said brightly. "Caleb's just showing me around the fair. Where's Darcy?" Hatboy's gaze darkened slightly and he shrugged. "She blew me off. Turns out our date didn't mean as much to her as it did to me." "Speaking of dates," I interrupted loudly, "we were actually—" "What happened?" Tori asked, cutting me off, and my irritation grew a notch as she chose to give this loser her attention instead of me. "We were having a really good time. We even kissed, and then—" "You what?" Tori gasped. I growled as he continued to dominate her attention and lifted her wrist to my lips, pressing a kiss against her skin. Her heart beat a little harder, and I smirked as I moved closer, kissing her neck instead. "Yeah, she—" Hatboy paused as I wrapped my arms around Tori's waist, and she put a half-assed effort into batting me off. "Can we go somewhere to talk in private?" "Oh, me and Caleb were kinda—" "Please, Chica," he begged, and I moved behind Tori, dragging her body back to press against mine as I kept my arms around her. "I think she's made her choice," I growled, scowling at him. "Tori doesn't want to spend her evening with you any more than her sister did." "Caleb!" she hissed, but I ran my fingers down her sides and a laugh escaped her too. "Forget it. Eres una punta como tu hermana." He turned and started walking away, but I flicked my fingers at him, making the earth tremble beneath his feet so that he almost fell. Tori sucked in a breath in surprise, but I ignored her. "I'm pretty sure you just called my date a whore," I growled. He looked around at us again, his face paling, but he didn't deny it. Tori looked at her so-called friend for a long moment, then just shook her head. "I just want to enjoy the fair," she said, glancing around at me. "Leave it." Hatboy looked between the two of us with anger swimming in his gaze, but his power was so low he wasn't even worth my time. "You heard her. Fuck off," I snapped. He scurried away from us, and I grinned as I tried to kiss her again, but she pushed me off. "You're such a dick," she said half-heartedly. "Isn't that why you like me?" I challenged. "No, I like you because you're half-decent in bed." A shit-eating grin bit at my cheeks at that comment. "I'll work on convincing you of the other half tonight," I promised, snatching her hand again so that we could get back to our date. "Not likely," Tori muttered, but she let me drag her on with a smile playing around her lips. We made it to the big dark tower in the center of the fair, and Tori tipped her head back, looking up at the sign above the entrance which read House of Horrors. Her eyes lit with interest, and I grinned at her as I headed towards the queue. Tori slowed down as we reached the back of it, but I tugged on her hand to keep her moving. I was a celestial heir. I didn't queue. Tori gave me a look that said I was an entitled prick, and I smirked, letting her know I agreed. We reached the front of the queue without anyone daring to voice a complaint, and I pulled a few aura notes out of my pocket, pressing them into the hand of the guy running it. "Make sure we get the full experience," I said to him in an undertone, and he smiled knowingly, casting a look Tori's way. She was paying more attention to the big fake spider hanging over the entrance than she was to us, though, so I wasn't sure if she'd heard me. Either way, if she wanted to feel alive, I was gonna deliver. The guy handed over 4 bracelets, and I slipped 2 over my wrists before turning and doing the same to Tori. "What's this for?" she asked, eyeing the silver bangles. "They stop you from casting magic in case you panic," I said. It can get kinda intense in there, and they don't want anyone accidentally burning the place down. So we're just leaving ourselves vulnerable? She asked slowly. Hardly, I teased. The bangles slip right back off again. They aren't FIB manacles, just a backup in case of panic. But if you're afraid... Tori straightened her spine at that insinuation and shook her head, making her high ponytail swing back and forth. I'm pretty sure you're the one clinging onto my hand like the sky might come crashing down if you let go of me, she countered. Let's see if you're still feeling so brave on the other side, I teased. The door opened for us and we stepped inside, walking over creaking floorboards as I released my grip on Tori's hand and let her go ahead of me. She didn't hesitate, and I followed her silhouette in the darkened space as creepy music came from speakers hidden somewhere. I resisted the urge to sharpen my eyesight with my vampire gifts, letting the dark press in on me so that I could enjoy the House of Horrors the same way as her. As we headed down the long corridor, something brushed against my ankle, and I almost flinched. Tori gasped, falling still a few paces in front of me before stumbling back a step and bumping into my chest. There's something in here, she breathed, her heartbeat spiking a little just as another small body scuttled over my sneaker. I only offered a dark laugh as I nudged her to get her moving again. The summoning room always gave me the creeps, but I wasn't going to let it show. I wanted to see how she coped when she realized we were surrounded by rats. Tori headed further into the dark space, her pace slower now as she tried to figure out what was going on, and I followed a few steps behind. A high-pitched squeak came from our right, and she stilled. She was nearing the center of the room now, and any moment... Tori stepped forward, and the panel beneath her feet flipped up, revealing the pale glow of a huge summoning crystal. The second it was revealed, the rats went wild, flooding towards it from everywhere, scampering over our feet, brushing against our legs, dropping down from the pipes and beams which ran along the ceiling. Tori screamed and started running, darting towards the doorway which fell open ahead of us, allowing red light to pour into the room. I chased after her, flinching as a rat fell onto my shoulder, and dislodging it as we raced through to the red-lit room. Were those real rats? Tori demanded, swiping at her body like they could still be crawling over her. I laughed as she shuddered in disgust. Yeah, they summoned them there. I hear they're nice, clean rats, though. No plague carriers. She gaped at me like I was insane, but before she could say anything else, the door to the rat room snapped shut, and the floor beneath our feet began to tremble. Flames sprang to life beside us, and Tori spun towards them in surprise. More fire licked along the ceiling, then to our left. But this room didn't seem to offer any fear for her, and she just looked around at the magic curiously. After seeing her performance in her fire trial, I wasn't that surprised that she wasn't afraid of the flames. But as she stepped towards them with her hand held out, I quickly shot forward to stop her. What are you doing? I demanded, holding her back as her fingers danced close to the flames. We'd all seen them walk through fire like it was nothing during the trial, but I'd assumed it was more to do with their magic than them actually being fireproof. People weren't just immune to burning. I want to know if I'll burn with my magic blocked off, she said, looking up at me with flames dancing in her eyes. I don't think that's a good... Tori yanked out of my grip and pushed her fist straight into the flames. After half a beat, a laugh fell from her lips and she looked up at me excitedly. Maybe I'll be an even bigger dragon than Darius, and I can beat the crap out of him with teeth and claws, she joked. I couldn't help but laugh at the idea of that. Darius already equaled his father's size in dragon form, and they were the biggest of their kind recorded in a century. If her and her sister really were bigger than the Acruxes, I didn't think it would sit too well with them. It probably wouldn't really be a good look for them either, especially as Lionel flaunted his order form like it made him royalty of his own kind. I imagined his reputation might take a hit if the two Vegas turned out to be bigger, badder beasts than them. It would strengthen their claim to the throne, too. It'd be better for all of us if they emerged as a common order, preferably something non-threatening. But everything I knew about Tori Vega and her sister made me think that was a pointless hope. She pulled her hand back from the flames as more and more fires sprang to life all around us. The way on was up a winding staircase at the far end of the room, and Tori jogged up it quickly. I could hear her heart pumping with the thrill of this place, and I smiled to myself knowing I'd succeeded in giving her one of the things she'd requested at least. On the next floor, the creepy music was louder, and as the door closed behind us, the floor started to tip. Tori caught my arm, her fingers curling around my bicep and making heat wind through my body in response. The lights stuttered out, and a creepy voice started singing a nursery rhyme. Tori released her grip on me and started forward, holding her arms out to the sides a little to balance herself as the floor continued to shift. A panel slid open to our left, and Tori flinched as a woman dressed like an old maid leaned out, throwing a gust of air magic at us as she shrieked threateningly. We were knocked back against the opposite wall, which instantly spun around, flinging us into a dark space. Tori caught my hand again as she almost fell, and I smiled when she didn't release me. Another panel slid open and the maid appeared again, striking us with air magic as she screamed curses our way. We were knocked into the path of a guy dressed like a servant who cast more magic at us, knocking us through another hidden door. Then another. Tori let out a little shriek of surprise each time one of them appeared again, half laughing as we were knocked back and forth, and tightening her grip on my hand so that she didn't lose me. I held her firmly, laughing too as I let myself forget all about her order and her claim, my inheritance, and Solaria as a whole. For a little while, I wasn't going to worry about any of it. I'd asked her after the nymph attack to draw a line between our personal relationship and our political one, and I was going to stick to my own word on that. When I was with her like this, I wasn't going to think about any of that other stuff. I was going to just stay in the moment. We were knocked through a final door so hard that we fell to the ground, hitting soft mats which were there for that very reason. Tori fell on top of me and she laughed, leaning down and pressing her lips to mine way too briefly. I tried to catch her hand as she pushed away from me, but she danced aside, skipping ahead as she started climbing the next set of stairs. A roar echoed from somewhere above us, and Tori paused for half a second before hurrying on. I chased after her, meaning to claim a proper kiss, but she made it to the room above before I could. A steady drip, drip, drip sounded from somewhere in the dark, and I hesitated, wondering if she really wanted to face the water horror, or if I should just run her through it with my vampire speed. But I got the impression Tori Vega didn't want her hand held to get her through anything. Every day she was proving herself to be Fae through and through, and I was pretty sure she'd rise to this challenge just like everything else. Soft splashes sounded as we walked out into the room over the thin puddle of water which lined the floor. "Caleb?" Tori breathed in the dark, and I shifted closer to her. "Yeah?" "These sneakers are new. I don't want them to—" The floor fell away beneath us before she could finish that thought, and a flood of water fell over us. Tori screamed as she plummeted down the slide, and I laughed, my voice echoing around us as we shot down so fast that it felt like I'd left my stomach in the room above. We skidded out into a dark room at the bottom, and Tori got to her feet, offering me a hand to pull me up just as three guys in black cloaks with their hoods drawn up stepped from the shadows. They raised their palms at us, chanting in deep voices as they advanced, and Tori shrieked again, backing up and tugging me with her. Her heart was pounding, and her eyes were alight with exhilaration as she let herself fall into the fear of the place. She tugged on my arm, yanking me towards the elevator which stood open on the far side of the room as the guys in the cloaks drew all of the water back out of our clothes and hair with their magic. As soon as they'd done it, they ran at us, and Tori yelled out as she dragged me into the elevator, slamming her thumb on the single button in the dimly lit cube again and again. The door slid shut just before they reached it, and she sagged back against the wall as the elevator began to ascend, biting her lip in amusement. I caught her waist and pulled her closer to me just as the lights flickered overhead. Her hands fisted in the material of my jacket as the elevator came to a halt, and the lights died altogether. Half a heartbeat passed before the whole thing plummeted toward the ground way too fast, and she screamed as she clung to me for dear life. I tightened my hold on her, adrenaline rocketing through my limbs as we fell. The elevator slowed before it could hit the ground, and Tori laughed nervously as the lights flickered back on, and it began to climb again. "Having fun?" I asked her, as she pressed her face against my chest. "Hell yes, but this place is insane." The doors opened again behind us as we reached the top floor, and she stepped out of my arms as she looked along the corridor which spread away from us. Tori glanced at me hesitantly for a moment before moving out. I fell into step beside her as she looked back and forth, trying to figure out what would happen next. A prickle of anticipation slid down my spine as I heard the hidden door behind us easing open, but Tori didn't notice it. I fought the urge to look back as two large sets of feet padded into the space behind us. We made it several more steps before a low growl sounded, and Tori whirled around to look at the two manticores at our backs. "Holy shit!" she breathed, her eyes widening at the beasts, who looked like lions with giant leathery wings and scorpion stingers for tails. The manticores let out huge roars and leapt at us. Tori screamed, snatching my hand as she started running, and we raced away from them down the corridor to the opening at the far end which showed the star-speckled sky outside. Two sets of huge paws thundered after us as we ran as fast as she could go, and I looked back over my shoulder just as the first manticore pounced. His teeth clamped down on a mouthful of Tori's leather jacket, and she shrieked as he lifted her clean off of the ground, taking off and shooting out of the opening in front of us. Half a second later, the second manticore caught me, and I whooped excitedly as I was lifted off of my feet, and we shot out of the building up towards the sky. I caught sight of Tori for a moment as the beast flew higher and higher, and then all of a sudden, it released me. I yelled out as I fell, and Tori's screams came from somewhere close as she plummeted towards the ground, too. The wind whipped around me, my stomach lurched, and the ground rushed ever closer. At the last second, a cushion of air wrapped around me, folding me into it before I could hit the concrete and go splat. We hung suspended for a moment, hearts racing as we looked at each other, grinning like a couple of kids. The magic released us, flipping us around so that our feet hit the ground, and Tori leapt on me a second later. I laughed as I caught her, and she wrapped her arms and legs around me, kissing me so hard it was almost punishing. Her hands fisted in my hair, and her ankles locked tight behind my back as her tongue brushed against mine in a way that made me hard almost instantly. "Fuck, Tori. I can't get enough of you," I murmured against her lips, and she laughed just as I shoved her back against the wall of the House of Horrors. My hands moved beneath her jacket, skimming her perfect tits over the material of that tiny crop top as I ached to rip it off of her right there. Mr. Altair?" A nervous voice came from beside us, and I pulled away from Tori with a growl of irritation. The guy running the House of Horrors flinched at my expression, but he barreled on all the same. "It's just that the next participants in the House of Horrors will be falling right on top of your heads any moment if you don't vacate the area," he said anxiously, glancing up at the sky. Tori laughed as she unhooked her legs from my waist and pulled me away from the wall, even though I had half a mind to order him to shut the whole attraction down until we were done here. She pulled the magic-restricting bangles off of her wrists and tossed them in a bucket by the entrance, and I followed her lead as she dragged me out of the attraction and back into the mayhem of the fair. "What do you want to do now?" I asked her as she looked up at me with bright eyes, her heart pounding and cheeks flushed. I was half hoping she'd say she just wanted to leave and head back to my room, or maybe even just find some quiet corner around here to have her way with me. But of course she didn't. "Everything," she replied with a grin. "I want to do it all." I'll do whatever makes you happy, I replied, throwing my arm over her shoulders as I led her towards the next ride. And the strangest thing was, I was pretty sure that was the truth.
Chapter 32. Darcy. Lance. I'll make it worth your while if you pass the reckoning today. Hashtag motivation. Hashtag see me after class. Darcy. I can't believe you just hashtagged me. Lance. I can't believe you're not in my bed right now. Hashtag miss your peach. Darcy. I also can't believe you just admitted you want me to pass the reckoning. Lance. It's complicated. You got that right. I snorted a laugh, tucking my atlas in my bag as I headed out of the door. The reckoning was held in the Howling Meadow at dawn, and as usual, I had no idea what to expect. The one thing I was glad of, though, was that after this morning it would be over. And though I was nervous as hell, we'd done well in the trials, and I just had to hope we could succeed at this final challenge. No matter what happened, though, I knew Tori and I had each other, and that was enough. We'd been through so much together during our lives, but since we'd arrived at Zodiac, our bond had grown even fiercer. We would ride out the storms of our fate together, hand in hand, and no one could ever take that from us. I spotted Diego further down the stairwell, and a lump bulged in my throat as anger opened up in me again. If I was going to get information about his uncle, I'd have to suck it up, but that didn't seem like a possibility right then. I was just too damn furious, and today was too damn important to waste my energy on him. He threw a glance over his shoulder, scowled when he spotted me, then quickened his stride. I shook my head at him, tutting under my breath. Jerk. I followed the other freshmen outside where it was still dark, and someone barged past me, nearly knocking me on my ass. Kylie seemed to be walking on air as she hurried ahead of me with Jillian jogging after her. All night? Jillian was saying to her. Yeah, I haven't even had time to wash the glitter off. He was still all over me this morning. He said he can't get enough of me, Kylie said, flicking her hair over her shoulder as they headed away. Ew. One guess who she's been screwing. I fell to the back of the air freshman, wrapping my coat closer around me as the wind picked up. We passed through the Wailing Wood, and Tori caught my eye beside Sophia and Tyler. She waved me over and I quickened my pace, glancing over at Diego, who pointedly walked away from us. How was the fair? Tori asked, looking like she had 1,000 things to say to me. We fell into a discussion about Caleb and the heirs, and I was horrified by what Caleb had done to her at the top of some mountain, but she seemed to think he'd made up for it. I wasn't entirely satisfied by that, but Tori had clearly decided to keep seeing him. I told her about what had happened between Diego and I, leaving out the rest of my night with Orion, and she cursed his name, glaring over at him across the meadow. I itched to tell her the truth about Orion and wondered if I should just do it. She wouldn't tell anyone. But even as I considered it, a sharp pinch in my gut reminded me that if she knew about us, she could get in trouble for covering my ass. No. Orion and I had to figure out what the hell we were actually going to do about this insatiable thing we'd wrapped ourselves up in. It had to remain between us until then, and probably after then, too. Professor Zenith and Principal Nova appeared in long navy robes, moving in front of us with serious expressions. Ringing the edge of the field was a set of bleachers full of spectators. They were packed with the usual crowd of the heirs and their fan club, and Geraldine and the ASS, plus a whole host of hopeful-looking parents. Nova lifted her chin, gazing across us from left to right. Today, your fates will be decided. Each of you have been given a score between 1 and 10 based on your performance in the trials you undertook this week. You will receive those scores now. She waved her hand, and numbers appeared above all of our heads in glittering blue sparks. I looked up, finding a 9 above my head, and I squealed with joy as I spotted the same above Tori's. Geraldine went absolutely crazy, crying out our names with actual tears rolling down her cheeks. The ASS joined in, drowning out the heckles coming from the heirs' friends. The heirs themselves were huddled together, their eyes dark as mutters passed between them. I looked at the other freshmen around me hopefully, finding Sophia with a 5 and Tyler with a 7, Diego had a glimmering 3 above his head, his shoulders hunched as if he wanted to shrink away from it. Despite my anger at him, I couldn't help but feel a small pang of disappointment on his behalf. It wasn't like I wanted him to lose his place at the academy, but an apology was definitely due if we were ever going to see eye to eye again. Nova clapped her hands to draw our attention. No matter how low or high your number, you may still fail or pass the final assessment, depending on how well you do in this test. The reckoning will judge how strong of will and heart you truly are, how much you deserve your place at this elite academy. You will then each be given a final score, which will decide whether or not you stay on at Zodiac. If your total is less than 12, you will lose your place this very day. Nerves danced through me as Nova directed us to create a circle in the field like we had on the night of the awakening. I stood between Sophia and Tori, our fingers interlaced and locked tight. Good luck, I said under my breath as Zenith and Nova took to the center of the field, and Sophia and Tori murmured it back. Zenith raised her hand to the glittering night sky, which was on the cusp of dawn, closing her eyes for a long moment. Silence spanned across the meadow. Even the crowd were quiet, and I wondered if they'd been told to be this time. Look to the stars, freshmen. It is time for your reckoning, Zenith said dramatically, and I lifted my head with a deep inhale, taking in the expansive dots of light above. Optio vobis faciam, Zenith cried, and I felt her voice right down to the pit of my soul. The stars seemed to twist, turning and turning until I was trapped in the vortex, unable to move as they snared me in their powerful aura. A weight fell over me like the pressure of a waterfall, and darkness descended, taking everything and everyone with it. A hovering sensation filled my body, and I felt as though I was suspended in a chasm of nothingness for 1,000,000 miles in every direction. Hello? I called out, panic squeezing my heart and stalling my breath. Hello, hello, hello. My voice echoed back to me 100 times, overlapping and merging until it made my ears ache. Absolute silence pressed in on me again, and I hung there with only the drilling thump of my heartbeat for company. I drew fire to my fingertips, and it flared brighter than I'd ever seen it, flickering with power in electric blue and blazing scarlet. Whispers brushed my ears that sent a sliver of fright into my chest. I wasn't sure if they were coming from inside my head or from the abyss surrounding me. Something told me they came from the stars themselves. Somehow neither feminine nor masculine. They just were. Gemini of air, fire, water, earth, daughter of a king, twin soul, it's time to face the reckoning. The blackness appeared to peel back like the page of a book, and I found myself on a dark suburban street before a burning house. The flames reached into the air, seeming to lick the sky itself. An anxious crowd were gathered on the road beside 2 huge fire trucks. I wanted to move closer, my instincts drawing me toward that house. A mere thought transported me to the front of the crowd, and my heart clenched as a firefighter shouted orders to his crew, shaking his head as if he'd already given up hope. Fear lapped in my chest as I realized what I was witnessing. I blinked and it was dawn. The crowd had dispersed, and only 1 fire truck remained. The blaze had reduced the house to a blackened husk. A shadow shifted in my periphery, and I turned to see a tall figure standing at the end of the street, head bowed and body cloaked. A flicker of glittering light shone in their palm, and I was certain it was stardust. A wave of their hand, and the magic swallowed them up. A baby's cries caught my ear, then another, and my heart stumbled. Sir! A male voice drew my attention back to the house, and a fireman came marching out of the wreckage with a bundle of blankets in his arms. The twins survived! I pulled them out of the ashes! My heart pounded harder and harder as I finally understood why we hadn't died this night. We were impervious to fire. Impossible as it seemed, it was clear as day now. But who was that face standing on the corner watching? A pit of dread in my gut told me it meant nothing good. No one was supposed to know about us. We were changelings. So how could anyone have been there to witness this night? My birth mother? My father? Who else knew? Did they die before or after this night? Gemini. The whispers filled my head again. The wood burns hottest at the heart of the fire. The more hardship you face, the stronger you become. And Fae born of ash and fire. The vision faded away, and I found myself standing in an office. Tori and I sat on the floor together. We were 5, the absolute image of each other. But I had a cast on my arm, which was covered in scribbles, and Tori had a paper chain bracelet on the same arm. It's not working out. My foster mother, Mrs. Fairchild, spoke to a woman across the desk, her voice hushed. They're impossible. This memory seemed more vivid now, like I'd locked it away, buried it so deep that I'd almost forgotten it had happened. The young me and my sister looked up, hearing what she was saying. Tori breaks every toy or game I give her, and Darcy always has scrapes and bruises, like she's trying to hurt herself. They snuck out of my garden into the neighbor's last week and climbed into her son's treehouse. It's a miracle Darcy didn't kill herself when she fell. I just don't have the nerves for it anymore. Perhaps you could try, the administrator started. I'm done trying, she said, standing and moving to place a kiss on each of our heads before walking out the door. I felt the crack in my heart Mrs. Fairchild had caused all those years ago, breaking me apart again for a moment. The confusion, the feeling of Tori's hand curling around mine, the uncertainty of where we'd go next. The vision shifted once more, and I had the awful feeling the stars were about to drag me through every painful moment of my life. But the next thing I witnessed was a blur of Tori and I standing before 10 different schools, each day marking the first at each one. We were older in every vision, but as they progressed, I noticed we looked stronger as time went on, our eyes hardening, our posture straightening. The stars weren't trying to hurt me, I realized. They were showing me how we'd been made, how after each rejection and hurt, we'd lifted our chins a little higher, built our armor a little thicker. A clamor of noise filled the air, all of the insults I'd ever received in my life that had stuck with me, given to me from nameless mean girls at school, teachers, foster parents, friends, the words which had left a scar on my heart. Clumsy, unwanted, weird, stray, too quiet, too broken, too poor. The pain of it all built up in my chest like water against a dam. I shied away from it as the darkness swallowed me once more, covering my eyes. Stop it, I snarled, forcing the visions to recede, and the stars listened. As I opened my eyes, I found myself facing Tori. I smiled my relief, moving forward to touch her, but the image of her rippled and changed, morphing into Seth instead. I shrank back, but his expression was softer than in real life, warmer. The stars whispered to me again, sending a little tremor through me. Adversaries surround you, Gemini. But do you know which ones are your true enemies? Seth became Max, then Caleb, then Darius. Each time the vision changed, their expressions became more frightening, the promise of pain in their eyes. Darius shifted into Sophia, then Diego, Geraldine, Tyler, Kylie, Nova, Angelica, Washer, Marguerite. 100 faces I knew from the corridors of Zodiac, each looking angrier than the last, their eyes full of hate. The counselors appeared next, ending with Lionel, who looked like the devil himself, his eyes 2 chasms of hellfire. His face became Orion's, and my throat tightened as a cold wave of hate emanated from him. Darkness breeds darkness, the stars whispered as I continued to gaze at him, a thick shadow seeming to cling to his form. What does a fae do when their back is against the wall, Gemini? My tongue grew heavy as I mulled over the answer to that question. They fight, I breathed. And what does a fae do with their heart? I swallowed as Orion moved forward, reaching toward me almost lovingly, but then a dagger appeared in his hand, the same one he'd had in the cave the other day. He took my arm, holding it above my wrist, and I winced, trying to pull free of him. They guard it, I answered, dragging my hand away from him, and his form disintegrated like grains of sand on the wind, leaving me in total darkness once more. And what will a fae do to claim their rightful place in Solaria? The answer slid onto my tongue as easily as breathing. It was instinct, something I'd known about fae this whole time, but had failed to truly acknowledge. It was why the heirs hurt us, why Orion helped them, why Lionel controlled them all. Anything. The darkness drew back like a tide, and the night sky shone down on me once again. A glittering number 20 shone above my head, and I blinked heavily as I shook off the oppressive feel of the darkness which had claimed me. I turned to Tori beside me, her eyes wide as she gazed up at the blazing number 20 above her head too. All around us, more and more numbers appeared above the students circling the field, but none as high as ours. Beside me, Sophia had a glittering 15, and I quickly looked to Diego, quietly relieved to find he'd just passed with a 12. Kylie had a bright 18, and Tyler had the same. A horrified wail caught my ear, and I spotted a girl falling to her knees as she started crying, her number 11 meaning she had lost her place at Zodiac. Nearly 30 hadn't passed, and a mixture of tears and anger clamored around us as everyone broke the circle. Nova called out, "The reckoning is over. Those of you who scored less than 12, you are dismissed." She gestured to the Wailing Wood. "Please pack your things and head home before midday." Sadness filled me as I watched the dejected students heading over to their families at the edge of the field, falling into the arms of their parents. Sophia squealed at us before running across the field to hug her family, and the rest of the crowd did the same. I turned to Tori and smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Did you see the fire?" She nodded, blinking back her own tears. "I saw everything, and I think I get why we had to go through it all now." I pulled her into a hug as a tear rolled down my cheek. "Me too." "Did you see the Fae after our house burned down?" She whispered into my ear, and I nodded against her shoulder. "What do you think it means?" She remained silent a moment. "I don't know, but I get the feeling it's nothing good." "Congratulations!" Max's dark voice made me pull away from Tori, and I found the 4 heirs lined up in front of us. Fear juddered through me, but I wasn't going to let them ruin this moment for us. "Thanks," Tori said. "Are you here to give us warm hugs?" Darius tisked. "We're here to give you a message." I ground my teeth, staring back at him. "Why do I get the feeling I've heard this message before?" Max stepped forward, an aura of calm emanating from him that my heart beat slow a fraction. "We don't intend on letting you graduate, little Vegas," Seth sneered, brushing his hand over Max's arm. "It's going to hurt." "You might want to get out now while you still can," Caleb said, and Tori pursed her lips at him. "You've proved you're Fae. We don't intend on underestimating that fact," Darius snarled. "So enjoy the lunar eclipse tonight. It will be the last night of peace between us. But every night after that, when you lay your pretty little heads down on your pillows, I want you to remember we're coming for you. In the dead of night, at the break of dawn, or the fall of dusk. You won't know when, and you won't know how. But what you will know is that we're coming for you." He turned and walked away, and one by one the other heirs followed, leaving me shaking from head to toe. Words echoed in my mind, branded on me from the voices of the stars. What will a Fae do to claim their rightful place in Solaria? Anything. Chapter 33. Tori. Attention all students. The following is a safety notice, and we advise you take all of the information in this notification seriously. Tonight is the lunar eclipse. All Fae will be struck by the urges of the moon and will be guided by their most base instincts and the truest desires of their hearts and flesh. As such, the faculty have made the following recommendations. Number 1. Remain alone in your rooms throughout the evening with the door locked. 2. Turn off your atlases to avoid the temptation to send provocative messages to your fellow students via social media. 3. Take a sleeping draft, or 2, to try and bypass the night without succumbing to the urges. Number 4. Make sure you have cast your monthly contraceptive spells so that when rules 1 through 3 fail to work, you will not come crying to the faculty about unexpected pregnancies. Please try to remain safe and enjoy your evening. Principal Nova. I read the message for the second time and couldn't help but smirk. For all intents and purposes, this was a warning to say that in all likelihood, a lot of people would be getting laid tonight, so don't forget to use contraception. The rest of it was just nonsense, and she knew it. In amongst the Hell Week madness, I'd heard more than a few excited whispers about the lunar eclipse and the sorts of things that people got up to during it. Even thinking about tonight was getting me hot under the collar, and it wasn't even dinner time yet. I bit my lip as I dropped my atlas, wondering what I'd do tonight after our celebration dinner. Caleb had gone back to stay with his family for an eclipse celebration after the reckoning, but I found I was glad. After the fun we'd had last night, I'd been looking forward to spending more time with him. But then he just went straight back to threatening me with the other heirs after the reckoning, and I realized that I really wasn't cool with his whole Jekyll and Hyde act. When he came back from his visit with his family, I planned on making some new rules for us to play by, and if he didn't like it, then maybe I'd just have to cut him loose. Which was a damn shame because he was really hot. But I wasn't going to let him have it both ways. He wanted me, or he wanted to get rid of me, and he'd have to decide which. The fact that he wouldn't be around tonight made me wonder if the moon would start driving me towards someone else, or if it was all just a load of nonsense and an excuse for Faye to hook up with whoever they liked. The idea that an eclipse could have that much sway on us almost seemed ridiculous. But I guessed if the faculty felt the need to send out a warning, there must have been some merit to it. Thanks to Orion's wildly awkward sex ed class, I knew how to cast the contraceptive spell, and the last one I'd cast was still in effect. So if I did happen to find myself in anyone's bed, then at least I wouldn't have to worry about that. I turned to look at my latest online shopping arrivals, trying to decide on an outfit for our celebration dinner at the Orb just as my atlas pinged again. I glanced down at the author of the message, and my heart did a kind of awkward somersault, lodging in my throat for a moment before dropping all the way down into the pit of my stomach. Darius A. Crux, one new message. My lips parted, and I shook my head slightly, trying to shake off the fluttery feeling in my stomach as I picked it up and opened the message. Darius. All members of Ignis House are hereby invited to the moon party in Air Cove tonight at sundown. Come ready to party like your house is on fire and someone stole all your clothes. It's gonna get messy, and you'll all be showing up to represent the hottest house on campus. Attendance isn't optional. Show up or ship out. Your humble house captain. I blew out a breath, refusing to admit that a small part of me was disappointed to find that message hadn't been personal. It wasn't like I wanted him to be sending me messages anyway. If he had, I'd just have to delete it, and probably block him too. I dropped my atlas back onto my bed and stepped out of my clothes as I prepared to start trying on outfits for tonight. My skin felt hot, and I fanned myself with my hand, crossing the room in my black underwear as I moved to open the window. The sky was painted orange as the sun began to set, and I paused for a moment, admiring the view and enjoying the cool breeze that danced over my flesh. As I looked out at the sky, my gaze fell on a pale white orb which hung low on the horizon. The moon was up already. A shiver ran down my spine as I looked at it for a long moment, every inch of my skin starting to come alive, like an electrical current was dancing across my nerve endings. I bit my lip and turned away from the view, snatching my atlas back into my grasp and typing out a message. Tori, thanks for the invite, but I'm not sure I've got anything appropriate to wear. What's the dress code? As soon as I hit send, my stomach dropped, and I tried to unsend it again. I tapped the screen, bashing my hands against it again and again as I tried to figure out a way for that message not to have just been sent. A notification flashed up at the bottom of the screen, and my heart lurched uncomfortably. Darius A. Crux is typing. No. What have I done? Darius. I'm sure you'll look good enough in anything you wear. Just turn up as you are. I looked down at myself in my underwear and laughed. That would certainly help my reputation as a sex addict, wouldn't it? Tori. No, I think that would be wildly inappropriate, actually. Darius. Why? How could 3 little letters make my heart race like that? I read his message 4 times, which was excessive for a one-word response, but I didn't know how to reply to it. I just kept blinking at it until he sent another message. Darius, send me a photo and I'll give you an honest opinion. If I thought my heart had been racing before then, that was nothing to what it was doing now. Of course I wasn't going to send him a photo. I was standing in my underwear, not wearing some awful outfit like he thought I was. Unless he didn't think I was. Maybe he knew exactly what I was wearing. But how could he? And why was I even considering sending him a photo when I obviously wasn't about to do it? Darius, I dare you. Fuck it. I moved towards the mirror which hung beside my door and paused as I noticed my eyes seemed kind of strange. I leaned a little closer, looking at my pupils which were wide and dilated like an anime character. I frowned at the strange appearance of my eyes for a moment before my original task tugged at my attention. I kicked on a pair of heavy boots which still had mud on them from when I'd worn them out in the rain, and a smirk pulled at my lips. I took a deep breath, held my atlas up, and took the photo. Heat prickled along my skin as I toyed with the idea of pressing send or delete. I wasn't really going to send Darius Acrux a picture of me in my underwear. Was I? I snorted at the idea, moving my thumb to hit delete, and swiping send instead. My gut lurched, my eyes widened, and I quickly followed through with the rest of the vague plan I'd had when I'd half considered this outrageous idea. Fuck knew what was getting into me tonight. Tori, see? My shoes don't match. I look ridiculous. My heart beat an unsteady tune in my chest as I tried to figure out why the hell I'd just done that. Not that it mattered. He saw me in that tiny bathing suit in water elemental class all the time anyway, and he'd burned all my clothes off that time too, so he'd already seen everything there was to see of my body. It was no big deal. The words Darius Acrux's typing had been sitting at the bottom of my screen for way too long now. Either he was about to send me an essay, or he'd half written a response and forgotten about it, or he was having trouble deciding exactly what to say back to me. Why the hell had I messaged him again? Could I blame the moon? I sure as shit wanted to. My heart was beating too fast. Too damn fast. A knock sounded at my door, and my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. My lips parted. I glanced at my atlas, which still held no reply, and moved towards the door uncertainly. I wanted to ask who was there, but I couldn't quite get the words to pass my lips. I slowly turned the door handle and pulled it open a crack. What were you doing? Taking a shit or something? Darcy joked as she pushed her way inside, and I let out a shaky laugh, quickly closing the door again behind her. She was already dressed in a gray skirt and cute top, her blue hair loose and curling around her shoulders. Her gaze slipped to the filthy boots I'd paired with my underwear, and her brows pinched. What are you wearing, Tor? She asked in a laugh. I wasn't even sure how to explain the fact that I'd clearly had a mental break, so I kicked my boots off by the door and moved back to looking at my wardrobe instead. Holy mother of crap! Are you sexting Darius Acrux? Darcy gasped, and I spun back around to find her holding up my atlas, which I realized too late I'd left open on the bed with the messages right there for her to see. God, no, I snapped. As if. I just sent him a single photo, which was a joke, not sexual at all. Your underwear is transparent, she pointed out, and I looked down, shaking my head, but it actually kind of was. I'm gonna blame the moon, I said because I seriously had no other excuse. I was feeling really damn hot again, and I could see the damn moon out of my open window like it was laughing at me. I pointed at it to emphasize my point, and Darcy laughed. Okay, well, the moon might want you to cover up before we actually head out, though, yeah? She suggested. I smirked at her teasing tone and pointed at the array of new clothes I had yet to pick between. I can't choose. That's how I ended up asking for Darius's help in the first place. And he suggested those boots? He did not. I bit my lip. Shit. You'd better keep me away from him tonight if one glimpse of the moon is all it takes for me to start sending him half-naked photos, I joked. But I kinda meant it. And I kinda hoped she didn't, and I ran into him anyway. Shit. Caleb losing his shine so soon? Darcy teased as she started rifling through my options. Yes. Well, no. We had so much fun last night at the fair, and afterwards in his room, too. I smirked at her as she shook her head in mock disgust. But then this morning he's all, "You'd better watch out, I'm coming for you," like a total dipshit. Darius was pretty heavy on that idea, too, Darcy pointed out. Yeah, I know, but he doesn't pretend to be anything else. Like with Caleb, he's all, "Let's just be us and keep the feud stuff separate." But that's easier said than done, you know? Because one minute I'm laughing my ass off with him and sleeping in his bed, and the next he's like, "I'm gonna get you out of the school and make you and your sister bleed." I just want to punch his stupid fucking face. I'm feeling that, Darcy agreed. You should totally punch him. She hooked a dress out of the pile and held it out for me. It was white with pale lilac blossoms all over it. The top was fitted while the skirt flared out. I'd bought it with Darcy in mind and we both knew it. "The moon wants you to wear this tonight," Darcy said. "If you look innocent, it thinks you might act it too." I smirked at her as she tossed the dress to me and I pulled it on. It hugged my figure and skimmed my knees. Am I seriously wearing this? I asked in amusement. It was cute, and I wasn't sure I could pull off cute. "You are," she agreed, pushing me down into the chair by my desk as she started fiddling with my hair. "So we were up to you wanting to punch Caleb's face and somehow explaining why you're sending dirty photos to Darius because I'm still lost as to how he's any different." "Right, yeah. Well, he's different because he doesn't pretend to be anything apart from an asshole," I said, biting my lip as I let my mind wander in Darius's direction. "And assholes are hot." I could hear Darcy rolling her eyes without even having to see it. Yeah, I was singing an old tune. We both knew it. I was an addict, and I may have been heading for a relapse if this moon got its way. "Hate sex is hot," I said, and Darcy groaned. "I see where this is going," she stated. "You don't. It's not. I'm just saying." Darcy laughed and I joined in. "It's the moon," I added. "Sure is," she agreed. "Well, I've done what I can to make you look innocent. Let's hope you manage to act it." She stopped playing with my hair and I stood up to look in the mirror, smiling at the loose curls she'd given me to complement the pretty dress. I slipped on a pair of white sneakers with it because we were heading to the beach, and heels would have just made me look like a gazelle on crack walking on the sand. "Does the moon have anyone in mind for you?" I asked, looking around at my sister with a sly smile. She hadn't hooked up with anyone since that whole Seth cutting her hair bullshit, and I was worried she was overthinking the whole trust thing with men again. "Oh, well." Her cheeks flushed a little, and she opened her mouth like she was going to say something. "Oh my God! You're totally holding out on me! Who is it?" I demanded. She hesitated, and in the silence that followed, my atlas pinged. Darcy leapt on it, and I bit my lip, trying not to hope for it to be Darius and failing. "It's just Geraldine," she said, and a little sinking feeling dropped through my chest. "She's checking how long we'll be." "Tell her 15 minutes, I said. "So, who's the lucky guy?" Darcy laughed dismissively. "No one in particular, but you know, the moon is making me think maybe I'll just keep my options open." I frowned as she avoided my gaze, but if she wanted to keep her crush a secret, I wouldn't push it. "Fine," I sighed, "but if you get laid, I'm expecting all the details tomorrow." She snorted in amusement and gave a non-committal noise. "Oh, I know. Let's go overkill," Darcy said excitedly, changing the subject. She moved to my side and twisted a lock of my hair between her fingers, frowning in concentration as a little vine grew from the palm of her hand to coil around it. Tiny lilac flowers sprung to life along the length of it, and I smiled widely at her display of magic as she tucked the end behind my ear. "Look at you, Darcy. Anyone would think you're a fully fledged student of the best magic school in Solaria," I complimented. "Damn straight I am," she agreed. A knock came at my door again, louder than Darcy's had been. I widened my eyes at her and her mouth fell open. She mouthed, "Who is it?" And I shrugged because I didn't have a clue. Then she mouthed, "Darius?" And my eyes widened like saucers. I picked up my atlas, seeing that he still hadn't responded to my shameless, half-naked photo before slipping towards the door with Darcy right beside me. My palms were slick as I reached for the door handle, but I slapped a look of couldn't give a shit right on my face. I'd sent the damn picture, so I'd have to front it out. I opened the door, and my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth as I found Darius leaning on the doorframe. His gaze slid over my dress slowly, and heat crawled along my skin everywhere he looked. "You sorted out your problem, then?" he asked casually. I decided on different shoes." "Please, Floor, swallow me now, or him, or my sister who was standing right behind this door." "I think I preferred the other option," he said, moving a little closer to me. "Well, I think Tori looks really nice in this dress," Darcy said, yanking the door all the way open so that she was revealed beside me. Darius moved back an almost imperceptible amount, but everything about his posture seemed to change. "Doesn't she look nice?" Darcy pressed. "Holy shit, Darcy. No one wants to look nice," I muttered. "Nice girls do," she hissed back pointedly. Darius laughed, and the sound rolled right down my spine and into my soul. "Roxy's not a nice girl," he said, his gaze fixed on mine, his pupils larger than normal in his endlessly dark eyes. "No matter how pretty she looks in that dress." He turned and walked away from us before I could utter a response. I sagged against the doorframe and turned to Darcy with my eyebrows raised. "How did he make pretty sound dirty?" I asked, my voice rough. "He didn't, Tor," Darcy said with a sigh as I moved back inside to grab my things. "That was all in your head." "Was it, though?" I asked, smirking at her. "Sadly, no, it wasn't." I bit my lip against another smile. I had no real intention of going anywhere near Darius Acrux tonight. Probably. Maybe. 63%. Damn it.
Chapter 34. Darius. I made it to the common room before I stopped walking. My atlas was burning a hole in my pocket, but at this point, if I looked at that picture she'd sent me one more time, I was actually going to self-combust. I moved towards the biggest fireplace in the room and leaned my back against the wall beside it, tugging at the neck of my t-shirt, which was suddenly feeling tighter than it had earlier. I kept my gaze fixed on the foot of the stairs, which led up to the dorms, waiting. Not that I'd admit it to anyone but myself, but I had no other reason to be standing here. I was already late to meet Lance. I was definitely waiting. Someone came down the stairs and my muscles tightened in anticipation for a moment, but I sagged back against the wall as I recognized Marguerite. I should leave. My fingers flexed with the desire to pull my atlas out again. I could settle on some kind of reply to send her at least. One which didn't involve me showing up at her door like I expected. What exactly? For her to have suddenly forgotten she hates me? Or maybe to ask her who the moon was pushing her towards tonight? Because I'd known before the sun rose this morning exactly where it would be pushing me. I just couldn't tell if she'd fall under its spell for me, too. I crossed my arms as the urge to take my atlas from my pocket seized me again.
You're looking so lonely over here, Derry.
Marguerite purred as she walked straight towards me. I hated her calling me that, and her hair needed dyeing again. Nothing about what she was presenting me with was working for her. I skimmed my eyes her way once, then looked back towards the stairs.
I'm all ready to party with you, Captain,
she tried, reaching out to run a finger down the center of my stomach until she reached my waistband. I caught her hand in my grip and pushed it away. What part of done don't you grasp? I asked, still not looking at her.
Remember the last eclipse?
She breathed, leaning closer to me despite the aura of fuck off I was definitely exuding. Not particularly, I replied.
Come on, that was the first time we kissed.
She pushed. It was so hot. Fuck knows how many girls I kissed that night, I replied dismissively. Don't count yourself too lucky. It was probably a dick thing to say, but it was true. An eclipse always brought people's desires to the forefront of their minds, and I tended to have more than a few girls circling around me at all times. They always took a shot at me once the moon rose. And I'd said yes to more than a few of them in the past. Not tonight, though. I only had my eyes set on one girl tonight, and the joke of it all was that I knew she wouldn't be looking back. Or at least I had known that, until she'd sent me that photo. I'll let you do anything you want to me, Marguerite offered, dipping her voice in a way I guess she thought was seductive, but came off desperate, which was not attractive in any way. She leaned forward like she was going to kiss me, and I raised a hand, placing it over her face and pressing down so that she fell back into an armchair beside the fire. Stop embarrassing yourself, I muttered as I pushed off of the wall. Roxy Vega had just walked into the room. She looked... I didn't even know what to make of her dressed up like a freaking prom queen, but I liked it. I wanted to pull the flowers out of her hair and get her white dress filthy in the mud. Her gaze found mine, and she bit her bottom lip in a way that made me hard just looking at her. She was holding her sister's hand, Gwendolina tugging her along like a puppy on a leash. The two of them cut through the room quickly, clearly not planning on stopping for any reason. I watched as they passed, caught between approaching her and not. The moon wasn't fully up yet, so I still had some control. Not a whole hell of a lot, but some. Not that I ever seemed to have much around her in the first place. I clenched my fist tightly and waited for them to leave. I needed to see Lance. I couldn't get distracted by a girl. Even the girl. They made it to the door and Roxy looked back over her shoulder at me. I almost went to her and asked why she'd sent me that photo. I almost called her name. Her sister tugged her hand, and they were gone. I released the breath I'd been holding and swiped a palm over my face. If I got near that girl when the moon was up, then there would be no stopping me. I'd be begging on my knees for a moment of her time, and she'd probably be laughing in my fucking face. I should have asked her why she sent it. Fuck. I half considered following her, but I was late. Lance was always late, but still, he'd probably be at his own house on time. I turned sharply and headed out of Ignis' house, half considering shifting just to get there quicker. But it was pretty hard to disguise a big-ass golden dragon descending upon Asteroid Place. Much easier to sneak in there in my Fae form. I headed off down the path as quickly as I could without running, and soon gave in to the temptation to look at my atlas again. I flicked open my messages and looked over the photo she'd sent me. If she hadn't followed it up with the message about her shoes not matching, I doubted I'd have ever seen the filthy black walking boots she'd put on. Her head was tilted to the side, half a smile lifting her full lips like she knew she was toying with me. It was hardly the first photo a girl had ever sent me of her in her underwear, but there was something about it that I couldn't work out. It should have been pretty simple. Girl sends half-naked photos? Not so subtle hint she wanted in my pants. But Roxy wasn't an open book. She hadn't offered me that photo. I dared her to show me what she was wearing. And she wouldn't blink. Because she never fucking did. The filthy shoes were her way of flipping me off and saying this isn't sexy. Even though she'd failed pretty abysmally if that had been her intention. I'd never stared at a photo that hard in my fucking life before. What was that smile about? Why did she send this? What would she taste like? Fuck. If she wanted me hooked, she had me. I just didn't know if she wanted me. I made it to the gates before Asteroid Place, where the faculty lived, and punched in the key code Lance had sent me. I ducked inside, taking an indirect route through the chalets, ringing the complex so that I could avoid passing the swimming pool, where I could hear a clamor of voices and splashing. I guessed that meant the faculty had already started their eclipse celebrations. I made it to the back of Lance's house and pushed open the patio door as I let myself in. I felt the moment I stepped through his silencing bubble, his magic sliding over my skin like a caress. "Lance?" I called, looking around the open space, but there was no sign of him. I strained my ears and heard the shower running, so I headed to claim one of his beers while I waited. I checked the clock. I was 20 minutes late, which meant he was even later than that. Asshole. I should have gone after Roxy. I strummed my fingers against my leg and drained my beer, Atlas firmly in pocket. The sun was setting fast, and I could feel the moon tugging at me to move. It wanted me to find her. I closed my eyes, staying still through pure force of will. When I couldn't take it anymore, I headed for another beer. Lance was taking his sweet time in the shower. The sound of splashing and high-pitched laughter caught my ear outside, and I crossed the room, twitching the curtain aside at the front of the house so that I could look out at the swimming pool. I frowned as I instantly saw way too much pasty skin and a whole host of teacher tits. It looked like the faculty were gearing up for a fucking orgy. Half of them were naked already or wearing thongs and Speedos, which should have been illegal. There was a reason most of them stayed covered up in tweed blazers, and I sure as hell wished I'd remained in my little bubble of headspace where none of them ever took them off. "Who wants to make my helicopter take off?" Professor Washer called loudly as he balanced at the end of the diving board, thrusting his hips so that his dick swung round and round in circles. I dropped the curtain with a grimace, wishing I could burn the images from my mind. "Enjoying the view?" Lance asked, laughing as he stepped into the room in a pair of jeans, his bare chest still damp from the shower. "I'm scarred for life here," I groaned in disgust. "Well, I got a fucking invitation to that little slice of hell, so how do you think I feel?" Lance joked as he moved forward to embrace me. We hadn't had much time alone together this week, and it always made the bond a little stronger when we were reunited. The sign for Libra on my skin had been itching all day, begging me to find him. I wrapped my arms around him tightly, releasing a breath as I leaned my head on his shoulder and just stood there holding him for a few moments. We were beyond the point where we questioned the way this fucking thing made us feel about each other after all these years. And I was just glad it had never progressed any further than occasional spooning. I tried to pull back, but Lance didn't release me, his fangs grazing against my neck as a soft growl escaped him. "For fuck's sake, Lance," I muttered, straining against him. "If you bite me on the eclipse, you'll probably start trying to suck my dick right after it." This bond between us did all sorts of crazy shit, and the way we were drawn together when he bit me was so intense on a normal day that we'd sworn off doing it for fear of how it might escalate. He only drank my blood if we had no other option now, and him falling prey to the bloodlust because of the moon didn't count as a good enough reason for me. He sighed dramatically, loosening his hold as he fought against his order instincts. "You're probably right," he agreed. "And I'd be so fucking good at it that you'd fall in love with me before the morning." I laughed as he finally managed to pull his fangs away from my flesh. Lance's beard tickled my neck, and I drew back, shoving him off of me playfully, like I hadn't just been nuzzled right into his goddamn skin. He smelled of cinnamon, and damn it, but I loved that smell. "They're safely away?" he asked seriously, moving to pour himself a bourbon as I sank back onto the couch and finished my beer. "Xavier just texted me," I confirmed. "Him and Mother were about to use Stardust to travel to the mortal world. They won't be back until tomorrow when the moon is gone, and he can be sure he's safe from Father again." "Good," Lance said, a grin tugging at his lips as he tossed me a new beer. "It feels pretty fucking great to beat that asshole at his own game. And it's too late for him to find a replacement before the moon comes up." "Yeah," I agreed. "Looks like he's in for a night of disappointment and solitude." "To beating him at his own game," Lance said, holding his drink out to me so that I could tap my bottle to it. "To beating him altogether," I growled. Soon. Lance agreed darkly, and I nodded. I drank deeply and leaned back against the soft cushions, feeling like I was king of the goddamn world for once. Outsmarting my father felt so good I just wanted to bask in the feeling of it forever. So where's the secret eclipse party being held tonight? Lance asked. I smirked at him, offering an innocent shrug. What party? You expect me to believe a bunch of teenagers are going to ignore the opportunity to celebrate the end of the Hell Week and stay in on the one night they get a free pass to screw whoever the hell they like? Pfft. I smirked at the idea of screwing whoever the hell I liked, and Lance leaned closer to me as he noticed. Are you going to tell me who you've got your eye on then? He asked. It's a terrible idea on so many levels, I said, not sure if I should tell him or not. He knew how important it was that we take down the Vegas, so that when I took my father's place on the Celestial Council, it would still be strong enough to face the nymph issue without faltering. We couldn't risk the unbalance their return could bring. But the Vegas, as the Vegas, were a problem simple enough to discuss solutions to. The girls themselves were a whole different situation. Tell me, I'm a poor old man destined to lock myself up in this place or get molested by Washer in the pool party from hell. I need to know that people still have fun somewhere in this world. He begged. I smirked at him, then pulled my atlas from my pocket, eyeing the picture Roxy had sent me for the 1,000th time. If a girl sends you a photo of her in her underwear, she wants to screw you, right? I asked, frowning at myself for even asking this question. But it just didn't seem that simple somehow. Generally, I'd say that's a pretty clear indicator. He joked. Even when that girl hates you about as much as is humanly possible. Lance hesitated, his gaze dropping to the atlas in my hand, even though I held it so he couldn't see the photo. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't really want to start showing it around to anyone else. She'd sent it to me. It was mine. Would this girl happen to be seeing one of your friends? He asked slowly. I clicked my tongue dismissively. Caleb has a different girl every other week. She's not his girlfriend, and he's shared a girl with Seth before, so... So you don't think he'd care? Caleb had already sent me several messages warning me not to go near Roxy tonight, and I'd happily baited him by responding with a message that simply said it wasn't up to me. It was up to the moon. He'd threatened to sneak out of his parents' manor and come back to school, but I knew that was a load of shit. There was no way he'd be coming back, which meant he wouldn't get in my way. But that still didn't mean she'd want me instead. Oh, he'd care. He just couldn't say much about it. Besides, like I said, she's made it clear she's not his. It's her choice to make. And I want her to be mine. And you think she might choose you? Lance asked slowly, raising a brow. You're sounding skeptical as fuck right now, Lance, I snapped. I'm not trying to pretend she doesn't hate me. I'm just wondering if hate is the only thing she feels about me. Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? He smiled knowingly and drained his drink. And if she tells me to fuck off, I demanded, then you get to taste the bitter sting of rejection for the first time in your life, he teased. It'll be good for you. I groaned, placing my bottle down on the table as I stood. I rolled my shoulders as the dragon stirred beneath my flesh. It was dark out now, the moon was all the way up, and I needed to expel some of the energy the moon was pushing into me before it drove me insane. Where's Lance? Principal Nova's voice came from outside. He should be here for this. I need him. I'll find him, my popkin, Professor Washer replied instantly. He's probably just a little shy. We'll have to be gentle with him. Oh, hell. You have to rescue me, Lance begged, looking towards the front of the house where he was no doubt using his vampire hearing to listen as Washer approached the front door. I snorted a laugh. You have to promise not to go all dickhead teacher on us and break up the party, I warned. I swear on my life, just get me out of here, he said, and I smirked as I led the way to the back of the house. Lance shot away from me, returning before I'd even made it to the rear door with a t-shirt and sneakers on, and I headed outside just as Washer rang the doorbell. Lance locked the back door and we slipped away through the chalets until the sounds of the pool party were left behind and we made it out of Asteroid Place. I led the way into air territory, intermittently complaining about Roxy Vega while trying to psych myself up to track her down. Every step I took was getting me closer to her. I could feel it. But I couldn't move too soon either. I knew my chances with her were slim at best, so I had to play it just right if I wanted her to give me the time of day. We headed to the top of the cliffs above the cove, and I took a seat in the long grass beside my friend as we looked down over the bonfires burning all along the beach. It didn't take me long to spot Roxy. Her white dress stood out on the sand, and her laughter carried to me on the wind like that particular sound had been picked out just for me. I leaned forward, shifting back and forth as I looked down at her, wondering if there was any point to this. Was I even going to go down there? I could feel every nerve in my body crying out to follow the call of the moon and go to her, but what if she just turned me away? All the time I lingered between doing it and not doing it, there was still a chance, and I knew I was hesitating in the what if. Just go, Lance snapped eventually. Tell her how you feel. Lay it the fuck out and find out if she feels it too. You won't get rid of that need by sitting beside me dry humping the grass. I laughed at that and turned to look at him. You think she'll even listen? I asked. I think you have to find out. We've been together for an hour now, and you've spent 59 of those minutes talking about her. I can't bear it anymore. Leave this old man to sit on the cliff and go get your girl. I got to my feet, shrugging like I didn't much care either way, but the way he'd just called her my girl made the dragon purr beneath my skin. Fine, but if it blows up in my face, then it'll be your fault if we end up spooning tonight, I warned him. Suck it up, Buttercup. She's just a girl. Lance grinned at me, and I turned my back on him. She wasn't just a girl, though. Not to me. She was the one girl I shouldn't want, the one I couldn't have, the one I didn't need. And yet I did, and everything in my life could be damaged so badly by that need that I'd fought it tooth and claw up until this point. But apparently, I was about to let the moon call me out on my bullshit, because deep down, I knew that every time I pushed her, every time I hurt her, each time she snapped at me and got back up, she'd been chipping away at my resolve a little more, breaking down my walls a little more. And even though I knew that all the things I'd done to her had only pushed her away from me, they'd each drawn me in a little closer every time. I'd pushed her for her hatred, because a moment of her scorn meant more to me than what it cost. I took her attention whatever way I could get it, because all the time it was on me, it lit me up and made me burn. And I wanted to burn with her more than I think I'd ever wanted anything in my life. I headed down the trail to the beach with one thing on my mind, and the determination to get it if there was even the slightest chance I could. Roxy Vega, I'm gonna make you mine.
Chapter 35. Darcy. I sat on the sand beside Tori with a beer in my grip, surrounded by the Ass Club before a blazing bonfire. Sophia and Tyler were making out like there was no tomorrow, barely coming up for breath. As far as I knew, Diego hadn't come down here tonight, and I felt kind of sad that he was missing out on the fun. I hoped we could patch things up between us soon, but it was still pretty hard for me to move past what he'd said, especially as he hadn't even apologized. I spotted Max perched on a rock like a muscular male version of the Little Mermaid further along the beach, surrounded by girls. His navy blue scales were on show, defining every firm plane of his body and shining with the sea spray. Every time he said something, the girls around him all giggled, and he brushed his hands over them to feed on their happiness. A strange hum was emitting from him, and when he set his eye on a girl across the beach, they got up and joined his growing harem. Is he luring them over? I asked Tori, nudging her, and she looked at him with a frown. Looks like it. Let's not catch his eye. I do not want to be his prey tonight. We turned away, and I took another sip of my beer, smiling up at the bulbous full moon above. The glow of it seemed to find its way under my skin and right into my veins. Anytime I looked at it too long, the wild beast that lived inside me flexed her limbs like she was on the hunt, and who she wanted was unquestionably Orion. Damn moon, I muttered, sipping my beer. Huh? Did you say dragon? Tori turned to me, her brows reaching for hairline as hope glittered in her eyes. No, Tor. I patted her arm, knowing she was going through a similar hell to me right now. Even if the guy she lusted after did want us destroyed, the moon wanted what it wanted. So what could she really do but wait it out? I sighed internally. There was no way Orion could join us tonight, and I couldn't exactly go wandering into the teacher's quarters moon-drunk, though a part of me really freaking considered it. Oh, hi, Principal Nova. I'm just looking for Professor Orion because if I don't screw him 6 ways till Sunday, the moon is gonna cry. Yeah, maybe not. Darius appeared on the beach, his eyes falling on us and his lips twitching. I frowned over my shoulder at him as he eyed up Tori. She hadn't noticed him yet, and I wondered if I should point him out before he fulfilled that promise in his eyes and came over. He stood there for so long it was kind of awkward. His grand speech from this morning rang in my head, and an angry heat flared up my back, seeming to spread through my skin. I blinked and he was gone, strolling off down the beach and swiping a beer from a crate at the base of Max's rock. My mind drifted back to Orion, and I shook my head at the huge silver being above us in the sky. Give me a break, Mr. Moon. I can't have him tonight. Someone played reggae music from a speaker, and the slow rolling rhythm of it bled over me. We'd been told the entire party was encased in a silencing bubble created by the airs themselves, so the teachers wouldn't easily find us. Though I imagined if they wanted to, they wouldn't have to look that hard. Geraldine got to her feet, pulling her top off and revealing her large cleavage. Who's up for a skinny dip, friends? She shed the rest of her clothes, and I laughed as more of the ASS jumped up. Angelica tore off her dress excitedly before sprinting into the water hand in hand with Justin, their bare asses making me laugh harder. Geraldine planted her hands on her hips as she stared down at us with a gleam in her eyes. I had to admire her confidence, and in all fairness, her body was so in shape I couldn't blame her. To the wild and wet waters I go. She bounded away, but a deep hum filled the air, and she turned her head sharply toward Max. I glanced his way, finding his eyes dripping all over Geraldine, his siren power urging her to go to his harem. She started moving that way, and I jumped up to catch her hand, but she moved the sand beneath my feet to make me stumble back onto my ass. Geraldine! Tori called after her in alarm. She moved to the edge of his rock, and he waved his hand to make the girls around him part, luring her in.
Hey, Gruss,
he purred. Oh, my salty sea cucumbers, you are quite the merman, aren't you? She tittered, and I got up again, moving forward with Tori, ready to drag her away from him.
Yeah, baby. Do you want to see my sea cucumber in private?
Max offered. Before we reached her, Geraldine turned toward the sea. Actually, you can keep your oily dolphin flippers to yourself, Max Raggle. She ran into the sea, and he stared after her in shock. She broke his spell, I said with a laugh, and Tori and I retreated into our group. She's so badass. Tori dropped back onto the sand and I moved to her side. My atlas buzzed in my bag, and I took it out while Tori fell into conversation with Tyler and Sophia as they finally broke apart. I chewed on my lower lip as I realized who it was from, quickly peeking at the message. Lance.
Need to see you. Air Tower, 10 minutes.
Yes. Shit. How am I going to excuse myself? I hate lying to Tor, damn it. I think I'll go put my bag back in my room. My stuff's getting all sandy. I said to Tori, knowing it was a crappy excuse, but she was a little tipsy, so maybe it would fly. Plus, all my dreams had just come true, so screw it. Sure, go and knock for Diego while you're at it, she said. He needs to sort his shit out and apologize. No point in him missing out on tonight just because he's a grouch. Yeah, I'll try. I got to my feet with a surge of excitement, heading up the beach and brushing the sand off my skirt as I went. As I exited the warm bubble that the ASS had cast to keep in the heat of the fire, I shivered in the wintry air. I hurried toward the path that led up from the cove, my pace quickening as the moonlight soaked into my skin. I felt almost high, unstoppable, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was tall, bearded, and had a bad temper when provoked. If I didn't see him, the moon would definitely make me go mad. I was a slave to it, and hell if I cared. Air territory was dead quiet as I headed across the flat plain toward Air Tower. Heat flooded my veins as I moved to the entrance, glancing around for Orion with adrenaline in my blood. When he didn't show, I shot him a message. "Darcy, where are you?" He replied quickly. "Lance. Polaris is staring out of his window like an axe murderer. Plan B, come to the Wailing Wood." Darcy. "Now who sounds like an axe murderer?" Lance. "I'd never murder you with an axe. I'd use my teeth." I giggled, quickening my pace to a jog as I headed towards the forest, the moonlight glowing off of the path and sending a shivery kind of energy into my blood. I raced along the track, slipping between the boughs, for once not afraid of coming here in the dark. I was invincible tonight. I slowed my pace as the shadows fell over me, moving from the orange glow of one lamppost to the next. As I moved into a long stretch of darkness, my heart pumped faster and I stilled, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck telling me I wasn't alone. Hot hands caught my arms and pinned me against the nearest tree face forward, sending my pulse skyrocketing. My cheek pressed to the bark as Orion's scent surrounded me. I didn't even mind the nag of pain in my arms, a smile pulling at my mouth. "You're in trouble, Miss Vega," he said into my ear. "You're out after curfew." "My teacher told me to," I said breathily, relishing the game. "Do you always do what you're told?" He brushed his fangs down my neck, and my whole body convulsed. "No. Are you going to punish me?" I dragged in the dangerous air emanating from him, turning my head to try and capture his mouth with mine, but he evaded me. His hand pressed firmly against my lower thigh, and the heat of his skin chased away the cold, burning into my flesh. "Do you want to be punished?" "Hell yeah, I do." I nodded keenly, my heart beating like the wings of a hummingbird as I waited, daring him to do it. He lifted his hand and slapped it against the back of my thigh, making me gasp. He actually did it. I barely had time to recover before he did it again, higher this time as he pushed up my skirt. Heat burned between my thighs, and a whimper of pleasure escaped me. He'd either cast a silencing bubble around us, or we were taking one hell of a risk, because between the smack of his hand and my yelps, it was pretty obvious what was going on if anyone was close enough to hear it. I was so intoxicated by the urges of the dawning eclipse that I didn't even care. I just wanted him and his hands and his palm clapped against my ass, and I moaned as I caught the back of his neck, drawing him down and turning my head to find his lips. Before I managed it, he flipped me around, pulling me tightly into his arms and sinking his tongue into my mouth. Every inch of my body came alive with that kiss. I could almost taste the moonlight which was driving my instincts tonight, burning inside me like a silver flame that could never go out. He broke the desperate kiss long before I was ready for him to, pushing my head to one side and digging his fangs into my throat instead. The sharp pain gave way to pleasure, and the animal in me took over entirely. He pinned me in place against the tree, and I clawed at his back, a sizzling sensation rolling up my spine and across my shoulder blades. I needed something specific, but I couldn't tell what. Orion was frantic as he bit me, and I knew he was trying to hold himself back, the power of the eclipse hanging over him, drawing the hunger of his order form to the forefront of his mind. He needed this just like I needed to what? I flexed my neck, frustrated as I rolled my shoulders and ached for some sort of release I didn't understand. "You're very fidgety," Orion said as he pulled away, smirking at me. "I know," I gasped, running a hand into my hair. "I just feel like I need something like... I shook my head, struggling to finish that sentence. "Sex?" he asked hopefully, and I laughed. "Do you think we can sneak into your room? I think I want to punish you some more." Lance, I giggled. It's not that. I mean, okay, it's a bit that. But it's something else, too. My shoulders itch and I don't know. He frowned, taking me seriously at last. Turn around. I raised a brow at him. Are you going to spank me again? He chuckled darkly. Not right now. He took hold of my shoulders and turned me to face the other way. Then he pulled up my shirt, gently running his thumbs over my shoulder blades, causing a divine shiver to run through me. Oh, that feels so good. He did it again with a laugh, and I arched into his hands, desperate for more. Wings, he announced. You're gonna have wings. Darius reacts the same way when... He didn't finish that sentence. You caress his shoulder blades? I finished for him, bursting out laughing. He groaned, releasing my shirt. This bond I have with him makes us do weird shit sometimes, all right? Tell me more about that. I turned to face him, and I could see he wanted to, but then his guard went up and he changed lanes. I told you you'll be a dragon. The eclipse makes the needs of our order forms more urgent. Like right now, I want to bite you and hunt you, though I'd never actually do the second thing. He frowned darkly. My parents were kind of fond of hunting their prey, but it's no joke. Fae have been killed playing up to that particular part of a vampire's nature. Shit. Note to self. Tell Tori to stop doing that with Caleb. Let's stick to biting. Maybe you want to bite me somewhere else tonight? I placed my hand on his chest, nodding my fingers in his shirt, and he nodded excitedly. I'll go upstairs while you sneak into my room. His eyes glittered hungrily, and he leaned into my ear with a playful grin. I'm gonna run my tongue over your shoulder blades till you can't stand it. I giggled, dancing away from him onto the path. I hope you didn't do that to Darius. He barked a laugh. Can you hurry up? I'm losing my mind over you already. I turned away, my heart rising in my chest as I started jogging back to Air Tower with excitement bursting inside me like fireworks. One day soon, I'm gonna have goddamn wings.
Chapter 36. Seth. Kylie ground herself against me as I lay back in the sand. My pack were going at it 20 yards away, and Kylie seemed keen to start the party too. But she wouldn't do it here, not with an audience. Maybe that was why I hadn't offered yet. Her mouth ran down my bare chest and she tugged at my belt to unbuckle it. With the power of the full moon pulsing through my veins and the lunar eclipse looming ever closer, I was reduced to my most basic instincts. The problem was, they weren't urging me after Kylie. Last night I'd hooked up with her, trying to screw a certain someone out of my head. But I'd failed, and it was eating me up from the inside out. Come on, Sethy, Kylie urged. Let's go somewhere private. Her hand rubbed over my crotch, and Seth Jr. made a real good effort for her. Her pupils were full-blown just like everyone else's on the beach. The moon was urging me on, and though she wasn't my first choice tonight, she'd make a decent enough second. I let her pull me to my feet and guide me away from the cove, stepping behind a high boulder when we were far enough from the party for her to feel comfortable. She tugged her top off with a giggle and unhooked her bra just as fast. I gave her a hungry look, tugging her closer by the waist and squeezing her tit. It was freezing out, so I cast a bubble of heated air around us, and the goosebumps settled down on her flesh. She took out a packet of Pegasus glitter from her pocket, and I smirked as she poured it into her palm and slid her hand down her skirt. Yeah, that shit did not work, but I kinda liked the tingly feeling it gave me and the way it made my dick look like I'd fucked a rainbow afterwards. The only problem was, tonight I didn't really fancy a rainbow. There was only one color on my mind, in fact. Blue. Kylie dropped her panties, leaving her skirt in place and starting to dance for me. Shit was amusing, so I leaned back against the boulder and took a swig of my beer, focusing on getting hard. Come on, do it for the moon, Seth Jr. Forget about the Vega chick. She is so far off the menu she's not even on the specials board. Kylie gazed up at the sky, raising her hands as she swung her hips to a tune located solely in her head. I caught her arm, dragging her against me and shutting my eyes. Her lips met mine, and I kissed her savagely.
Let's pretend you're my Omega, I purred. Definitely not because I wanted to pretend she was my actual Omega. Okay, she said excitedly. Turn around, I commanded, and she did so. I kept my eyes shut as I dragged my mouth across her shoulder, shifting her hair aside and imagining it belonged to Darcy. Stay quiet, I said, and Kylie nodded as I nuzzled into her neck. I started to get hard and I sighed. Finally. I pushed her onto her knees, dropping down and taking her roughly from behind. My eyes clamped shut as I concentrated. She started crying out as I slammed into her, and I lifted one shoulder to ram it against my right ear. Oh, Sethy, baby, I love you. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I dug my fingers into her hips. Quiet, Omega, I barked, but she didn't, and I felt my heart-on sinking like a flag down a pole. I love you, she gasped again. Yep, my boner is officially dead. R.I.P., buddy. Sethy, she squeaked as I stopped, a horribly long moment passing between us where she realized what had happened. Are you okay? I'm fine, I snapped, getting up from my knees and yanking my pants up. Fucking Vega twins. What was with them? It was like they were sent from the stars themselves to screw with me and my friends. Ever since they'd shown up, we'd faced more problems than we'd had in our entire lives. Now my dick couldn't even perform. My freaking dick. Where even was Darcy right now, huh? I hadn't seen her with her friends for most of the night. I bet she's off screwing the guy she's secretly seeing. Well, fuck that. If Caleb could chase Tori's tail as much as he pleased, I was going after Darcy tonight. Our plan still stood. I would rain down hell on her for the flea stunt, but the moon was firmly controlling my libido tonight, and every emotion I'd felt toward that girl since she'd arrived at Zodiac was welling up inside me, fit to burst. Just for tonight, I'd make her see how good we could make each other feel. I'd win her round, and she'd be pinned beneath me before the lunar eclipse even started. I groaned thinking about it, adrenaline ricocheting through my body. All of that blue hair wound around my fist while I made her body bow to mine. Yes. We're done, Kylie, I said. It's been fun, really. I tossed her shirt, and she stared at me as it hit her chest and fell to the sand at her feet. What? She gasped. Sorry, babe. This has run its course. You're a sweet chick, but I've been screwing my pack for months. I'm sorry you thought we were exclusive. We never were. She hooked up her shirt from the ground, pulling it on, then stormed toward me. Her hair burst into coils of angry snakes, her skin turning green and her teeth sharpening to points. Man, I'd really found that hot once, but not anymore. You don't mean it, she shrieked. I do, I sighed, running a hand over my face. And babe? What? She snarled. Pegasus glitter doesn't kill werewolf sperm, I shrugged innocently. Feels kinda good though, for guys, I mean. I don't know what that's like for you, but... I shrugged again, and her hand crashed into my cheek with the force of air magic behind it. I let her do it because, well, she was owed it. I'd cheated on her for a really fucking long time. I reckon she knew that, though. I didn't exactly keep it a secret. The burn in my cheek sizzled away, and I gave her an apologetic expression. Seth Capella, you are an asshole, she growled, her eyes swimming with tears. Every snake on her head bared its fangs at me, and I wondered if she'd attack me again. I know, I grunted. She shoved me in the chest, then clawed her fingers around my neck, her lower lip quivering. You loved me once, though, didn't you? You can do it again. I really considered lying to her. I did. But I didn't want to mindfuck Kylie Major anymore. Or actually fuck her. She deserved better. I shook my head, leaning in to nuzzle her cheek in apology, but she shoved me away. Her lips tightened for a second as she surveyed me. Darcy Vega doesn't want you. You know that, right? She stormed off, and I waited until she was gone, downing the last of my beer before throwing the bottle against the cliff wall so it smashed into 1,000 pieces. Bitch. I locked my jaw, heading back along the beach on a hunt for the girl who was driving me to insanity tonight. I was gonna prove Kylie wrong and myself right. Darcy wanted me. She just had trouble admitting it, because it was hard for her to look past what I'd done to her. But she'd liked me once. When she'd first come to Zodiac, I'd had her. Why did I have to go and fuck that up? The hair stunt hadn't worked anyway. She could have been mine by now, and I wouldn't feel like my heart was constantly trying to bash itself to death on my ribcage every time I saw her. Why is being bad so fucking hard when it comes to her? I asked every member of my pack, who were way too moon-high to be pissy at me tonight, if they'd seen her, until Frank finally pointed to the path that led back up to campus.
Think I saw her head that way.
He caught my arm before I could leave, his fingers brushing down my chest.
Forget the Vega girl.
Come have some fun. We can put aside our issues for tonight. Alpha. His voice was full of lust, and I could practically see the moon in his eyes as he stared at me. I imagined I was at the top of a lot of people's moon lists tonight, but I wasn't interested, even if it did feel euphoric to be called Alpha again. I glanced past him to the orgy my pack were shamelessly having in front of the entire party. I'll probably win them back if I stay, but... Darcy. I pulled free of Frank's grip and picked up a bottle of rum, heading away without a word.
We'll be here when she rejects you, Alpha.
Frank called, howling to me as I went, but I refused to look back. Maybe she won't this time. I headed up the path, jogging all the way to air territory and searching the horizon. I looked to Air Tower, my eyes traveling up to her room on the 11th floor where the light was on. I bit down on the inside of my cheek, knowing she was up there fucking some douchebag. I huffed, pacing back and forth at the top of the hill. She had to come back this way eventually if she was going to rejoin the party, so I dropped down onto the path and leaned back against the sandy bank on one side of it. Then I'll see who said douchebag is. I opened the rum, taking a long swig as I waited. When she heads back to the beach, I'll make her see that whoever this waste of space fling is, he's not going to satisfy her like I can. I took another long drink. I bet his name's Brody or something just as lame. Fucking Brody. I spotted Darius at the bottom of the path, alternating between sipping on a bottle of beer and pacing. He kept looking across the beach, then returned to drinking and pacing. He was too far away from me to shout out to him, and frankly, he looked like he was having his own personal pity party. If we teamed up, it would be the most pathetic moon party we'd ever thrown. Go get laid, man. He eventually headed off down the beach again, and I frowned, wondering if I should go after him. But the moon was encouraging me to sit my ass there until the girl I craved came to me. So that was just what I was going to do. I'd made it through 3/4 of the bottle by the time Darcy arrived. I heard her laugh, and wasn't sure if I'd imagined it or not. I tried to get up, but shitballs I was drunk. I crawled forward, poking my head out of the pathway. She was in some muscular guy's arms, his mouth was against her neck, and her eyes were swimming with delight as she clawed at his shoulders. They thought they were alone, but they weren't fucking alone. Brody, I growled, dragging myself to my feet, ready to knock him out. The guy lurched back a step, and my vision doubled for a second. What? My head spun as I stared at the guy standing there. I must be seriously fucking drunk. Orion? I slurred. He glanced at Darcy, then me. Thanks for the drink. He shot at her and I frowned. Oh yeah, vampire. You're not Brody. I waved Orion aside. Go back to your cave. You're drunk, Capella, he said in warning. Go back to your house.
I stumbled toward them and found Darcy looking at me with something that might have been concern, or maybe I was just being hopeful. "You're not the boss of me, asshole." I shoved Orion aside, except I didn't, because his hand crashed into my chest and I stumbled towards the cliff edge. "Did you see that?" I balked at Darcy. "He tried to throw me off the fucking cliff." "Seth," Darcy said carefully, "maybe you should go to bed." She reached for me, and I caught her hand, bringing it to my cheek and smiling at her. "You'll come with me though, right, babe?" Orion knocked me on my ass so hard the sky spun. He leaned over me, teeth bared. "Get out of here, or I'll start taking house points." I threw air at him, but he blocked it, throwing it back at me. I grunted in fury, pushing myself to my knees as he evaporated the spell. "I need to talk to her. You've had your blood, now fuck off!" Orion's eyes sharpened like knives. "I'm not going anywhere." I snorted. "Oh, you're not, are you? Well, I'll take Darcy with me. She's my Omega. I need to have some wolf words with her, sir." Orion put himself between us, and Darcy caught his arm, leaning around him. I looked between the two of them with a frown, feeling like I was missing something here. Orion pushed her aside and she stumbled back. "Go to the beach, Miss Vega." "No, wait," I begged. Shit, what was that pleading tone I'd just used? That didn't sound like me. It kept pouring out, though. "Talk to me for 5 minutes, Darcy, that's it. I won't touch you." Orion went to object, but Darcy stepped in. "Go ahead, but you can say it in front of Professor Orion, too." I sighed heavily. "Fine, but back up." I pointed at him, and his hands curled into fists. He did not move. Darcy gave him a look of encouragement, and he growled as he marched away several feet to give us some space. I knew he'd hear us with his fucking bat ears, but whatever. He was just some dried-up dreams teacher who would bow at my feet one day. I drew my shoulders back, the moonlight throbbing against my back. "I broke up with Kylie," I told her, lifting my chin with a hopeful smile. "Oh, right," she said, folding her arms, having barely any reaction to that. "The fuck was with her?" "The moon drives you toward the people you want most. I know it's fucking crazy because I'm gonna be your enemy again tomorrow, babe, but you must feel this too. The moon is making you hot for me, right?" Orion shifted in my periphery, but I ignored him. I wasn't doing shit wrong. He could stand there like a perverted tree listening in on his students if he wanted to. Didn't matter to me. He could stay there while I screwed Darcy into next week too if he fancied. Not my issue. Darcy's eyes widened, and I took in her dilated pupils with a deep, burning lust in my core. Yeah, she was so into me right now. "I don't know how to make myself clearer to you, Seth. I'm not interested. The moon is not driving me anywhere near you." Orion released a breath of laughter, and a snarl left my throat. Rejection cascaded through me as I took in the hard wall in her eyes, the one that firmly said no to me. "Liar," I spat, and she raised her hands to defend herself. Not that I was gonna do shit, not tonight, but fuck her. Fuck her so fucking hard. I was Seth Capella. How dare she make a fool of me? "I know what you did," I said in a deadly tone. Her eyes flickered for a moment. "I don't know what you mean." I stepped forward, sensing Orion moving in my periphery. I looked to him with a sneer. "Why don't you go back to your fucking job, sir?" He squared his shoulders at me, and I wondered how much trouble I'd be in if I started pounding on him. I moved closer to Darcy and felt her shield press against my skin. I lay my palms flat on it and ran my tongue up the dome of air. "That's the last time you reject me, Omega." I turned and marched away.
heading back to the beach to find someone to get drunk with. Caleb came to mind, and I howled to the sky, wishing his mom hadn't made him go home for the eclipse. I jogged down the track, trying to drag my mind away from Orion and Darcy up on the hill. But it was damn impossible. Something kept circling in my mind, and I wasn't sure if it was induced by the rum or not. If he bit her, where was the blood?
Chapter 37. Tori. I lay back on the sand and pushed my hands through it, carving little fissures all over its surface and trying to cool the ache in my flesh. I was hot, too damn hot, and my back was burning more than everywhere else. I wriggled against the sand, trying to ease the feeling of need in my flesh because I didn't know what I needed. Someone changed the music, and a heady beat pulsed across the sand just as a shadow fell over me. I blinked up, trying to see who was blocking the light of the fire. "Galloping gorillas! That sea is as chilly as a chestnut tonight," Geraldine gasped, shaking her head back and forth like a dog and soaking me in icy droplets of salt water. I squealed, rolling away from her and getting to my feet to escape the deluge. She shimmied back into her underwear and started swaying her hips to the rhythm of the music. "Come and dance, princess!" she called excitedly, raising her hands to the stars as the beat pulsed louder. Angelica and several more members of the Ass Club were returning from their dip in the sea too, and Geraldine drew them all to her like moths to a flame, creating a dance floor out of sand and moonlight. Bodies swayed and writhed before the light of the fire, and I watched it with an ache in my soul, like I wanted to stride straight into the flames. I took a step forward, tilting my head as the fire seemed to whisper to me, promising me something I'd been waiting for, begging me to come a little closer. A hand caught mine, and before I really knew what was happening, I was twirled in a circle, my skirt flaring out around me for a moment before I was pulled into the group of dancing bodies. Geraldine tugged me close, her front pressing to my back as she encouraged me to start moving to the rhythm of the beat. A laugh escaped me as I gave in to her demands, pushing my fingers through my hair as I let the moon draw me into its power. The more I gave myself to the dance, the sharper the ache in me grew. I needed something. I needed something. More bodies shifted closer to me, and hands brushed against my arms, my neck, my thighs. The touch was gentle, innocent, but desperate too, like we were all building towards some great crescendo, but no one knew what. My breath started to come heavier, my hands trailing over my own body and painting lines of fire on my skin everywhere I touched. But it wasn't enough. Geraldine started laughing, and the sound was thick and heady with lust. I turned to look up at her, finding Max Reigel's arms around her waist. My lips parted in surprise, but he didn't seem to be using his gifts on her. If anything, it looked more like he was under her spell. They started grinding against each other, and I half wondered if this was somehow a part of his plans. But tonight didn't feel like the kind of night that could be messed with. The moon made the rules, not the heirs, and I decided to trust in its judgment as I shifted away to give them space. I bit my lip as I slipped between the crowd of bodies, my eyes flicking across familiar faces and strangers alike. Some guys reached out to me as I passed them, some girls too, an offer in their gaze which I could have taken up as easily as breathing. But they weren't what I needed. I needed something else, something darker, fiercer, hotter. I was searching, and I didn't know what I was looking for, only that when I found it, this fire in me might be satisfied. I closed my eyes, pushing between the bodies, and letting the moon guide my feet as the music pounded through my flesh like a war drum. It was setting me free, sending me home, guiding me towards. My eyes fell open, and I took a deep breath of smoky air, the tang of salt dancing across my lips. I'd left the dancers behind, and the fire was to my back as I looked towards the dark cliffs. The strangest sense of urgency filled me, and I started to move away from my friends. I kicked off my shoes, feeling the sand shift between my toes as I walked towards the water, following the curve of the shore as I walked along the edge of the sea. Waves lapped over my feet, cooling the heat which simmered inside me a little, but not nearly enough. The sound of the music faded away behind me until I was alone with the crash of the sea and the song of the moon which tainted the air with an almost tangible feeling of expectation. The cliffs drew closer to the shore the further I walked, until eventually a rocky outcrop jutted out into the water, blocking my way on as the waves splashed against it. A prickle ran up my spine, and I was struck with the certainty that I wasn't alone anymore. The moon had brought someone to me, or maybe it had brought me to them. I turned slowly, looking back towards the cliff as my skin shivered with anticipation. Darius stepped out of the shadows, and I stood looking at him as he approached me. The wind picked up, my hair billowing around me on a breeze filled with starlight, which caressed every exposed inch of my flesh. My dress fluttered against my thighs, heat spiraling along the sensitive skin there, as if it was him touching me. He stopped about a meter from me, the silver glow of the moon highlighting every sharp angle of his features. His chest was bare, and his tattoos almost seemed to pulse for a moment, like the creatures painted on his flesh were coming to life tonight too.
"I've been watching you,"
he said slowly. My heart beat a little faster at that confession, and I tilted my head at him, my hair spilling over my shoulder and drawing goosebumps along my skin in the process. Darius observed the moment like he was starving for it, like anything and everything I did now was fascinating to him. "Why?" I asked slowly, needing his answer like I needed to draw breath.
"Because that's what I do,"
he said slowly.
"I watch you and hunger for you and ache for you. It torments me like I torment you."
The fire in my veins burned hotter at that confession, and I shifted in the sand, biting down on my lip as I looked up at him. His gaze lingered on my mouth, and the ache in my shoulders heightened to the point of pain for a moment before fading beneath my flesh again. "Then why do it?" I asked. "Why not just look away?"
"I would find it easier to carve my eyes out than I would to stop them from landing on you."
My stomach knotted up, and I took half a step closer to him. "So don't stop," I breathed, my heart pounding recklessly in my chest.
"You don't want me to?"
he questioned, his gaze burning into mine. I wasn't sure what to say to that. I knew I should have wanted him to look away. I should have wanted him as far away from me as possible. But no matter what he did to me, I felt like I kept ending up back here. Something about him just drew me in all over again, like I was a glutton for the punishment he inflicted on me, like every blow he dealt me was a caress. I must have been insane to want to pull him closer instead of pushing him away, but I couldn't keep denying what I wanted, even if it did damn me. "I want," I said, unsure how to begin to put words to all the things I wanted from him. Darius was watching me like my answer to this question was the only thing that mattered to him in all the world. I dropped his eye, turning to look out over the water at the moon which hung low and fat in the sky. It was whispering secrets on the wind, nudging my heart to accept what it needed, even though the thought of it sent fear skittering through me too. I backed up a step and Darius followed, his gaze capturing mine as I moved again.
"Tell me,"
he begged, his steps mirroring mine until I found my back against the black cliff wall. Nowhere left to run, and I was glad. I swallowed a lump in my throat, but I had no words left. I could only look up at him in the moonlight as he drew ever closer, the gap between us narrowing down until I could feel the emptiness of the space dividing us like a great chasm which needed to be crossed. Darius shifted closer still, his breath dancing across my jaw, and the heat of his body rolling over me and causing my fingers to ache with longing as I held them still at my sides. Darius reached out for me and gently brushed a lock of my hair behind my ear. Only his fingertips touched me, but the path they carved into my skin was pure sin. A breath echoed down into my lungs, the taste of smoke and cedar caressing my tongue as the essence of him enveloped me. He towered over me, his fingers flexing to brush the back of my hand in the tiniest touch, which sent fireworks bursting through my flesh. I looked up at him, my cheek grazing against his rough jaw, my gaze fixed with his. Less than nothing separated us from each other, and for a moment, endless possibilities opened up before us.
Do you think you could ever forgive me for the things I've done to you?
Darius breathed, his fingertips trailing up my side and lighting fire in their wake. We were barely touching at all, and yet my body was alive with need and longing. I arched my back slightly, my breaths coming quicker as his hand slowly moved to cut my cheek. I looked into his dark eyes, the sound of the waves crashing heavily behind him, and the cold air enveloping us both. Perhaps I was wrong, but in that moment, every piece of me was aching for him, needing him to be all the things I wished he would be. My lips parted, but I didn't speak. I nodded slowly, holding his eye. His other hand found my waist, his grip tightening as he drew me so close that there was nothing at all dividing our bodies aside from our clothes. I could feel every hard line of his muscular frame pressing to the curves of my body. I lifted my hands slowly, wanting to touch him, needing to feel the heat of his flesh like the sweetest form of torture. My heart was pounding a desperate tune, driving me on towards him. The moon had pushed us here, and I was beginning to think it knew what it was doing. My hand slid along the hard line of his bicep, over his broad shoulder and onto the back of his neck, where my fingertips pushed into his dark hair. I angled my mouth towards his stubble brushing across my lips and making my back arch with a shiver of energy. A deep growl resounded through him as he pinned me in his gaze, the cage of his arms tightening around me like he was afraid I might run. But I was done running from him. There was something between us that couldn't be denied any longer, and it was time we faced it. He drew closer, my lips parting in anticipation of his touch.
There are countless people who would say I'm not allowed to want you,
Darius breathed.
but you make me want to burn the whole world down so that I can claim you for my own.
Then we should burn it down, I agreed. Darius moved nearer, his lips brushing against mine in a feather-like caress, which was already enough to light a fire in my veins. My grip tightened in his hair, my other hand shifting on his chest. My chin tilted, and Darius inched down.
Congratulations, Darius. You actually managed to do something useful for once.
Lionel Acrux's voice smashed through our bubble of peace like a bucket of cold water. A wave of magic slammed into me, and I cried out as I was thrown back, pinned to the cliff by a power so immense that I could hardly draw breath, let alone cast any magic in return. My heart pounded panic through my limbs as Darius was thrown down onto the sand by his father's magic too. "Let me go!" I yelled, straining against the force that held me, my eyes locking on Lionel as I fought to figure out what the hell was going on. "What the fuck are you doing?" Darius demanded, scrambling to his knees before jerking still as his father's magic wrapped around him. "Just when I'm starting to believe my son is entirely hopeless, he cuts Roxania Vega off from the pack and allows me to descend," Lionel said darkly, his gaze roaming over me hungrily. "Let us go," Darius demanded. "You can't just—" Lionel snapped his fingers and Darius doubled over, clutching his chest as his father took hold of the air in his lungs, immobilizing it to shut him up. I opened my mouth to scream at him again, but he froze the air in my lungs with a flick of his fingers too, and a new wave of terror flooded through me as I fought to draw breath. I thrashed against the bonds that held me, but it was no use. Lionel smiled at me lazily before turning and walking back down the beach, his magic tugging the two of us after him as he went. Chains of fire locked around me, and I stumbled forward as he yanked me into motion. I could hear Darius following, but I couldn't turn my head to look back at him. We rounded the cliff, and Lionel gave me half a second to draw in another breath before locking my lungs again. I stumbled around the rocks, and my heart fell still as panic consumed me whole. Darcy was locked in the grip of a huge man whose face was shrouded in the folds of a dark blue cloak. I couldn't hear a single sound she was making through the bubble of silencing magic that had clearly been cast around her, but I could see that she was screaming as she thrashed against her captor. Orion was kneeling on the sand between 3 more of the hooded men, blood pouring down the side of his face, and chains of fire blazing around his chest as they held him down. Darcy's panicked gaze locked on me as I was led towards her, tears slipping down her cheeks as she shook her head in fierce denial of whatever the hell was happening. Lionel yanked me into the silencing bubble, and his grip on the air in my lungs disappeared as Darcy's yells filled the air. "What the hell do you want from us?" she screamed, her furious gaze pinning on Lionel as he drew a silk pouch from his pocket. "You'll find out soon enough." My gaze locked with Darcy's as I fought against my bonds, and all of a sudden, the world disappeared around me. I was floating, spinning, wheeling through the stars as we were transported to somewhere far away from the academy and our friends, stardust coiling around me like the grip of fate. I didn't know where the hell he was taking us, but the fear in my heart made me wonder if we'd ever come back. Chapter 38. Darcy. I was sucked through a vortex, blinded, choked. Some other magic had a hold of me alongside the stardust, and for a moment I couldn't breathe at all. My knees hit soft earth, and my arms were immediately yanked behind my back and my legs immobilized beneath me. I took in the unfamiliar cliff top I knelt on, and the jagged black rocks which burst up from the dark sea to my left. An old crater fell away beneath me, with grass clinging to its banks. At the heart of it was a blackened patch of stone which shone like ink. Fear thundered through me as Orion crashed into the grass beside me, writhing against his fiery binds. "No, no, no!" he ground out through his teeth. He twisted his arm so violently that he managed to hook something out of his pocket half a second before more people materialized around us. "What's happening?" I begged as Orion stilled on his knees, his gaze full of recognition as he stared across the field before us. He said nothing, and panic gripped my heart as the wailing wind blew between us. "Lance!" Tori and Darius slammed into the grass beside me, and I sucked in a breath, turning to my sister with wide eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked, and she nodded quickly, though rage and fear were written into her features. "Fuck!" Darius spat, staring past me to look at Orion. "Hurry, Lance!" he hissed. "On it!" Orion growled, his brow fixed in concentration, and hope flourished in my chest. Lionel Acrux materialized before us with dead eyes that roamed across us. Faye appeared around the crater from the glittering depths of stardust in navy blue robes. They wore gnarled wooden masks etched with grotesque faces and hollow eyes that made panic spill into my blood. Lionel turned to greet them, and Orion and Darius shared a look that said, "Now." Orion twisted something into his palm, and blood leaked between his fingers. He shut his eyes and murmured under his breath so fast I couldn't catch the words. Black veins spread out from his wrists, and a spark of light snapped the magical binds holding him in place. He sprang to his feet, throwing an arm out to release Darius from them too, casting a storm of magic at Lionel in the same instant. Hope burned brighter in me as Lionel tumbled into the crater, catching himself with air before he hit the center and twisting around to face them with a snarl. I gasped as every single one of his followers raised their hands, but Darius and Orion's moves almost looked rehearsed. Darius ran for the cliff, while Orion cast a shield around us so powerful that it glowed with pure energy. My heart stuttered as a tumult of hellfire rained down on it from the surrounding Fae, and I winced instinctively, tugging forcefully at my binds. "Come on, come on!" My heart tumbled in time with Darius as he leapt off of the cliff, disappearing over the treacherous edge. "Oh my God, he's abandoning us!" Orion dropped one hand and cupped my cheek. His magic pushed against my skin, and I knew what he wanted without any words passing between us. I let my walls down instantly, giving him what he needed so my power swept into him and the shield glowed hotter. Tori shifted to try and help, moving up onto her knees and pressing her arm to mine. Her magic gushed into me, and I passed it to Orion, our chain of power so fierce it burned through me like lava. Lionel took charge of the fight, and fire surrounded the globe, lighting the entire surface of it in blazing flames. "Holy shit!" Tori shouted over the clamor of noise. "Just hold on," Orion said through his teeth. "We won't keep them back much longer. What? I cried in alarm, but he didn't answer. More Fae arrived beyond the crater, and every time a new one appeared, they joined the fight against our shield. Orion couldn't spare a single second to free us from the magical binds in case the shield faltered, but I could see him looking our way, his brow taut as he tried to think up a way to manage it.
Darius will give us a chance to run. We'll have 5 seconds. I'll break your binds, then you must follow me over the cliff.
The cliff? I echoed in horror.
Darius will catch us.
Orion swore, and Tori and I nodded, having no other choice but to lay our trust in the fire air. Darius's beautiful and terrifying dragon form swept up from beyond the cliff, soaring over the heads of the robed Fae and unleashing a blaze of fury on them. Half had to stop and shield while he tore up the ground between them, his fire so intense it burned a mark on my retinas. The other half doubled their efforts in battering our shield, and I gave everything I had to Orion, refusing to let our defenses fail. 2 more Fae appeared beside Lionel, and my gut jolted as I recognized them. They were unmasked. Orion's mother, Stella, had her hand firmly clamped onto Darius's brother, Xavier, who was as pale as a sheet, his eyes full of horror as he gazed up at Darius overhead.
Enough! Lionel bellowed, or Xavier will die.
He kicked out his son's knees, drawing a silver knife from his robes and holding it to Xavier's throat. A pit of sickness filled my gut as Darius let out a roar of pain above. Orion shook his head in horror, looking to Tori and I on the ground. Darius released another bellow, and Orion clasped the mark on his arm, his magic falling away and the shield dying with it. No, I begged.
I'm sorry. He choked at us. I have to, for him.
He buckled forward, holding his arm, and Darius came to land beside him with an almighty thud that sent a quake right through to my bones. He shifted back into his Fae form, and Stella held out robes for him with a triumphant smile. Darius shrugged them on before storming toward his father.
Let him go, or I'll kill you.
Lionel was pressing the blade to his son's throat so hard it was almost breaking the skin.
An idle threat, Lionel purred. Now do as I say, or Xavier will die. Do not think I will hesitate even for a moment.
I already put your mother in her place tonight for betraying your father, Darius. Let's not cause any more unnecessary bloodshed, Stella said overly sweetly. My breathing grew ragged as Darius retreated, his shoulders shaking with fury. Stella smiled at him, leaning in to caress Lionel's arm. It's almost time, she whispered excitedly, gesturing to the moon which was on the cups of the eclipse, then her eyes flashed to Orion. Will you join us willingly this time, baby boy? Or will you treat your own mother like dirt once again, pretending you're so noble when your own hands weave dark magic on a daily basis? Orion's hands balled into fists like he was refusing that fact, but I knew it was true. I'd seen it for myself.
I'll do as Lionel asks,
he growled, and I tried to meet his eyes to work out if he meant that. Please don't abandon us. I knew we were here for a reason, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Lionel lifted the blade from his son's throat, shoving Xavier toward one of the masked men behind him.
If Darius makes one wrong move, kill Xavier without hesitation. Yes, Commander, came a gravelly voice from behind the mask. My throat thickened with disgust. How could Lionel be so callous to his own flesh and blood? Darius moved beside Orion, and they shared a look that terrified me. It said they'd given up, that they were bowing to Lionel's whims, and I simply couldn't bear it. 4 years ago, we stood on this very spot. Lionel spoke to his strange followers, and I fought against my binds once more, sensing Tori doing the same in my periphery. We failed to enter the Shadow Realm, but this time will be different. Stella, bring me the scriptures. He waved her closer, and she took a long scroll from inside her robes before passing it to him. My mind churned with what he'd said. The Shadow Realm? Didn't Orion say that's where the nymphs come from? Lionel continued. We believe we made an error before in translating the Tenebris Scripturas, the Dark Scriptures. The word pure is interchangeable with many meanings in the tongues of old, one of which is royal. He turned to face us, and ice inched into my very soul. No, Orion snarled. You can't lay a finger on them. Solaria wouldn't allow it. I rule Solaria, Lance, Lionel spat at him. So bite your tongue, or I'll rip it out of your mouth.
My heart jolted at his tone. We needed to get out of here, but I couldn't see any way to do that. I couldn't move, and my magic was locked down. Tori gave me a desperate look, and I shook my head to tell her I had no ideas. The silver moonlight bathing us suddenly fell away, and everyone looked up. The moon was cast in a dark red shadow as it hung ominously above. The lunar eclipse was upon us. Lionel tore his robe from his back, bellowing, "Begin!" And every one of the Fae raised their arms toward the night sky, beginning to chant in some dark language I didn't know. It scratched at my ears and twisted my insides as they spoke some powerful spell, which I knew for sure had to be dark magic. Lionel turned sharply, and an enormous dragon ripped from his flesh, his scales like molten jade, and his eyes as red as blood. He took off into the sky, the size of him terrifying to behold as he climbed higher and higher, beginning to circle above like a giant bird of prey. The Fae's chanting grew louder, and Orion and Darius drew closer to us, their eyes dark with fear. A roaring, ripping noise seemed to tear the sky apart, and a blazing light grew brighter and brighter on the horizon, appearing to create a fissure in the fabric of the heavens. My lips parted in terror as a meteor crashed through the atmosphere, a fiery blue tail painting a line across the star-spangled canvas above. It was coming right for us, and I began to shake, moving against Tori as we shrank away from the oncoming comet. It collided with the earth right at the heart of the crater before us, carving deeper into the ground and making the cliff tremor violently beneath us. Lionel soared toward it as the heat of the impact swept over us, making me wince as dirt and debris flew into the air. Lionel released a line of dragonfire, which scored against the meteor, and the rock burned with dark purple flames. It turned to liquid before my eyes, melting down into a molten onyx sludge, which bubbled and sparked. As the intensity of Lionel's fire increased, the liquid started to glitter, and the stars above seemed to shine brighter for a moment, making me squint against the glow. I gasped as the liquid fell apart and turned into a huge mound of stardust under the brunt of his tremendous power. Lionel ceased the fire and roared his triumph to the sky. I finally caught my breath as he came to land beside us, shifting back into his Fae form. Stella promptly cloaked him, then turned to us with a frenzied gleam in her eyes which were so like Orion's it made my insides twist. "Stardust made on the night of a lunar eclipse takes the traveler to the shadow realm. Those of pure blood can survive the transition, so you're our lucky little vessels."
How can you do this after what happened to your own daughter?
Orion spat at her, and my heart lurched. "Clara?" I whispered, and Stella's eyes snapped to mine. "Don't you speak her name!" Her eyes filled with pain, and she clutched at her heart with one hand while pointing at Orion with the other. "And don't you dare blame me, my boy. She made her own choice. She wanted to go. She wanted to be a part of it, unlike you, who scorns me at every opportunity, who turned his back on his own mother." Orion said nothing, his jaw ticking, but I could see a grief in his eyes that weighed 1,000 tons. "What do you want?" Tori demanded of Stella. Stella looked to Lionel, and he waved a hand in agreement, seeming anxious to move on. "The fifth element," Stella said with a keen desperation in her eyes. "The element of shadows." Chapter 39. Tori. Lionel stalked towards us with a manic glint in his gaze, and his long robes billowing out behind him. "The two of you are going to cooperate with our plans," he growled. "Go fuck yourself," I spat at him, straining against the magic which still held my arms firmly behind my back. His fist collided with the side of my face so hard that I was knocked straight down into the grass. A gut-churning crack sounded, and I was pretty sure he'd shattered my cheekbone. Blood coated my tongue, and agony unlike anything I'd ever felt echoed through my skull. I was aware of Darcy screaming beyond the ringing in my ears, and Darius started shouting too. "Don't you lay a fucking hand on her again!" he bellowed, and I blinked up at him as he pounded his fists against a shield Lionel had created to hold him back. Lionel moved forward, gripping a fistful of my hair and wrenching me back up onto my knees so that I could look at him. The agony in my cheek throbbed with the movement, and I winced as he shook me like a dog with a chew toy. "Let that be a warning to you," he hissed in my face. "Because the next time you disrespect me like that, I'll take my rage out on your sister." I wanted to spit in his motherfucking face, but he'd threatened me with the only thing I cared about in this world. My brows pinched as I held my tongue, the fight going out of me in an instant. "Good girl," he mocked, slapping a hand against my shattered cheek in a patronizing gesture which drew a scream of agony from my lips. Lionel's eyes lit with excitement at the sound, and I was filled with the certainty that he was getting off on this. He was a total fucking sadist. This was what drove him: power, dominance. Darius was snarling at him like a wild beast as he threw magic at the shield which parted us. "Let her go!" Darcy demanded through a sob as she tried to scramble closer, Lionel's magic halting her advance, just as it had Darius's. "I'll only say this once, so the two of you had better be listening well," Lionel purred, releasing his grip on my hair and standing to his full height again before us. "You will both do everything that's asked of you tonight without complaint and as quickly as you can manage. You won't try to run or fight back in any way. We only need one of you for this magic to work, so if either of you breaks these terms, I won't hesitate to kill the other. Do you understand?" I looked at Darcy desperately as tears continued to run down her cheeks. I couldn't do anything that would risk her life, and I knew she felt the exact same way. "I understand," Darcy breathed, and I nodded, unsure if I could even talk through the searing torture taking place in my face. "Good. Darius, Lance, make sure they're prepared in their robes. And don't forget that Xavier's life depends on your full cooperation, too. I have an heir. I'm more than willing to trade the spare for the shadows if that's what it takes." Lionel swept away from us, the barriers of his magic falling away, so that our arms were released from the restraints and the shields disappeared. Xavier whimpered in the arms of the asshole restraining him, and fear clawed through me as I looked at him. If Lionel was willing to kill his own child for this, then I knew there was no chance of pity for us. Darius caught my hand and tugged me to my feet, his eyes wild with panic as he reached out to cut my shattered cheek in his hand. I winced away from the pain of that small contact, and his jaw locked tight with fury and shame as his healing magic washed into my body. "Roxy," Darius whispered, trying to catch my eye, but I didn't look at him. That wasn't even my fucking name. "I don't know what to do," he breathed, looking from me to Orion and back again. Orion's features were a blank mask as he held a blue robe out to Darcy. His brow furrowed like he was desperately trying to think up some way out of this, but had nothing. "Are you all right?" Darius asked me, clasping my hand, the robe intended for me gripped in his fist. I reached out and took it from him, looking away as I shrugged it on. "What difference would that make to you?" I asked coldly. I couldn't believe I'd actually let myself fall for his shit again. Every time I got an inch closer to him, it blew up in my face. Why had I let the moon pull me towards him when all I ever got for being close to him was pain? Darius shook his head, looking back at Orion, but our teacher still had nothing to say. We clearly weren't going to be getting any help from either of them now. It seemed like they were against what was happening here, but they were in no better position to stop it than we were. "Lance?" Darcy breathed shakily, catching his fingers between her own. "What are they going to make us do?" "They want you to claim the shadows," he breathed, his tone pained. I exchanged a look with Darcy, but she clearly had no idea what that meant either. "It's how my sister died," Orion added, and my lips parted as fear swept through me, sharp and fierce. "It's time!" Lionel shouted, beckoning for us to join him by the crater. Orion and Darius looked like they were trying to come up with reasons to stop us from going to him, but I'd heard Lionel's warning loud and clear. I wasn't going to keep him waiting while he held Darcy's life in the balance. I took my sister's hand and walked purposefully toward the Dragon Lord as he watched us with a predator's gaze. The rest of the robed people surrounding us were chanting and stamping their feet, crying out in a language I'd never heard, but which set every hair on my body on end. Fear trickled down my spine as we reached the edge of the crater, and Lionel moved to stand between us over our joined hands. The stardust within the pit seemed to twist and writhe with some hellish magic I could almost taste. Bile rose in my throat in response, terror leaking through my veins. He was going to make us go in there with that foul creation, I could tell, and I didn't think we'd be coming back out again. You said you only need one of us, I breathed shakily, unable to tear my gaze from the pit which awaited us. So just use me. I'll do anything you want, everything. Just don't make Darcy do it too, I begged. No, I'll do it, Darcy interrupted forcefully. Let my sister go and... I said we can do it with one of you. Lionel interrupted in a hiss which warned us to stop speaking. But the magic will be more potent with two. The only reason I would have for selecting one of you to do the spell would be because the other is dead. I fell silent, my bottom lip trembling as I looked into my sister's eyes. Hold out your hands, he commanded. The chanting surrounding us was growing louder and louder, the magic building towards whatever terrible conclusion was coming. I raised my hand palm up, and Darcy mirrored me. Lionel pulled a glittering silver dagger from the folds of his cloak and wielded it above our outstretched hands. He murmured several words I didn't recognize, and a rattling cold raced over my skin. With a slash of his blade, he sliced Darcy's palm open, quickly followed by my own. I gasped at the pain for a moment as he snatched our wrists and pressed our palms together. Now, he commanded, go forth and feed the shadows. Lionel's hand landed on my spine, and I fell forwards with a cry of surprise, gripping Darcy's fingers tightly. I hit the bottom of the crater on my knees, the glittering stardust surrounding us in a sea of black. Tori? Darcy breathed in panic, and I looked into her eyes as the earth trembled beneath us. Don't let go of me, okay? I said, not knowing why, only that we were always strongest together. If we were going to survive this, then it would be as one. She nodded, the fear in her eyes a reflection of my own as she clung to me tightly. A hand landed on my shoulder, and I looked up to find Stella standing behind me, her eyes dancing with excitement. Lionel gripped me next, placing a hand on Darcy too. I wanted to ask them what they were doing, but the stardust was shifting like a tide before us, almost as if something within it was hunting for its prey, and I was afraid of what would happen when it found us. Make sure my sons take their places too. We must be ready to capture it this time, Lionel growled, and a moment later Darius took hold of my free hand. I turned to look at him, and for a brief second, all I wanted was to throw myself into his arms and beg him to take me away from here. But I didn't find anything in his eyes but a wall of cold, hard acceptance. His jaw was locked tightly, and his eyes were filled with regrets which he didn't voice before he turned away from me. Pain spiked through my chest, my lips parted, and I suddenly felt like something had been stolen from me, like he should have been fighting for me instead of accepting my fate. I didn't know why I even thought he might, but the fact that he wasn't tore through me like a chasm, and a single tear spilled down my cheek. Darius, I whispered, begging for something, even though I wasn't sure what. He looked back at me, a well of pain in his eyes, but he didn't have anything to offer me. Don't cry, he breathed, wiping my tear away like he thought it would comfort me, but I recoiled from his touch, pain flaring in me as he abandoned me to this fate, whatever it would be. Someone started cursing behind me, and I turned my head as Orion was dragged down into the crater too. Chains of fire magic were wrapped tightly around his chest, pinning his arms in place and immobilizing him. The robed man forced him to his feet, and Lionel tethered his hand to Darcy's with a whip of magic. Orion's gaze fell on my sister, and it was like something was breaking in him. Blue, he breathed, 1,000 words seeming to go unsaid as she held his eye, shaking her head at him, It's okay," she murmured over and over beneath her breath, even as he continued to struggle, seeming desperate to save her.
"You're strong, Roxy,"
Darius said in a low voice, drawing my focus back to him.
"You can survive this. I know it."
My lips parted, but before I could respond, our combined blood spilled between our fingers and dropped into the stardust before us. A wave of ecstasy ran up my spine, and I gasped as my vision clouded and I lost sight of the world around me. Shadows clambered through the wound on my palm, creeping, sliding, weaving into my veins, and forging a path through the fabric of my flesh. They kept going, reaching higher and higher as they spilled across my soul, digging their way into my heart and filling every void within me. My lips parted, and I could taste the shadows on the wind. I could feel them caressing every inch of my body, owning me, flooding me, completing me. Horror like I'd never known gripped me as all the darkest parts of me were brought to light. Every fear, every hate, each cruel and twisted thing I'd ever done, thrust into the light like there was nothing else to me at all. Panic reared its head in me, and I almost lost myself to terror. But I wasn't alone in the dark. Darcy's presence was strong and constant beside me, the combined grip of our fingers unwavering as the shadows tried to prise us apart. Voices began to echo to me in the void, a girl calling out for us to join her, a flicker of brown hair, ebony eyes, blood. "Come to me." I looked for her, but she wasn't there anymore. "Find me." My heart started beating slower as the ecstasy in my veins began to turn to pain. I was trembling, but I was burning too, the shadows reaching deeper and deeper within my soul as they tried to lay claim to all I was. The girl was suddenly standing before us again. "Release yourselves to me. Join the shadows." The flames were hotter now, scorching a path through my soul, and I was aware that somewhere I was screaming as the agony of them consumed me. I'd thought we couldn't burn, but I was wrong. I'd never felt pain like this. Chasms of fire carved through my flesh, scoring 2 great lines across my back, desperate for release. "I can free you from this pain." She was reaching for us in the dark, her eyes full of shadows and promises. But I couldn't reach for her. Darcy still held my hand, and I wouldn't let her go any more than she would release me. The flames were scalding, searing away my flesh and blazing through me in a never-ending torrent of agony. I needed a release. I had to go to the shadows, but to do so meant letting Darcy go, and I'd sooner burn forevermore than do that. With a cry of pure agony, I fell back instead of forward. Darcy was pulling me with her, or maybe I was pulling her, away from the shadows, falling into the fire. The pain in my back exploded out of me like a tsunami of pure relief. The world was burning and falling away, and for a moment, I didn't realize what had even happened. But I wasn't dead. I was flying. I blinked away the flames and stared at Darcy in complete and utter shock as I took in the fire which engulfed her body. Wings of flaming red feathers burst from her back, beating in time with the slow pace of my heart as she held herself aloft. Her hair was a twisting mass of living flames, burning in darkest red and orange, which whipped around her as she beat her huge wings to stay hovering at my side. Flames licked over her skin, casting her flesh in flame and her eyes in darkness. She looked like an angel fallen to the flames, endlessly beautiful and eternally powerful. "Tori?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder that told me she was seeing the same miracle as me. We'd survived, and more than that, our orders had emerged, and we weren't dragons at all. For a moment, I was at a loss as to what we were, but the knowledge came to me like it had been there all along. We'd been reborn from the flames, rising from the shadows like phoenixes, I said, staring at Darcy in complete and utter fascination. Before I could take in any more than that, a heaviness fell over me, and I felt the shadows coiling close again. A cry escaped me as I fell from the sky, clutching onto my sister as the flames tumbled away from us and our wings retreated. We were caught in a net of air magic before we could hit the ground, and thick material wrapped around me as someone dragged me away from my sister. I fought against the heaviness in my limbs as shadows crawled beneath my flesh, aching for me to wield them.
Roxy!
Darius begged, shaking me as he held me against his chest. I clung to the robe he'd wrapped around me as I tried to make my head stop spinning. Lionel was talking to Stella excitedly, and I looked towards him as shadows wrapped around his arms.
We did it!
He exclaimed, his eyes alight with this new, dark magic. It worked! All around us, the robed figures were experimenting with the power the shadows had granted them, and for a moment, I saw shadows coiling behind Darius's eyes too. Get off of me, I hissed, pushing out of his grip as I scooted towards my sister. Orion was holding her hand against his cheek, his head bowed hopelessly as he murmured to himself. Darcy wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were on me. Darius followed me, staying close despite my warning, and I felt the flames which lived in my soul rising in challenge beneath my skin. But that wasn't all that was there. Deep within the confines of my heart, I could feel the shadows lurking, taking root and growing into something unknown. Lionel strode towards us, his eyes alight with power and success.
You were both a part of this,
he said, his words for Darius and Orion.
You hold the fifth element now, too, so there's no one you can tell, and no more chances for you to defy us. You are bound to us by the shadows, and they will never let you go.
What about them? Darius asked, pointing at me and Darcy. Lionel's gaze swept over us.
They've done what we needed them to do. They were just the vessels to channel the shadows to us, and they even saved us the trouble of having to cover up their deaths. Take them back to the academy. We don't need them here anymore.
Orion and Darius exchanged a dark look, but neither of them responded, seeming to